right there. That's the most
Okay, so you'll talk here. Gentleman who needs cancer meds can't get them. Raise your hand. Okay, right here. You'll talk to him. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the president of the ATU Local 14.
But that's here and there, we're just used to that. This company has stooped to a low that I have never seen in 36 years, 37 years in transportation and union work. This company deducted medical payments out of all these employees this past Thursday, the day that we were holding the final day of the contract vote. The vote wasn't even over yet, and these members all got a letter from this company telling them that their medical insurance had been canceled.
Shame, 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 shame.
We got come to find out that that is indeed true. They stopped medical insurance for all employees that are on strike. To top that off, they've also canceled the 401k loans, so people that have paid into their 401 plan cannot go in for an emergency loan because TransDev has decided to cut that off. That is as low as it comes. This company will stoop to nothing to try and break this strike. They are nothing but a bunch of chicken shit cowards, period.
Chicken shit! Chicken shit!
We've also got people here with us this morning that have tried to get medicine for their children and have had to pay out of pocket because the medical was cut off. I've got people here that are on cancer treatment drugs that had to pay for that out of their pocket because TransDev canceled their medical insurance.
Shame, shame,
I've got one operator that was due to have surgery this morning, and that was canceled. He was sent home from the hospital because the medical insurance has been canceled by this company. And this is the same company that says they're here for the public, they respect their employees, and they're here to meet and greet anytime we want. That's all crap, and they've proved it again this weekend.
The next speaker for us is the right and good Reverend Jarrett Maupin.
Thank you. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? All right.
Step back.
One of the things that kept me this morning was I got off the phone with my good friend, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and this strike in our nation's fifth or sixth largest city has become a national civil rights and labor issue. Not just because of the impact that it's having on the National College Football Championship game here, but because of the size of our city and the number of people that are being impacted and the stories that you've heard about these men and women and what they're going through with this company. Let me tell you, I've been in my fair share of labor negotiations, and I've never experienced a company like TransDev. To have us waiting hours on end, a more dishonest group of individuals, a disingenuous group of individuals than the negotiating committee for TransDev. And one of the reasons why we're out here today is we will not allow our city, the city of Phoenix, to remain hostage to TransDev. They're a contractor that bid on a transit contract to run the buses in our city. They are not our city council. The CEO of TransDev is not the mayor of Phoenix, and the members of their corporation are not the public. We have to take control of this situation. And so we're calling today not only for TransDev to get their asses to the table so we can negotiate, but also for our city leaders to stand up and remember that TransDev is their employee. Exactly. We need our mayor and our council to let them know that they're in violation of their own contract. After 5 days, if they can't keep up Saturday level service, 60%, they're to be fined $25,000 a day plus liquidated damages. And the last time we were here, I think the company racked up something like $11 million worth of fines. Right. How many times are we going to go through this with this goddamn company? How many times are we going to go on strike? How many times in the past 5 years? 7 times we've gone on strike, 6 times with TransDev. They are not fit to be in the transit business. And it's my hope that after we accomplish a hard-fought contract here, that the people of our community and our city leaders will take a serious look at making these drivers public employees. It's time for us to have a regional transit authority like every other major metropolitan area in the country, and it's time to treat these drivers like firefighters, like police, and other government employees. We've already met with legislative leaders and members of our county board of supervisors, so we know the will is there and the momentum is there. And let me say this to TransDev: there is no politician to protect you anymore. I know that they're banking on conservative members of our council, Republican members of our city council, to protect them as a privatized public service corporation, but the truth is, the Republican members of the council have done a damn better job than some of the Democrats in saying that we need to get rid of companies like this and reform the ones we're in relationship with. So there is no Sal DiCiccio, there is no Bill Gates, there is no Jim Waring that you can run to and cry and whine and try to extract more money out of the taxpayers. This is it, TransDev. Either you get your ass back to the table or you get your ass out of Phoenix. We've had many people at the table helping us. Former Arizona Supreme Court Justice Ruth McGregor and others have tried. We've made the most progress, though, with the next person you're going to hear from. He's a conservative. He's a Republican. He's also the former mayor of Tempe, and he's been with us these last few days as we've made some progress with respect to going.
With some great hesitancy that I follow a speaker like Jarrett Maupin. The Reverend has the great talent with words and passion, but I join him today with that same passion because in my work in the last 3.5 days to help advance the cause of the citizens of the city of Phoenix in this valley, we start with the fact that suddenly a company named TransDev wants to be all capitalist on us. This is a company that is foreign-based. It is a company that extracts its profits not for the citizens of the city of Phoenix or the state of Arizona or for the United States. They take tax dollars from the city of Phoenix and send them back to France.
That's your money, everybody.
We have a company that claimed on Friday that it wanted to continue to negotiate in good faith because it had a fiduciary duty to the citizens, that they were ready to meet anytime, any place, anywhere to keep negotiating. And after that press conference, they all immediately got on airplanes and flew out of town.
That's right.
The leadership of the ATU sought to continue meeting, sought to continue discussions. You all as press members can find those emails because copies of them got sent to the mayor of Phoenix. And the mediator, the federal mediator involved, had to send back emails to me and the other team members saying, I'm sorry, they will not meet. They believe there's no reason to meet and they're not going to. It took phone calls to the mayor, phone calls to Councilmember Gates, phone calls to Councilmember DiCiccio. All three of those gentlemen stepped up and put pressure at 5:30. We had our first conversations on topics to advance the cause at 6:30. They called it quits at 9:30 and refused to meet at a neutral location that would be convenient for everybody. It took the now retired Supreme Court Justice of the state of Arizona, Ruth McGregor, a half an hour to convince them that that was a really stupid place to waste your time and money. We will be meeting this morning at 10 and pick up negotiations. But the reality is this. As the mayor of the city of Tempe, as a council member, as the chairman of the Maricopa Association of Governments, as a member of the RPTA Valley Metro Rail Board. I've worked on transit issues for more than 20 years. Bob Bean is right. Jarrett Maupin is right. I have never seen such cowardly behavior from a company to use as a tactic the health of a young lady, a daughter of a company, of a bus driver, to use the health of a bus driver, to use the health of the wife of a bus driver as a bargaining chip is cowardly. To cut off somebody from their own money in their own 401k plan, to prevent them from having access to money in an emergency as is caused by a strike, is cowardly. It's cowardly. To say that the city of Phoenix entered a contract on July 1st, 2015, based on the premise that the way the company was going to make money and save the city of Phoenix tax dollars was to take it out of these employees' money, is cowardly. It's cowardly. These employees deserve better. They deserve a bargaining team from that company that has the authority and is actually willing to talk about these issues. The reality is that these people, these bus drivers, agreed almost a year ago to go out and renegotiate their own health care contract to save the company money. Millions. And the company didn't say, thank you, let's use that savings to improve your lives. They said, thank you, we're taking that money. That's cowardly. Cowardly. So today is the day that the council members of the city of Phoenix need to call out this company. It is true, as the Reverend Maupin said, that this company has been relying on protection from the city council. They believe that they have the backing of the city council. From my conversations with Mayor Stanton, from my conversations with Council Member Bill Gates, from my conversations with Council Member Sal DeCiccio, they do not have the backing of this council. And to rely on that is cowardly. It's cowardly. I believe the Democrats on the council and the Republicans on the council will call out this company and tell them it is time to treat these employees fairly, that it is time to end the effort to be cowardly. It is time now to take on leadership for this city, because these people do not want to be causing inconvenience to their 100,000 customers. They know them on a first name basis. They know when they need to get to their doctor's appointments. They know that these people rely on these buses to get to their jobs. They are here to tell the public they are committed to them.
Especially the handicapped.
The public needs to know that the company that now is doing business with the city of Phoenix is cowardly. And it is time to end that. We look forward to getting back to work today, and we call on the company to treat these people fairly, to take their savings that they gave out of their pockets for their health care and put it back on the table and get this strike settled. Thank you all. We'll take questions.
That's right. Let me share one thing. Let me share one thing with you. There are some questions I think sometimes that members of the media have. We know you have to be objective, but it doesn't get any more objective than what I'm going to share with you. And I hesitate to share it, but I think you need to know, and I think the members need to know. This company is so unfair, so unreasonable, and so immovable on issues that last night even the federal mediator said that Tom Hawk was an asshole. The job of the federal mediator is to be an objective arbitrator in the conversations or negotiations. So when the federal mediator thinks you're an asshole, you probably are an asshole. So it's not just the union leadership, it's the neutral parties in this that also believe that TransDev is not negotiating in good faith and is in fact trying to be obstructive and destructive in this process. So if you have any questions, I'm sure we'll take them.
Let me add one more thing, Jared. Once again, and I've said this 100 times in the last week and a half, there's one common denominator for this strike. There's one common denominator for every strike that's been in the state of Arizona in transit in the last 10 years. That common denominator is Tom Hawk. For some reason, this company's put a big glass case around him, and he seems to be untouchable. He's not here to negotiate a contract. The only thing Tom Hawk is here to do is cause a strike, which he has done once more. In 2012, he caused a strike here. He just caused 42-day strike in Tucson with another Veolia company.
Bart.
And Bart, he's the cause of the Bart strike in Oakland in 2012. He's the cause of the strike at RCC Airport, ambassadors and rental car buses at the airport last year or 2 years ago. Common denominator, same clown, Tom Hawk. He's not here to negotiate. He's here to cause a strike. Once again, he's done it. And the upper management of this goddamn company, you take from Ken Westbrook, Mark Joseph, and the rest of the new one, Mike Murray, they're condoning this kind of bullshit from this clown. This crap has got to stop. They got to pull him out of here. And if they get rid of him in Westbrook, we might have a chance of settling this contract this afternoon.
Right on. ATU! 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 ATU!
We're going to take some questions here in just a minute, but we want you to hear from the Secretary Treasurer of the local, Michael Cornelius.
I'm just going to say that I've been negotiating contracts in the Valley here against this company since 2005. The 2005 contract was something that we could settle justly and fairly. Since that contract, every single contract that I've negotiated on behalf of the men and women around you has been contentious, it's been hard, it's been difficult. And the only thing that I can say on behalf of the members standing behind you is we have an obligation to bargain in good faith, and we've done that time and time and time again. The one thing that we cannot do and that we will not do and that we will never do is we do not roll over. We will not roll over on our members, we will not roll over on the community, and we will not bend. So TransDev at this point, and we have bargained, we have found savings, we have found language that works, we have found settlement language, and they've rejected it. Every single time we come up with a sentence that gives them what they want, they reject what they want. And that should tell the members of the community that there is a culprit in this situation, that there is a bad guy in this situation, and it is TransDev. It is not the members that are driving them every single day. The members want to go back to work. The members want to go back to paying their bills. The members want to go back to feeding their children. But they will not do, not now, not tomorrow, not Friday, not ever, is roll over. And that's all I have to say.
Mighty, mighty,
So we'll take questions.
ATU! ATU!
Questions?
Just go to like exactly list the 9 things. So there's 9 issues you guys are throwing.
Is that acceptable?
Is
that acceptable?
We have
Is that acceptable?
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so here are the 9 issues. We have the challenge of eliminating what was an effort to overcome the recession from 2008, which had younger employees receiving lower pay, lower retirement, and lower vacation numbers. We've been working to try to eliminate that through this contract. We have to deal with the fact that the company wants to be able to fire employees without any cause. It's called, all we're asking for is a contract provision that's in every contract I've seen for labor and in this valley, and that's a statement that says employees will not be fired without just cause. Right. They won't be disciplined without just cause. That's it. There's an issue about where employees, or what kind of safety equipment employees would wear. This is how ridiculous this stuff is. They refused to put into the contract what safety equipment they wanted operators to wear. It took until last night to agree that they would agree to let us put in the word for the safety equipment they wanted them to wear, the word vest. They objected to us putting in the word vest in the contract until last night. So safety equipment means vest. Fifth issue, restrooms. These bus drivers have to drive around our community. There's no restroom on the bus. So they need to be able to stop and use a restroom that's safe and clean. We merely asked the company to agree that they will go with these employees to the city of Phoenix to keep working on finding safe.
All right, guys, we're cutting out of this event because Donald Trump is in New Hampshire. Let's go ahead and listen in on what this GOP candidate has to say.
Thank you. So nice. We have a lot of things to talk about, so many things. Some good, some bad. The country doesn't have a lot of good news, you know that. Oh, you made your shirt for me. That's actually not bad. Thank you, darling. Thank you. So on a Monday morning, and it's cold and windy and unbelievable, and you're packed, and it's like that all over. Packed houses all over, no matter where we go, because there's a movement going on. It's an amazing movement, and it's something that's special. I watched some of the programs that came out with new polls this morning. I love polls when I'm winning. Believe me, if I wasn't, I would not be. If I was in second place even, let alone some of these guys are in ninth place, I wouldn't even know. I don't know if I'd even come. If you're in ninth place, don't you sort of say, let's cut down on the trips? It's not going to happen at this stage, right? But NBC just announced this morning a brand new poll, and Trump is leading. Oh, that's beautiful. Trump is leading in Iowa. 26, Cruz 24, Rubio 13, and the rest of them are bingo. But let's get to New Hampshire. Actually, in Iowa too, CNN has a 33-20 Trump is leading. Then I had one that was less good, not terrible, but I don't believe it because it was the Des Moines Register. I believe nothing they say. Almost as bad as your local newspaper here. We'll discuss it. That paper is the worst. Run by people that don't know what they're doing. We'll talk about it. But here's New Hampshire. So, just out, Trump 30. Rubio, oh, that's interesting. 14. Then the rest of them are very bad. They're not making it. But here's one that I love. New Hampshire won, right? And I'll bet that's very accurate. 32-11. That's big. 32-11. I love New Hampshire one. And CNN, I told you about South Carolina. That's a great one. That's been fantastic. Like this, it's been so strong from the beginning. CBS, 38-23 second. And then let's go Nationals for a second because they just came out. Reuters, 42. You gotta understand, it's like 15 people, right? 15 people. Of course, it's going down fast. I would imagine there's a run for the door right after New Hampshire, maybe after Iowa. Going to be a big run for the door. Some of those zeros are going to be, what are they doing? I mean, Bush, what is Bush doing? The guy has spent, think of it, the guy spent $69 million. He just took $25 million in donor money. You know, it's all donor money. It's these people that have total control over the candidates. And they all take it. I'm the only one that's self-funding. Just remember that. The only one. I'm the only one. And we just took some buys and some pretty big buys. And they said, why do you do it? You're winning by so much. Why do you want to spend your money? I said, because I don't want to take a chance. Number one, I don't want to take a chance. I don't want to be cute. And number two, I said, I feel guilty. All these guys are spending all this money, and I haven't spent any. And I mean, literally, I haven't spent anything practically. And I felt very guilty. So I'm spending money out of guilt. Okay? Believe me, I did too. I did. I see all this. You see Bush, 69 million. Trump like nothing. Trump 42. Bush like nothing. I don't know. it's time. Sometimes it's time for a guy like that to just go home, relax, take it easy, be with your family. He's got a nice family. Be with your family and relax. So Trump, 41, Cruz, 16. It's actually now 42. 42, Cruz, 16. Carson, 12. Oh boy, Bush. Bing. A lot of people ahead of him. Okay. I do it with Bush because he spends so much time advertising. He advertises. This guy's spending millions and millions of dollars with negative ads. If he turned off his ads, I wouldn't hit him. I mean, the guy, he spends so much money advertising Trump. At least he uses good pictures of me. No, I look good. He has some, I'm so young. I said, man, I was really handsome. Look at those pictures. They're from so long ago, I was young. Fox News, Trump 35, 20, 13. I mean, oh, here's a good one. Just came out. Against Clinton, Hillary Clinton. I don't know. She could have some big problems. Because Hillary for president. Trump, 47, Clinton 44. We're winning by. That was that. Now you read about this little dust up with the famous paper, right? You know, your little paper with the union leader. No, it's really a dishonest paper, though. It's terrible. So this gets a rag. I guess. I mean, they had like 75,000 readers not so long ago when you had Mr. Loeb running it. He was amazing. And now they're down to, what, around 10,000 and heading south. I don't think they'll be, personally, I don't think they're going to be in business much longer. The useless leader. That's right. So I'll read this stuff, because, look, here's the thing. I don't mind not getting an endorsement. They endorse somebody that doesn't have a chance. Okay, it's not going to win. He's a friend of mine, but it's not going to win. But I don't mind not getting it. But you don't do that and then ask Trump all these things. I mean, this guy drove me wild. Joe McQuaid. He said, we're having, writes me letters, we're having a forum, meaning a debate of some kind, the day before the Fox debate. Now, who wants to do that? Everybody in the world is talking about the Fox debate. I'm supposed to show up for his forum, and I said I'm not going to do it, because I'm not going to do it. So I was the only one that didn't show up. He was very upset about that. It bombed. Very few people in the room, empty seats all over the place. The ratings were terrible. All right. Then he calls me up and he wants ads. So I gave him some ads. But what do I want to waste my money for? You're rich for a reason. Even if you're rich, you don't want to waste money. So we look at the stats on this paper. The paper, not too good to put him on. So we gave him a couple, but we didn't give him, he wouldn't like that much more. Calls me, says, would you have lunch with me at my club? He has a club, nice club. I stood taking pictures for so long with all the people in there. Look at them. I had a hamburger. It was excellent. But I'm standing there shaking hands with club members. Nice people, great people, probably some here today. Anybody here? Is anybody here from that club who was very nice? Anybody here? Because I took so many pictures that day. So I did that. I did it as a favor. And other things. He asked me would I come up and make a speech on behalf of James Foley. I'll do that any time. I think that was good. And I made a big contribution, a very big contribution to James Foley. And I think that's fine. And I think that's fine. But I came up, I made a speech. I did a lot of things. Then he said, oh, it was strange, at real Donald Trump. So I have millions and millions of followers, especially when you add Facebook. It's like 5.6 million for Twitter, over 5 million for Facebook, Instagram, I mean, it's like 11, 12 million people. And I said, what is it? He said, would you do me a favor? This was a few weeks ago. Chris Christie did not make the main stage. I would like you to do me a favor and tweet that Chris Christie should be on the main stage. I said, but Joe, I mean, he didn't make it because he didn't make it, right? You have to go through, you have to get a certain number of points on the polls. Well, he didn't make it, but he should be there, and it's not fair. Would you tweet? I said, I'll tweet. So I put out a tweet. Why don't we get Chris? What am I going to say? What do I do? I figured I'll be nice. But I knew immediately he was going to endorse Chris. But can you imagine a guy calling me up knowing he's going to endorse a guy, asking me to use my Twitter to put him in. And other than that, I mean, the guy's bad news, okay? He's not a talented guy. Then I get a letter. You're not going to believe this. I had to take the glasses out because this one's worthwhile to read. I get a letter from one of his top people. Just got it recently. It's Amanda, that's my person in charge. From Robin Wilson, the union leader. Hope all is well, and that you had a wonderful holiday season. Happy New Year, Amanda. I'm emailing today because I wanted to let you know about the special edition we'll be doing just before the New Hampshire primary. It's called Voters First. I have attached a letter that explains what will be included in the edition along with the rate card. Rate card. They want advertising. This guy wants advertising. We just got the letter. And it's a personal letter. It's not a letter out from a computer. There's a perfect edition for you. I really hope that you'll consider running an ad. Please let me know as soon as possible. Robin Wilson, advertising manager. Okay. Saying, I don't believe it. The girl walked up, she said, Mr. Trump, what's going on here? My girl was even surprised. She didn't even know about it. Then it's next page this. Then it's the next page after that. Now, think of this. This guy is running the newspaper into the ground. I mean, you had a guy, Mr. Loeb was like this legendary guy. Look, 2-page spread, $7,500. Back cover for only $3,500. Does anybody want the back cover of a newspaper that lost all credibility? I'll take it. I'll give you $500. Inside back, the union leader. Okay. That's not the way you do business. And you have a guy who's out of control, thinks he's hot stuff. He's not hot stuff. So anyway, so I just had to bring this up. It shows the dishonesty with the media. It really does. The media is very dishonest. Although I have to tell you, Time Magazine did a cover story of me this week. It's one of the best stories I've ever read about myself. And it's really not about myself. But it's really not about myself. It's really about you. It's about a movement that's going on. And I'll tell you what, I've been on the cover now of Time a number of times in the last 3 months. And obviously I should have been picked as the person of the year, right? I think the reason, maybe next year would be even better, because then we'll prove that we can do things. But they did, and they picked Angela Merkel, who was, I mean, do you see what's going on? And we talk about immigration, we talk about borders. Do you see what she's done to Germany? Just coming over, just before this morning, I'm watching television. The rapes, the riots, what's happening is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, unthinkable. And they've been there for 2 weeks. And the place is going to hell. And she got person in the eye, didn't I? Came in, I guess I came in second. So they felt guilty. So they gave me another cover. But I have to tell you, you have to go out and get Time Magazine, because it's talking about a movement of great people. And it's a movement like they haven't seen. Many people are saying there's never been anything like this in this country. What's taking place? With us, not me. I'm a messenger. It's with us. I mean, like an amazing thing. And I'm very proud of that story, because, you know, that was, so usually I'll get a story and it'll be good, but they'll always put a shot in. You know, like they'll have 3 good paragraphs and then 1 total killer. And then they'll have 5 good paragraphs and just a total killer. So you tell people, don't read it. You don't want to read it, because the killers make up for it. They have to do it, because, you know, they have to do it. And they're dishonest. But the Time Magazine piece, and especially, you know, Time is known as a pretty liberal deal going on there. This Time Magazine cover story is amazing, and it talks about what we've done and what we've become. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing in terms of the competition, and then we're talking about the problems of the country and how to fix the problems. I mean, basically, how to fix the problems, elect Trump as president. We can cut it short. You know what we can do? That's right. President Obama, you're fired. That's an easy one. So, thank you. Got a very enthusiastic person. So, Ted Cruz has a problem. I mean, he's got a problem. If you know, Congressman Alan Grayson said he's going to bring a major suit. And the suit is going to say that he wasn't born in this country. So, whether you like it or not, Ted has to figure it out, because you can't be having a nominee if he got the nominee. I think I'm going to win very solidly, if you want to know the truth. But if you get the nomination, you can't have the person that gets the nomination be sued like Hillary might be sued. She might have a different government. She'll be sued with emails. But the emails, I mean, she should not be running. Oh, would I love to run against Bernie? I tell you, I would love to. I mean, can you imagine when they took, remember they took the microphone away? Get off the stage. They told him, this is our president. He goes like this. Oh, excuse me. And everyone's out there saying, get off the mic, we want to hear him. He walked back like a little puppy. This is going to be our president. I would love, please, FBI, please, go after Hillary. I want to run against Bernie. Oh, that's a dream come true. This guy, he would make some president. 90% tax, everybody. Does anybody mind paying 90% tax? Because you go with Bernie, you can have yourself a nice 90% tax. He wants to take it all away from you. You know, he's sort of dampening it a little bit. He wants to keep it a little bit low key. He wants a big, fat, beautiful tax. Okay? And I don't think the people here are going to go for that very easily. But I want to run against Bernie. That's my dream. That's my dream. That's the one. That's the one I really want. Okay. But Hillary will be fine. And, you know, the poll just said we beat Hillary. Fox poll just now we beat Hillary. You know, honestly, we'll take anybody. I think we're going to be. With the people we have, with the movement we have, and we have by far the largest audiences. And in all fairness, Bernie is second, but way down by comparison to the audiences we get. We're going to Pensacola next week. They don't even know if they can have it in the whole area. I mean, the number of people showing up at Pensacola, it's unbelievable. But we had 20,000 people recently, 21,000, 35,000 in Mobile, Alabama, 20,000 in Dallas, Texas. The Maverick Arena filled up. I mean, it's unbelievable the crowds we get. And it's only determined by the size of the space. And I want to thank the fire marshal because he allowed a lot of people in here today. There are people standing at doors. Nothing's going to happen, but people standing at doors. But the fire marshals are the most important people to me because they let us get more people into the rooms. And every one of them, they've been great, so I appreciate that. But Ted Cruz has a problem because the question is he a natural-born citizen? And the question was asked to me, and Meet the Press, it was asked to me by Chris Wallace this weekend. And I said, I don't know. I mean, nobody knows. And Lawrence Tribe of Harvard, who's a constitutional expert, one of the best in the country, said, and I wrote it down, this is not a settled matter. It's wrong to say it is a settled matter because it's absolutely not. It's not a settled matter. That means that, a lot of people think you have to be born here. You have to be born on this land. Now, John McCain, a Lawrence Tribe represented John McCain. He was born outside of the United States, but he was born on a military base to two people that were in the military. That's different. I would never question that. But in the case of Ted, he has to figure it out. Now, I think he can go in for some kind of a judiciary proceeding, and yes, look, it doesn't matter what he does. You can't have a nominee who's going to be subject to being thrown out as a nominee. You just can't do it. So you're going to make that decision, folks. I mean, it's one of those little decisions. I'm sure Ted is thrilled that I'm helping him out, but I am. I mean, he's got to go and he's got to fix it. Now, one thing I do say, just to finish in Ted, so I have a very strong immigration policy. When I brought up immigration, I mean, it was brought up strongly in my speech, in my opening remarks. And I said wall, and I said all sorts of things, right? That's good. Well, no, low-key, because I haven't really hit you. No, low-key. Okay, ready? We will build a wall. Who's going to pay for the wall? Who? Okay. So you people know what I'm saying. So I've been saying this for a long time. So yesterday, or 2 days ago, they showed me Ted's plan. And it said, he never said this, said, it begins by building a wall. It's amazing how far people have come. Then triple the number of the Border Patrol officers, that's me too. Implement E-Verify, that's me too. It's amazing, you know, all these people. And by the way, Ted happens to be a very good guy. They're all good people. But they all, like, you know, when I was taking Rush Limbaugh said, nobody has ever received more income, okay? And it's true. When I announced, I said, boy, for 2 weeks, I said, it's going to be like this always? I mean, it was brutal. And then all of a sudden, a lot of things started happening. Crime statistics started being looked at. Kate was killed in San Francisco, beautiful Kate by an illegal immigrant shot in the back. You had Jamil in California, who I think his father is one of the greatest people. I got to know his father over this. Jamil Shaw, who's a young man getting ready to go to college, good football player, good student. He was killed, shot in the face 3 or 4 times by an illegal immigrant, just walking down the sidewalk, going back home to his father. You have the woman in Los Angeles who was a veteran, 65 years old, raped, sodomized, and killed by a person that should have not been in this country, illegal immigrant. And all of a sudden, everybody's coming my way. They're all saying, well, wow. You know, he's right. I don't have any. I mean, you remember how crazy it was? Macy's was totally destroyed. Oh, we cannot. We're a member of inclusion. We consider ourselves very inclusive. They got fined $650,000 for all sorts of discrimination, and they were always like being looked at. But as soon as I had, it's not a big deal about shirts and ties. Who cares? I didn't like the ties that much anyway. They were made in China. No, but how disloyal is Macy's? I tell people don't shop there anymore. And their stock is too. You see what happened to their stock? Can I take credit the fact that they don't sell my shirts and ties there? The company went to hell. It's unbelievable. They talked about inclusion, but they have a fine for $650,000 because they weren't inclusive. Okay, so you figure that one out. I love those stories. I love it when something happens where, like an enemy, right? They become enemies to me. It's sort of, you know, very clear. But Macy's did a number on me, and the company crashed. They went from, what were they, 75 down to like in the low 30s. Their stock crashed. And it happened that way with a lot of the people that were fighting. Remember? Governor of Texas, Perry. He was doing fine, right? Yeah. And it happened with Bush. Look at the way he crashed. But they were fine. And then they attacked me, and they all went down. Lindsey Graham was doing fine. Then he said, I need more points, so he attacked me and went down. Remember the phone number, right? All of them. I mean, Governor Walker, really nice guy, Governor Walker, but he attacked me. I was his friend. I mean, he was up in my office giving me a plaque before the election, of course, not recently. And I attacked him and he went down. Wouldn't it be nice if we had that with our country, where somebody does something bad to us and they go down? That's what happens. So Macy's went down, and these people that attacked me, they go down, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing, because you want to have wins. We don't have wins anymore in this country. We don't win. We don't win in anything. I mean, there's a guy named John H. Sununu who wrote an article in this phony paper, and it was so bad. I don't even know the guy, and yet he's a Bushie. But John H. Sununu has been known. He was fired by Bush. I mean, he was fired, right? Yeah. And he was fired like a dog. He was fired viciously. And he's such a dumb guy that he doesn't even know he was fired. He'd go on shows. It was interesting. He'd go on shows, and he'd say the worst things. And I'd watch him say these things. I'd say, that's terrible. But eventually they had to fire him. Then he writes an editorial about me that's nasty. You know, the Kool-Aid editorial, right? Thinking the Kool-Aid. My life has been about success. It's been about building a great company. I did the filing. Everybody was shocked because the company's far bigger, far better. I have some of the greatest assets in the world. Tremendous cash flow. It's very little debt. And I say that not to brag about the company. And I had to file this. You know, I'm a private company, so everyone would say, oh, well, maybe he'll never file because he'll never do that. First they said he wouldn't run. Then they said, oh, man, he ran. The pundits, guys like Karl Rove, I mean, this guy's a stiff. They mentioned the name Trump, he started shaking. I don't know why, I don't even know him. Karl Rove, George Will, take away his little glasses, you know, take away his glasses, he's got these little tiny spectacles.
Take away those glasses, and he looks like a non-intelligent person. But he's not intelligent. You know, he was big into the war. Let's go in, let's go in. And I was against the war. 2004, I came out strongly. Headlines in Reuters. I came out strongly that we should have been in the war. 2003. I wrote about Osama bin Laden in 2000, the year 2000, in my book. That Osama bin Laden, that guy. I saw him on television. I saw him in the papers. He was very threatening. I said, they better take this guy out. And he knocked down the World Trade Center 2 years later. And one of the moderators, Jill Scarborough, said, well, wait a minute, you made Trump to talk about Osama bin Laden before he knocked down? Yeah, he did. And it's not even my main business. I mean, I'm a builder, I'm a developer, I'm a business person. It's not my main business. But I talked about it. Why didn't the politicians know about it? If I knew about it, why didn't they? But it has to do with this. I said, don't attack Iraq. Because if you attack Iraq, and I'm the most militaristic person in this room, except for maybe Al, I think Al has been beat. He has everybody beat, right? Huh? Am I good with the veterans, Al? Okay. Thank you. I am. I love the veterans. But other than that, I'm the most militaristic person in this room. But you know, I mean, I'm going to build our military so big and so strong and so powerful. It's the cheapest thing we can do, by the way, just so you know. The cheapest thing. General Oriano, when he left, he said that the Army is the least prepared that it's been. And I think he meant from its inception. That's a long time. But essentially, he's saying the Army is a mess. So our military's in trouble. All the time in the real estate business, I get listings, a military base for sale, another military. I get all these listings for these military bases. How many are we closing up? What are we doing? Closing bases. And we should have the most updated, the greatest military. We protect all these other nations. We don't get paid anything in many cases. We get paid very little in comparison to what it costs. For instance, we protect, I love South Korea. I do a lot of business. I buy televisions, thousands of televisions from South Korea for projects. Thousands. They're all from South Korea. They make a fortune. They build the big ships. They build the big tankers. We protect them for peanuts. We have 28,000 soldiers right on the line. It's 28,000, right? And we have all these soldiers up and down the line. Why aren't they giving us a lot of money for this? I mean, and the madman is over there talking about nuclear. We're protecting all these people. We get nothing. Don't we wonder why the country's in debt? We wonder why we have $19 trillion, which now with that horrible budget that was just passed, that horrible budget, where everything happens. Obamacare is funded. All of these things. The Syrians coming in. The Syrian migration. No, think of this. The Syrian migration is funded. All of these things, we can't do it. We can't afford it. And we're not going to afford it anymore. We're protecting Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was, before the oil problem, now they're making half, they're still making a fortune, but they're making $1 billion a day. $1 billion a day. We protect them. They pay us peanuts. They wouldn't be there except for us. And I say it's fine, but we got to get paid. We got to get our money back. Why are we doing this? Why do we protect? And you don't hear this from anybody else. You don't hear from these politicians. They don't even know about it. They have no clue. And you know what? If they paid and reimbursed us for the kind of billions and billions and billions that we're spending to protect other people that are in different parts of the world, if they paid us, we'd have a whole different balance sheet. You'd be able to have your Social Security without all these cuts that these guys want to make. You'd be able to have your Medicare. We're spending so much money on such foolish things. And if we had the right messenger, you'd be able to get the money and be friends. You know, as an example, the Iran deal. We're giving them $150 billion. $150 billion. We don't even get the prisoners back. We get nothing. We lost every single point. We'd say, we'd like to have the following. And they say no. And they say, oh, okay. This is what happened. It took years to negotiate that deal. One of the worst deals ever. And think of it, we don't get the prisoners. Now, I would have done something different. You know, it's called the art of the deal, but it's not. I mean, 90% of this audience, 90%, not 100%, maybe 80%. That's okay, it's not insulting. Could have done a better deal than Kerry on that deal. I would say actually it could be 100%, right? The audience wouldn't have done a better deal. We give them everything, we get nothing. We give them everything, and we get nothing. Now, when you think of it, we've made Iran a power, but what else have we done for them? For years they've been fighting and fighting and fighting with Iraq. Iraq has the second largest oil reserves in the world. We gave them Iraq. That's even better than the $150 billion. The $150 billion deal was peanuts. We gave Iraq. For years they had the same power. Right now, they had the same basic. Well, now says we got to trade. We gave them, okay? We took Berto, a dirty, rotten traitor. 5 people killed looking for him. They went out and looked for him. They got killed. 5 young, incredible people. I watched the parents. So sad. So we got a dirty, rotten traitor. They get the 5 people that they most wanted that they wanted for 9 years. Okay? And those guys are backfighting. They're all backfighting. All right? Don't believe the newspapers when they say, well, they're not fighting, they're arrested, they're fighting. That's what they want to do. They want to fight. They want to fight. So it's just very sad. That's why I said I have to do it. I couldn't stand watching what's happening in our country. So many bad decisions. So much stupidity. And that's why I said I'm going to run. Think of this. If on the Iran deal, just on one deal, you go in and you say to the other side, great negotiators, the Persians, always have been known as great negotiators. You say on the other side, before we start, we have to have our prisoners back. Got to be the right message, which says, got to have our prisoners back. Got to do it, otherwise no way. They're going to say no. And we're going to say, got to have back. They're going to say no. We're going to say, bye-bye, go. Double up the sanctions. Within 48 hours, they will call you. As sure as you're standing there, 100%, not 99%. They're desperate. They need money. They have no money. We just made them powerful and rich. And they're going to have nuclear weapons now, by the way. You're going to have nuclear proliferation because of that deal all over the place. These people that do this stuff are incompetent. So now, they'll call us and they'll say, you can have your prisoners. Now we have the prisoners. Now you go back and say, second statement. First statement is you don't want to bring them up at the same time. Second statement, we're not going to give you your money because we're not giving you any money. We don't have it. We're a debtor nation. We owe $19 trillion. We don't have any money. We want to be nice. It's always nice. My father used to say, take the lumps out. So you take the lumps out. You know what the lumps are? We want to be nice. We don't have to put it, just say we don't have it. We don't have the money. Sorry. We want to give it to you. I'd like to give you even more. But we don't have it. They'll go crazy, everything else. Don't worry. They wouldn't get the money, I guarantee. If I were president, they wouldn't get 10 cents of that money, not 10 cents. They wouldn't get that. And then you start the negotiation and make a deal, and you wouldn't agree to the 24-hour. How about the 24-day inspection? Okay, the 24 days, and that doesn't start because I see a man shaking his head, good-looking guy down there, shaking his head. He's shaking his head because it's impossible to believe, right? 24 days, and the clock doesn't start ticking it could be for months. So that thing can go on forever. But the best is they have certain sections where they self-inspect. So Iran is going to self-inspect. And you're going to say, well, we hear there's some activity going on. Well, we will check and we will go. Next day. No, we didn't notice any nuclear weapons anywhere. We are being led by the world's dumbest people. Now, a lot of people think there's something worse than that. There's something serious going on. I don't happen to believe that, okay? A lot of people think they can't be that stupid. I think they're just incompetent people. I think they don't know what they're doing. And you look at what we've done for Israel. Israel is that deal for Israel is the worst. Okay, the worst. So we're giving our country away step by step. Now you have the migration. And you look at the migration. And one of the reasons that CNN, I say, because all those cameras are going back there, so I have to be extremely careful with what I say. But CNN does these polls. I don't have posters. I say what I say. Whatever it is, I say it. I'm a smart guy. We're smart people. I say what I say. I don't want posters. These people would never have ever said that we have radical Islamic terrorism. We have to find out. We have to do something. These politicians that I'm with, they don't talk about it. Obama refuses to even say what the problem is. You can't solve the problem. You can't solve the problem unless you're willing to talk about it and open up a dialogue. So now, what happens is coming up here, I'm looking at Germany. Hundreds and hundreds of rapes on New Year's Eve. Germany, they have a problem. She went off the reservation. I don't know what happened to her. she was doing well. Maybe she got power hungry. Maybe she thought she was invincible. They're taking people. The crime is astronomical. It's not working. They're having riots now in the street. And the German people are saying, we've had it. We've had it. We can't let that happen to us. Obama wants to take thousands. And I think that the 10,000, don't forget, they said 10,000, that's just the beginning. Because if you remember, in the debate, the Democrat debate, recently, the last one, they were talking about 65 or 55,000. Now all of a sudden Obama's talking about 10,000. Believe me, even the 55, 65, I had heard they wanted to take 200,000. That's what I had heard. But whatever the number is, I don't care if it's 10,000 or 2,000, and I have a bigger heart than everybody and anybody. And you can do a beautiful area in Syria. You call it a free zone. In other words, you call it an area where we'll protect, where we'll make it possible for people to live until they can hopefully someday go back to their homes.
Boring! Tell some jokes.
So, very important. It's very important. Well, get him. Get out of here. Go ahead. Nothing funny about this. He wants jokes. There's nothing funny about this. This is so serious. Out. Get out of here. He's got a lot of... Yeah. He says he loves me. Out. I can see he's got a very serious one. I saw that when I came in. I love you. You're the greatest. I love you. We got to get to that. You know, there's time for you. We've got so many problems. And we've got to get them solved. And if we don't get them solved, we're going to be in very serious trouble. So you build a zone, you take care of it. But if I get elected, I will tell you, everybody has to leave. They have to leave. They go out. They have to do it. Because we can't have the problems that they're having elsewhere. And you look at the world, you look at what's happening. It's incredible. So when the journey started, I came down on the escalator. I talked about illegal immigration. We talked about it. We talked about it very, very strongly. And it's all part of the whole plan. When they do the polls, they come out, and they come out strongly, and they say, for immigration, for terrorism, for military, for ISIS, Trump is way ahead of everybody else. Because it's sort of all in that same ballpark. We've got to protect our borders. We do have to build the wall. We're going to build the wall. It's going to be a great wall. People aren't going to come in unless they come in legally. People can come in illegally. You have a tremendous heroin problem here. It's an amazing thing. Every time I come up to New Hampshire, which is a lot, I talk to people, and one of the first things they mention, and people on the outside don't think of this, but you have a tremendous heroin problem here. Like, it's incredible. And I don't understand it. And a lot of people don't understand it. But you know where it's coming from. And it's spreading far beyond this area. And it's such a serious problem. And young people, and older people too, are becoming totally addicted. We're going to stop it. And then we're going to work on helping. Then we're going to work on helping the people that are here that are addicted. We have people that are fully addicted. And we have to work. Because they're not doing enough work to help these people. We have to work on it. So, I'm going to take a few questions before we stop, but I just want to mention just a few more things. So, Obamacare. Got to repeal it and replace it. Going to have to happen. We're going to replace it. We're going to replace it with something that's far less costly for you and far less costly for the country. Your premiums are going up 25, 35, 45%. Your deductibles are through the roof. You won't even be able to use it. Obamacare is a failure, and it's going to fail in 17 anyway. We know that. It's going to fail in 17. So Obamacare is out. Common Core. Jeb Bush wants Common Core. How the hell do you want Common Core? Remember with Jeb, two things. that I remember most about Jeff from the early, because people thought he might win. Then we found out he didn't know too much. Common Core, he's in favor of Common Core. In other words, he wants your children educated from Washington instead of the local groups that do such an incredible job. And I've seen them all over the country, 10 times better. And on top of that, if you look, we're number 28 in the world in education, and yet we're number 1 per pupil in cost, okay? So how's Common Core working? So Common Core is out. And the other thing he said is, they come across the border as an act of love. I said, what? They come as an act of love. Tell the people that have had tremendous problems and crime to their family, tell them they come as an act of love. So they don't come as an act of love, believe me. So we're going to solve those problems. I want to take, and maybe I'm going to start with Al, because Al has been so great, but we're going to take a few questions, and you can just shout them out. I don't know if they have the mic, it's too hard to get them back. But you can, Al, do you have a question? Right. 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 Yeah. Well, a lot of people have said that Marco Rubio filed a bill, but he doesn't even go to Washington to get it passed, and he's using the veterans at this point. But I think a lot of them are. One thing I'll say, and I think Al will tell you, I've been on the veteran side for years. I have seen what's gone on with the VA. You take a look at Phoenix, and you take a look at some of these places, and you see the corruption and the dishonesty. But I will take, I think you have good confidence that I will take care of things. The politicians are not going to be able to take care of things. Yeah, we're going to get it done. We're going to get the right thing done. We put it in a good way. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. You have one? Go ahead. How are you?
Great, thank you. I was wondering what you plan to do if elected as far as regarding Obama's executive order on gun control.
Look, I'm a big Second Amendment guy. If you look at Paris, if you look at California recently where the 14 people killed, and look at Paris where 330 people and more to follow this, and so many that are so badly wounded. If there were guns on the other side with the bullets firing in the opposite direction, you'll have people killed, you'll have people, but you're not going to have 130 people. They said to these people, Paris has the toughest gun laws in the world. France has the toughest gun laws just about in the world. You can't have a gun unless you're a bad guy, then you just carry a gun. These people were told, get over here, boom, 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 boom. Went on for so long, they were so defenseless. The military, how about the military base a year ago, right? Where you had 5 soldiers, a couple of them were world-class soldiers, great marksmen, great people with the guns and the rifles, like the top of the line. It was a gun-free zone. This whack job walked in, looked at these 5 soldiers, and just boom, boom, boom. They couldn't do it. These are the top people. On the military base, I would end that immediately. I would end that immediately. And you know, remember this. Gun-free zones, that's like candy. When these sickos see a gun-free zone, their eyes light out. So that's the way I am. All they're doing is taking little chunks out of the Second Amendment. The truth is, they've got plenty of ammunition already, but the federal government does a very, very poor job of watching what they already have. They want to keep taking away, and all of a sudden, they'll go with the bullets. I heard a rumor the other day, they want to now, they can't do the guns, so they want to start taking away the bullets. They want to make the magazines where it holds less than 1 bullet, okay? You know, I mean, they want to make everything impossible. But the end result is, you take a look, and I debate this a lot with people. I'll talk about Paris, I'll talk about California. And they can't win the debate, they always lose. And then I'll call them the next day. So do you agree with me? Well, no, not really. You know, we need protection. We need protection. The Second Amendment, you need Trump, you're right. The Second Amendment will be the way it is. We are absolutely going to protect the Second Amendment. Okay, go ahead.
I want to carry along the voting for you today by absentee ballot.
Oh, you voted for me already? Thank you. I love you, the military, right? That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope the military can go out. Al, maybe you can lead a group, and maybe you can get that gentleman. What's your name?
Dennis Lucy.
Thank you, Dennis. You already voted. I love that.
No, I didn't vote.
Oh.
Carol did.
Oh, Carol. Hello, Carol.
Carol, I like you more than
Dennis.
Dennis.
That's very nice.
I won't be in New Hampshire at the time of the voting, so I wanted to make sure that I got my vote in for you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Carol. You know, for the military, you really do have some extra added assets. If you get in right now and if you vote, you can see our people, you can see Al, but if you could get in and vote, it would be really helpful. Yes, sir, go ahead. Go ahead. Well, Bill joined Hillary. So far, it's not working out so well. I mean, so far, it's not. Hey, look, I wish him the best. I wish him the best, but it has not been working out very well. He had some major issues. Yes, go ahead.
Are frustrated with inefficiency and lack of cooperation in government, and there's a lot of hateful rhetoric on both sides. How do you plan to encourage bipartisan cooperation in government?
That's a great question. You know, we have things right now that everybody agrees on. For instance, there's $2.5 trillion at least outside of this country wanting to come in that's owned by businesses. It's business money. And the businesses, everybody agrees, Democrats, Republicans, we should do it. It's been years now, they can't agree. They agree, but they can't get it done. What that is the lack of leadership. The other thing, I thought that Barack Obama, one thing, would be a great unifier. He's turned out to be a great divider. I'm a unifier. People don't understand that about me. I get along. In fact, before I was a politician, I got along with that. I got along with the Democrats, with the Republicans, with the liberals, with the conservatives. I get along with everybody. People say, oh, he got along with us. Of course I did. I'm a businessman. I had to get along with everybody. I'm a unifier. We have amazing people in this country. They're very, very divided. We will unify this country, and we're going to have spirit in this country. We have a great country. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it far greater. And we're not going to be laughed at for being stupid. We're not going to be laughed at for doing the wrong thing. We're going to be strong. We're going to be really something special. We can be, I actually say, I say, make America great again. And sometimes I'll say, I actually believe we can make it greater than ever before with proper leadership. I will add this caveat. We can't go, however, another 4 years of essentially Barack Obama, because that's what Hillary would be. And I think, Bernie Sanders would be the same thing. I mean, this guy is totally out of it. So we just can't. We just can't do that. Otherwise, you're not going to have a country left. Okay, yes, sir, go ahead. Yeah.
Hillary recently said that she wants to declassify her A-51 military secrets. Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, she wants to declassify because she wants to get out of trouble. She's got so many. She's got such a problem. I mean, if you look, the experts, you see them on television, but you see them. I also have some that are incredible. Some of the smartest lawyers who say what she did is. There was no answer to what she did. You know the amazing thing, other than greed, there was no, what's she doing? You just use what you're supposed to use, and you assume people are listening, who the hell cares? And you do what you have to do. All of this for what? It's greed. It's really just greed in its own way. All she had to do is just do what you're supposed to do. It would have been so easy. So, I can imagine, I think that's a very good idea. Declassify everything. Okay, yes, sir, go ahead.
Those of us senior citizens that are on Social Security,
right.
And we didn't get a raise or any kind of COLA this year, and our Medicare costs went up. What will you do as president?
So what we're going to do is we're going to bring jobs back into the country. I'm giving everybody a tremendous tax cut. We're going to make our country really vibrant again. My tax cut has been received so well by so many people, some of the top, Larry Kudlow, some of the great people that really understand what's happening. We're cutting business taxes, we're cutting middle-income taxes. The middle income has been driven out of this country. It's been so unfair to the middle income. We're going to bring our jobs back from China, bring our jobs back from Japan, and from Mexico, and from Vietnam is a new place. I mean, you got to see what's going on in Vietnam. And they do it with devaluations. They devalue their currency, and our people don't know what's happening. They don't get it. They don't know about business inversions. They don't know about corporate inversions. They don't know what's happening. Our leaders don't know what's happening. You have corporations now leaving the United States, taking all these jobs, dropping them, leaving and moving to other countries. You know, like we used to move to Florida or we move to someplace. They don't think about Florida. They think about leaving the United States now. We're going to make it strong again, and we're going to save the Social Security. And nobody else knows how to do it but me, but that's what I do. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Ronald Reagan was able to get our prisoners released the day before he was inaugurated. Can you do that for us, too?
With the prisoners. Yeah. I say this. We have 4 prisoners, you said 3. They will be gone, they will be out of Iran before I take office. And if they're not, Iran will have hell to pay. I can tell you. Okay? Iran will have hell to pay. They will be the 4 most costly prisoners in history. That I can tell you. Okay? They better let them out. You know, just to even make that sadder, now they'll probably do that anyway. But, so we're going to have the prisoners in this here. But Iran has announced recently that they are now willing to talk about the prisoners. Do you believe this? But we want a lot. We want a lot. Can you believe that? It's so sad. And all you have to do is say, we want our prisoners, and walk for 10 minutes, and you would have your prisoners. But now they're willing to talk. And they say it like we're so stupid. We are willing to talk, but we want a lot. Can you believe that? So, it's very sad. I mean, honestly, there are so many sad things. You know, we all have a good time, but the truth is we have a very negative topic because there's not a lot of good things happening. You know, one other point, middle-income people and people in the labor force essentially have not had a raise in 10 years. You know that, right? They haven't had a raise essentially in 10 years. That's another beautiful statistic that just came out. Okay, with that, go ahead.
What's your opinion on North Korea possessing the hydrogen bomb?
North Korea possessing the bomb, they don't know if it's a hydrogen bomb yet, but it's a hell of a bomb. And he's a wild man, he's a maniac in probably most ways. We have China that taunts us, that has taken away tremendous amounts of wealth from the United States. We have rebuilt China. It's been one of the greatest robberies in the history of our world. What China has done, they've taken our jobs, they've taken our base, they've taken our money, they've taken so much. And I get along great with China, and I get along great with the people. They buy apartments, they give me tens of millions of dollars for apartments in New York. I like China, just like I get along great with Mexico, but Mexican and China and almost every country. Their leaders are too smart for the people that we have. Carl Icahn endorsed me, great businessman. The businessmen all love Trump. They all. I mean, the ones that don't are giving money to these other candidates so they can totally control them. Because I can't take any money and I don't take any money. I have turned down so much. I would make Jeb Bush's 100. Can you imagine this guy having $125 million? He just bought $25 million worth of ads, and he's at 2 or 3 or something. Can you believe this guy? I would make his $125 million look like small potatoes if I took money. I would have the biggest fund probably ever could. Guys are offering me any amount of money. And I say, I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm going to do this right. Because once you take that money, you control. You know, even if it's not from a legal standpoint, you are mentally sort of like you owe favors. And then what you do is you start doing things for them, not for the country. We're going to do things for the first time, maybe ever. We're going to do things for the country. We're going to do things for you. We're going to get it right. Okay? We're going to get it right. Okay. Couple more. Go ahead, darling.
Mr. Trump, I want to know what role protecting the environment and pursuing sustainable energy will play in making America great again.
Well, we have to get a president. You know, the president talks about the environment, as you probably have noticed. More so than you remember. Global warming is far more important than ISIS and all of the enemies we have out there that want to blow us up, which is rather incredible. But sort of funny. He talks about the carbon footprint, okay, and how important the carbon footprint is. I'm not supposed to use hairspray in my hair because it affects the ozone. Like I'm sitting in an apartment that's totally sealed, but it goes up and it affects the ozone. I don't think so, personally, but you know, that's what they say. There's a lot of money being made on this nonsense. So what happens is the president's talking about the carbon footprint, and then he gets in 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, into an old Boeing 747 Air Force One with the old engines that just spew out more stuff than you've ever seen. And he flies with his family to Hawaii to play golf. And then he flies back in the old 747, spewing out everything. And then he gives a speech on the environment and on the carbon footprint. Give me a break. Give me a break. So, you know what I want, and I say it because I actually received many environmental awards because I've developed so much stuff, and I've received a lot of environmental awards. But what I do, I want really crystal clear, beautiful, healthy water, and I want really clean air. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. How about, who's got a really nice question? Really good. I like this guy. Didn't you give me the Bible? Did you give me the Bible? The man gave me the Bible. What? He'll ask me this killer question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You might not even know the answer.
Okay.
Most Americans don't. Can you tell us the 3 countries on the face of the planet that are not in the world banking system? I'll tell you if you don't.
You tell me. Go ahead, tell me.
North Korea.
Right.
Iran.
Right.
And Cuba.
And there's another one.
Is there?
Yeah.
I thought you were
Good, thank you. How do you know so much about banking?
I study a lot.
Good, that's good. Yeah, I know you were one of them. Okay, yes, ma'am, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you the question my sister asked in 1984 of Ronald Reagan. Her question was, when you win the election, can I go to the inauguration?
So let me ask you, what did Ronald Reagan say?
But of course, give your personal information to the guy over there.
Okay, and did she ever get there?
She did.
Did she get there?
She did. She went along.
Wait a minute, did he remember that?
Well, they obviously did.
No, but did she actually go?
Yes.
Then I'll give you the exact same answer that Ronald Reagan.
That's a very, very expensive question. Very, very expensive. I will do one more. One more. Go ahead. Right back.
What?
The environmentalist leader Bill McKibben says that to save the planet, America needs to stop growing the economy and live more like Ethiopia.
Hasn't worked out very well for you.
And limit their family to only one child. What do you think about McKibben?
Okay, we'll take another question.
We got to end with a better question. Okay, who's got a good one? You have a nice question? Go ahead. We got to end with, at least we have to end with a nice question. And nothing wrong in all fairness. Ethiopia, we don't want to base our whole world on Ethiopia. And I'm sure it's a wonderful place. Okay.
It's really just a comment, and that is based on what you said to the lady over here about the inauguration. You are a really nice guy.
I love this man. Thank you. I love it. I'm going to leave it at that. I mean, how can I finish better than that, right? That's very nice. I appreciate that. And he's a tough cookie. I'm looking at this man. He's a tough cookie. Look.
We are going to make America great again. We're going to win. We're going to start winning. We don't win anymore. We're going to win so much. We're going to make our country great. We're going to win with the economy. We're going to win with health care. We're going to win with our military. We're going to win, and you're going to be so proud. And I'm going to do a great job, and I'm working for you. I'm not taking anybody's money. I'm not influenced by the lobbyists or by the special interests like every single other candidate. Of course, I'm the only one that's spending my own money. We are going to win together. Go out and get Time Magazine. You'll understand it even better because you're a part of it. This is a movement that's going on. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello everyone, Samia Khan here. We are just about to kick off more Fox News Now. Ron Hoon will be joining me momentarily. We'll be talking about today's top stories. I see a lot of you guys in the chat room talking about the unfortunate passing of David Bowie. We'll be chatting about that, as well as Sean Penn's exclusive interview with El Chapo. That alone, that story is absolutely crazy. All that and more, lots more ahead. News Now in just a couple minutes. All right, guys, instead of just watching the crowd, we're going to go take a look at the memorial that's growing in Hollywood at David Bowie's Hollywood Walk of Fame star. All right, guys, you are looking at the Hollywood Walk of Fame star for musician David Bowie. We just learned early this morning that David Bowie passed away at the age of 69 from cancer. He died yesterday. The statement was issued this morning. David Bowie had been battling with cancer for 18 months. A message was posted on his official Facebook page 10 hours ago in London that said, David Bowie died peacefully today, surrounded by his family after a courageous 18-month battle with cancer. While many of you will share in this loss, we ask that you respect the family's privacy during their time of grief. Again, that Facebook post was posted on David Bowie's page 10 hours ago. David Bowie the #1 trending topic on Twitter this morning. In addition to David Bowie trending on Twitter this morning, his latest album was also trending on Twitter this morning. Many people speculating that his final album, if you listen to it lyrically, was David Bowie's way of saying goodbye. All right, guys, that was a view of David Bowie's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I imagine that throughout the day there's just going to be more candles, more flowers being placed there. Huge shock to everyone. Still trending nationwide, worldwide this morning, the death of David Bowie, 69 years old, died from cancer. Apparently he'd been battling it for 18 months.
Yeah. And when I think I got the alert on my phone at about 3 o'clock this morning because, you know, we're such early risers. And I looked at it and I just stared at it and I thought, that can't be. I mean, so often people who are worldwide celebrities, when they are dealing with, you know, a fatal disease, you get at least some, either they choose to go public with it or somehow or another it just makes the papers and makes the tabloids and all of that. And it just didn't. You're right. It never leaked.
I know whoever knew about it was very respectful about it. I'm assuming it was only his close, you know, loved ones that knew about this. And obviously doctors are legally required to not disclose this sort of information.
So he just released an album on Friday, which got no chatter. I didn't hear anybody buzzing about it at all. But now I'm not going to be at all surprised if when I go home later today and I look on iTunes, which I'm on there pretty much every week, if that's close to one of the top selling albums in the country right now.
Oh, for sure. No question. Well, one of the things I noticed earlier this morning as well is the name of his album was trending nationwide because now people are looking at it lyrically and thinking that he wrote this as a sort of farewell album. Everyone is talking about how this was, there's a song called I Can't Give Away Everything, I believe. And everyone now is interpreting it as this is why he didn't tell anyone about his.
Oh, really?
You know.
Okay. Yeah.
Battle with cancer.
Well, I will tell you that when I first started in the business, I was a DJ, top 40 DJ. We talked about that way back in the 70s, and I'm telling you, it was such a great time to be a DJ in the 70s. I mean, you still hear 70s music all over the place. They use it as soundtracks in movies, and it's just, I don't know, there was just something about it that it really, like, brought the whole country together. You know, from Elton John to David Bowie to, you know, then we got into the whole Saturday Night Fever phenomenon and everything else. But, so I remember his music as I'm first getting into the radio business. In fact, I have a specific memory it surprises people, but I was a sophomore in high school when I first started my career. I mean, most people don't start until after they've graduated from college, and I worked my way through high school. I don't think I ever told you that. And
well, you're going to work till you're 95, remember that.
Yes,
so I'm
correct.
actually not surprised that you started at the
Correct.
age of like 15.
Yeah, this is a great business to be in if you can handle the hours. But I have this specific memory of driving around. So I lived in a little town in the apple country in Washington called Wenatchee. And we have an airport whose symbol is EAT, E-A-T. And so it must have something to do with eat apples. I don't know. I never thought about that till right now. But anyways, but I would go over to Seattle and I would listen to the radio stations. I would say, someday I'm going to be like a big-time radio announcer. And I have this, there's maybe like one other song I've ever had a memory for. But I remember driving on the I-5 freeway, looking out over the lights of the city and listening to the David Bowie song Space Oddity on my favorite radio station that I dreamed someday I'd get a chance to work there, called KJR.
Did you end up working there at some point?
I never did. But driving down the I-5 freeway, looking out of the lights of the city, and there's David Bowie's Space Oddity, and there's that point in the song where it goes da 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 cha cha da 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 cha cha do 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 do. You know, can you kind of visualize? We can't play music here because of internet rules.
Although I feel like when it involves an obituary, I feel like we should be able to.
Actually, you know what's interesting about this? SK, I've got a great idea because I think it would be public domain. There was a guy in space who did a song while he was up in the International Space Station singing David Bowie's song, Space Oddity. So it came down on the NASA feed, so we could use something like that, right?
Today?
Well, yeah, we should do it as a
that
tribute to David
today?
Bowie. No. It was like a couple of years
I was
ago.
like, where am I going to find this?
But it went viral. It was all over the place. If you haven't seen it, it's incredible. He's
like
in outer space singing the David Bowie anthem. And it's really cool. Anyway.
Something to think about. Maybe tomorrow. This will be David Bowie week, I assume.
Yeah, okay.
I want to acknowledge Jack in the chat room. Is the Trump speech already over? Yes, it started at 8:55 Arizona time, just ended about 10 minutes ago. But all you need to do is rewind. You can still watch it on this stream, so
yeah,
you guys can still watch Trump.
Yeah.
Speaking of Trump, shall we move on to politics?
I just want to wrap up one little quick thing about David Bowie, which is, as I was saying to my buddies on the TV show this morning, so here I have this memory. I'm still in high school, and I'm driving around listening to his music and just thinking he's just the coolest. His vocal range and his lyrics and everything's just awesome. And then years go by. I go to high school. I go to college. I work at one TV station up in the Northwest. I come to this TV station, and it's at least 10 years later, and I'm doing a story on this new phenomenon of music videos, right when the MTV network had just launched.
The new phenomenon of music videos.
I know. Can you believe?
I just think that's so entertaining for me because.
Yeah, I was there when this whole thing started, and so the station flew me back to New York, and we went to the MTV studio. We interviewed the VJs.
The original VJs.
The original VJs.
Was Kurt Loder there? Kurt Loder's been there since the beginning. He's like MTV's veteran face.
Who did we talk to? I think
he's like the Ron Hood.
Yeah, there
of
you are.
MTV.
I know we talked to Nina Blackwood, and I think we talked to Mark. What was Mark's last name? Anyways, and then I'm interviewing this music executive, who has got these awesome offices that look down on Central Park. And we're talking about where the music industry is going. And the music that we use in the story is the newest music video from David Bowie. And it shouldn't be surprising to anybody that as soon as that whole genre began, Bowie was right at the forefront of that.
Of the music video.
Yeah, just like he was. Somehow he was able to combine what you would consider non-traditional top 40 hit radio with top 40 hit radio. You know, where he could still have songs that would be like deep cuts, deep tracks on vinyl records, on albums. So you can see I'm pretty passionate about this.
We're seeing the inner DJ come out today.
Oh, totally. You know, but at the same time, he could then crank out a hit that, you know, was incredible.
Was he like one of your top 5 artists? The way you're talking about him so passionately, I assumed that you had a deep connection with David Bowie.
That's a good question. I wonder about that. I was just thinking to myself the other day,
is he
this
your
is
Taylor
weird.
Swift?
Yeah, there you go.
Wondering.
Yeah, just the other day I was thinking I need to add some David Bowie to my iPod, because you know I constantly am updating playlists. Just thinking about that maybe a month ago, and I don't know why he was on my mind, because he wasn't in the news. But I bet you if that specific song I'm talking about, Space Oddity, if you went to my iPod, wherever it is, and looked at the total number of plays, I bet I'd played that song 250 times. I mean, I love it.
Is that your favorite?
Of his? Yes, but also China Girl was incredible. Let's Dance.
What about the viewers? Let us know.
Okay, yeah, if you guys have a David Bowie. Here's Mildred with the Hooner. Long time no see. I love hanging out with you guys. Yeah, so anyway, if you have any David Bowie favorites, it's so easy to slip into Bowie. I don't know why, but it's David Bowie.
Switch cameras.
Yeah.
There's a star on the screen.
Yeah.
Well,
David Cameron, did you hear about the social media reaction to all of this?
Well, we have clips and stuff like that. I know that Madonna has reacted. What did David Cameron say?
He just tweeted out that I grew up listening to his music, and it's just such a loss for a guy who, he points out, just constantly reinvented himself, and by doing so was able to age in the business and stay current. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
You know, Madonna reacted with social media posts, posting on Instagram, talented, unique, genius, game changer, the man who fell to earth, your spirit lives on forever. A lot of people obviously in shock. I know we have a clip, in fact, of the Prime Minister in the UK reacting.
Oh, we have a clip?
We do. We do.
Wow.
It's called, where is it?
David Bowie.
There it is. UK.
Oh gosh, okay.
Should we play this?
Yeah, let's, absolutely.
We're mourning the loss of an immense British talent. I mean, genius is an overused word, but I think musically, creatively, artistically, David Bowie was a genius. For someone of my age, he provided a lot of the soundtrack of our lives, from the first time I heard Space Oddity to watching our athletes appear in those wonderful Olympics to the strains of Heroes. He was a master of reinvention, and one of the things that's so incredible is almost all his reinventions were incredible successes and worked brilliantly. So we mourn the loss of a great talent. We think about his family and friends who've lost a loved one too early, but I think also we celebrate an immense British talent who has enriched all of our lives. I think Hunky Dory, the whole album, it's difficult to single out one song, but I remember the first time I had a friend at school who was a sort of Bowie maniac, and I remember him playing that to me and just thinking, brilliant. We're mourning.
Hello.
There we are.
Yep.
Okay.
So apparently there's some incident happening. I don't know where it is or any information. Thank you. We were looking at Slack, trying to get that information. Apparently there is some sort of accident in Houston.
Is that what you're hearing, is accident?
I don't know. I'm literally repeating what...
I mean, I hope it's, well...
I don't really have any...
They got the crane set up in a second. They're so tight right now that it's taken a minute.
Yeah, we don't really have any additional information about what's happening. All right, guys, we are getting some information. Ron, what have you discovered?
So, there you go. Isn't that interesting? I was about to start describing what we were going to eventually see, and you can see right here that the scaffolding malfunctioned. Hey, high-rises around the country, window washers are working them all the time. And here, 999 times out of 1,000, it all works perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, the thing about it is when the rope either gives away or breaks on one side or the other, and you have to, you realize you're going to quickly, gravity sort of takes over, and you hope that you literally can hang on for dear life. They've got systems in place that are designed to prevent people from actually falling off the scaffolding. But now they've got this rescue effort underway. I'm trying to see if there's one or two guys up there. There's at least one, because you can see him in his hat. And there might be a second one there up against the window. Usually that would be the case. You'd have a couple of window washers doing one of these high-rise structures. The thing that must be surreal for the people inside that building, what if you're in that very office and you're looking out at those people right there, and they can see you, the window washers can see you through the glass, and they're like, oh,
Yeah.
But it's not like the person who's inside is going to break the glass, I don't think. I mean, they have this effort underway. That's what we were first looking at 3-4 minutes ago when we first took the picture, was the staging area up on top. This is, see if I can get you some details in terms of what building this is in Houston. It's kind of ironic. We were just talking about Houston at home this weekend because there was a football game there. Houston played the Kansas City Chiefs. And this is, believe it or not, so what is our tallest building in Phoenix? It's the Chase building right downtown for the Chase Bank at Central and Van Buren. Across from that, the Monroe building, which they have just reopened as a hotel.
Huh.
That's for us in Phoenix, but this is the Chase building, or they call it the Chase Tower, right in the heart of the city. Okay, now there they are back up top. There's the staging area.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's a cold day. It's a cold day across the country. I think you can see a little bit of that steam coming off the roof right there, where they are going to do what they can to try to bring these guys up safely. So, a couple of guys, they believe it's two. One that you could make out in these aerial pictures more clearly.
There's changing the source. We're going to get a different aerial view. There we go. Look at that. This is a better shot. We're just getting this in now.
Zoomed right in. It looks like they're about no more than about 8 stories from the tip top of this building.
How nerve-wracking is that for those guys? Though? You're just holding on literally for dear life.
Yeah. Wow, this SK is quite a building.
Wow. So that's the building that it is? The J.P. Morgan Chase building?
Yeah, the Chase Tower. I wonder if I could find a
Let me,
image that we could use on that. Oh, yeah, here you go.
I was going to say I can put it up in here, and that way I can, right here.
Okay.
In Wikipedia.
Yeah, sure.
When in doubt.
Yeah. Look at this, you guys. Look at this building where this... Here's the image on a normal day.
That's the building.
It looks like it's probably...
75 stories is what I'm told.
Okay, good job. I was going to guess 60.
It's in the lower third, Ron.
You typed it in as a 75... How did you hear that?
I have my sources.
Oh, SK.
Also, his name is web producer Brent. Who messaged me and told me.
Yeah, I believe this is the tallest building in Houston. In
Shout
fact,
out to Brent.
it is, I think it is, anyway. Pretty incredible what's underway. What were you showing me? Just those guys set, ready to go?
It's so
Oh, and look at the
nerve-wracking.
people inside. Okay.
Well, everyone's just watching. It's,
Sure.
But they are attached to some sort of harness, right?
Yes. And I'm sure those are the first responders, I would think, who are on that floor, somehow probably communicating, either with hand signals or something, what they want these guys to do. Boy, that is nerve-wracking.
How long do these rescues usually take?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if this has been going on for close to an hour. I mean, we got the live images just within the last 10 minutes or so, but
right.
In terms of when it happened and how they were able to get somebody's attention, it probably hopped on a cell phone to call somebody and say, ay, we have got a problem here. They have I think they call it a Sky Tower room or something on the very tip top, where people go up there. They call it the Sky Lobby, where you can, in a city filled with high-rises, you can look down on all the other high-rises because this is just such a prominent high-rise in Houston.
I wonder what the weather conditions are like right now in Houston. It looks pretty gray.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Misty almost.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and do a weather search on Google. I will let
Okay.
you guys know. Right now it is 50 degrees and partly cloudy, but I imagine it's colder since they're higher up.
Could be, yeah, sure. I mean, especially if the winds are kicking out
Yeah.
at all.
Thursday, they were expecting thunderstorms, so thank God it didn't happen on Thursday.
Can you imagine? Yeah, so there was a big football game in Houston this weekend, and we had a friend over who was talking about how he had recently, in fact, he had just gone on a cruise out of, technically out of Galveston, but had flown in and out of Houston, and that is a city that is a forest
It's so big.
of high-rise buildings.
Well, the whole city itself is massive in terms of just
Yeah.
square miles. It just goes on forever.
Yeah. Look at that, SK. We got a successful rescue happening.
Oh my gosh. It's happening.
It is happening.
Were there two guys
Yep.
on there?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Got the first guy in. They're going to hook this second guy up. You know, he's got to decouple from the work harness, and he's in. And everybody is happy.
The rescue is over, I guess, right? The rescue portion of it.
Yeah. I mean, both of those guys have got to be so glad to be off of that. I mean, you trust those systems that they have in place for you with the harnesses and everything, but still, yeah, they're only 8 stories from the top. It's a 75-story building. They're 65 to 67 stories above the ground, and that thing is tilted on, frankly, about a good 45, maybe even more, maybe more intense, 45-degree angle. So good for Houston firefighters for getting up there and getting that thing squared away very quickly. The one moment that if I was one of those window washers, I'd be like just a little queasy is when you have to unhook from your work harness and for however many seconds it takes you to hook up to the rescue harness. And there they go. They undo it. We have a successful conclusion. Now that that's happened, what else did you want to talk about?
Oh, we can go back to...
Do you want to do your top 5?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stories in our top 5 that we did not get to.
Okay.
We did get to one of them, the
Sure we
number
did.
1 story. Yeah. But let's get back to it, Ron.
Okay.
That was the shot of the building.
Oh.
Wait, let's look at that once
there's
more.
A great
That's a
image.
good shot.
Ooh, I gotta get a picture of that.
That is a good shot.
I'm getting that pixelization.
All right. Can you guys hear that?
I know. Sometimes I don't turn my sound off. Sometimes I do.
But it sounds cool.
Yeah, really.
All right. So there was an impromptu rescue. Pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Let's look at our top stories.
Hello, everybody. Now we continue with our top stories. El Chapo is caught. The question is, was the actress, was that his girlfriend, do we know? Who coaxed him into, I think, meeting with Sean Penn?
They didn't say that. It was just a woman that he had met.
Is that it?
Yeah, so what happened was this woman...
Kind of acquaintance?
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I read the whole Rolling Stone article this morning.
Oh,
I mean, not this
good
morning,
for
this
you.
past weekend, because I was so intrigued.
Show prep.
And I just wanted to know how. I mean, like, how did you guys pull this off? This is crazy.
Yeah, sure, of course.
And so basically, he had a friend, and this friend had met this woman, and somehow that woman had talked about how El Chapo had become a fan of hers because at one point she had spoken out on Twitter almost defending him.
Yeah.
And so she had this weird access or like communication.
Okay, through the friend. Okay.
Right. And
she knew Sean Penn.
She didn't. That mutual friend.
It was the one who knew Sean
connected
Penn.
them. And then they met in Los Angeles, and there was a lot of correspondence back and forth and secret messaging, and then they flew to Mexico, and then they were driven to a really random remote location. Then they were taken into a helicopter or plane and flown to another location. I mean, it was a journey so that they wouldn't really know where El Chapo was. And then they hung out with him. It was very bizarre. There's pictures posted on RollingStone.com.
Okay.
And now I'm hearing, though, I just saw Lower Third on one of the cable networks that said that the Mexican government now wants to speak with with Sean Penn.
Uh-huh. Look at that face of yours.
I mean, does this...
Yeah. I don't know.
Is this like
if you were him...
obstruction of justice or something?
If you were him, would you get on a plane and go back to Mexico right now to answer their questions on the chance that maybe they've got some charge up their sleeve? One of the presidential candidates said this weekend, he said, hey, the guy's got a First Amendment right to talk to anybody he wants and publish whatever he wants. I find it grotesque. That was either Cruz or Rubio who said that this weekend. And so, pretty fascinating. The thing about it is the new angle in terms of us just going on the air here in the 10 o'clock hour is that Mexico is now saying, some authorities further down the line, telling you, this is not the end of this story, are saying it could take a year for his appeals process to play out before they might actually extradite him. Well, considering all the people he has on the inside, if he manages to tie this thing up for a year, come on, he'll escape. Somebody will figure something out. I don't know.
I really do encourage everyone to read this Rolling Stone article, though.
Okay.
It's very interesting because you hear about their interaction.
Yeah.
They were at one point, I think, drinking together. It's just so interesting to read.
What was your number one takeaway? What was the thing about his life or the escape or his drug running or anything that was shocking? Or not shocking, but like surprising to you?
Well, Sean Penn, I think it was that he came off with some sort of warm personality, that he didn't kill for the sake of killing unless it was business. I know it's a weird way to justify it, but it seemed like you know, he also used his money for good to help his own hometown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I know. And his argument is, well, there were no jobs. Somebody asked him, I don't know if this was a Sean Penn interview or somewhere else, hey, so why'd you get into this life? And he says, well, traditionally in my part of Mexico, there are no jobs.
Yep, that's
well,
in the interview.
You know what?
Well, he's talking about how you can't, there's literally no way, there's no like American dream there. It's like if you don't have anything, there's no opportunity for growth in anything. And so he ended up getting a job at the age of 15.
So the question is then why, of course, plenty of people get into the drug trade, but I'd have to say the majority do not become, you know, champion drug lords, world champion drug lords. How come they're able to just live their life, work every day, not have to get into drug running and killing people to protect your turf? I just don't buy it.
Well, I mean, if you want like a more grand lifestyle than the more modest one you may have grown up with, is what I mean.
Sure.
I mean, you can survive, you can have food probably and a roof over your head, but you're not living the flashiest of lives. It's interesting because there's one part in the interview where Sean Penn realizes that it was El Chapo's son that was driving them in the van or truck or whatever that they were in, only after they get out of it. And he pointed out his wristwatch, apparently saying that it valued more than like a country, the worth of a country or something. I can't remember the exact.
El Chapo's wristwatch or Sean Penn's?
Sean Penn. No, El Chapo's son's.
Oh.
Wristwatch. He pointed out the wristwatch.
Yeah.
I think he may have pointed out El Chapo's wristwatch as well.
But don't you find that when people try to, I don't know, show off their wristwatches, that I don't know. To me, it goes a little far. Don't you think so?
I'm not the type to have a really flashy wristwatch.
You're not.
Okay. But this guy right here.
You know what? That was a Christmas present from Renee a year ago, and it's only like $100.
It's pretty.
But it looks like it's worth a lot more. Anyways, so let's do the pros and cons for Hillary Clinton.
Well, people who support Planned Parenthood probably like this endorsement, and people who are not happy with Planned Parenthood will not support Hillary Clinton.
And probably aren't surprised by it.
Yeah.
But that was some of the positive play coming out of the weekend for Hillary Clinton. There are now 2 negatives. Okay, I've got to remember to remind you to pull Brett Baer on Mondays, because it was really interesting. He broke some news in the middle of my interview with him.
What did he say?
So I talked to him every Monday morning in the 6 a.m. hour, and I wanted to talk primarily about these new polls that show she has completely lost her lead in Iowa. We knew she was going to do, that Bernie Sanders was going to do pretty well in New Hampshire because it's right next door. The question was, could he make a move? It's the enthusiasm gap. The people who show up for Bernie Sanders love him. Those rallies, they're like fired up. Yeah. So you expected him to do okay in New Hampshire and probably win. But if he can actually beat her in Iowa, which is neutral ground, that would be pretty shocking. And there's a new poll out this morning from the Wall Street Journal that says it is a statistical tie now between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. That is
in Iowa.
Very interesting. Because if she loses Iowa and then, about 10 days later goes to New Hampshire and loses there,
do you think she's going to lose New Hampshire?
I think it's a real possibility, especially if Sanders pulls off the upset.
Because Vermont is so close to New Hampshire? Is that why?
Well, remember you and I talked about that. Right from the start, when the poll started showing Sanders doing well, I said, don't get too crazy about that. He's from right next door.
Right.
It was kind of like the Mitt Romney phenomenon on the conservative side instead of on the liberal side, because they all knew him, because he was the the governor of Massachusetts right across the state lines, and New Hampshire kind of blends into Massachusetts there in the northern parts of Boston. So anyway, the latest poll has her at 48% in Iowa, and he's up to 45%. And it's not like she hasn't been campaigning in Iowa.
And
She's been all over.
Now Bill is campaigning too.
Correct.
So
you got all that going on, but at the same time, then Brett Baer breaks this story that says.
His breaking story is that Ron is missing his meeting right now.
Brett Baer breaks this story that says they are now opening up a whole new phase of the potential criminal investigation against
email
Hillary Clinton.
scandal.
Correct, because they found something that was concerning enough that they're now going to look into whether or not, and this was always the question, as much as the emails, and was that a violation of the nation's security laws. The second question that so many people had that now apparently is going to be investigated is, was there a commingling of funds between or of influence during her time as Secretary of State regarding the Clinton Foundation? So in other words, did she show favoritism toward certain nations who might be giving large donations to the foundation that her husband runs? So anyway, I don't know if, and that's brand new. That's not a story that's suddenly bursting on the scene. I mean, the part that's been out there is that question mark. Today, what's new is that apparently they are going to open up that avenue of investigation. And so it makes you say, gosh, if she's already lost her lead in Iowa, if this starts picking up steam in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, sheesh. So anyway, it's just, it makes it interesting. It maybe makes it a little bit more of a horse race. She's still well ahead nationally, but she probably needs to win one of those 2 states just to regain the momentum. So can I go now?
You're allowed to go to your meeting.
Okay.
I'm going to see if there's a glare on these.
I hope you guys are digging those glasses. I liked it when I saw them.
There is a glare, though, on air.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you see the glare?
Yeah, but tilt down a little bit. Or tilt up, and you'll see where the glare is, so you won't have to worry about it. It's only when you go up high. Yeah. Yeah, it's better centered or down. All right, SK. I'm always reaching for my microphone.
We'll have to figure this out. I'm going to go glasses.
We got a lot more to talk about.
We have so much to talk about. To be continued.
Yeah. I'll be around tomorrow in case you haven't heard.
Right here. We're going to talk about that one tomorrow.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Yahoo!
My advice for anyone local, if you need to head west, don't do it.
Right.
Unless you really have to. And if you live in the west and you're heading east and you know you have to go back west, just don't leave.
Because the 10's always a mess, but starting around 4 o'clock today.
Probably earlier, don't you think?
Could be, yeah.
Because people tailgate before the game?
They open up the tailgate lots in a half an hour.
Yeah, so
they want to get people out there now.
Traffic is going to be bad, and definitely after the game when everyone leaves at the same time. Yep. Nothing is worse than that.
That's for sure.
Thanks, Ron
Okay.
Hoon.
Yeah, you bet. Huh? See you in a while. Bye.
All right, guys. So there's that. I'm going to play a few stories for you, and I'll be hanging out with you for another 20 minutes before Mike Page joins us. So give me a second while I go ahead and pull up some videos for you. We don't really have any live feeds right now, though we have a live feed of the White House there. And we have a look at our 10-day forecast. Why don't I go ahead and show that to you? It's a little cold today, and looks like things will be warming up in the next couple of days, but not by much. Cooler weekend. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any warm temperatures until about next Tuesday, or at least the way what I consider warm. If you're from like Minnesota, then you know all of these temperatures are considered warm to you. Now, one of the major events happening here in Phoenix is the Phoenix bus strike. We were showing you video earlier of the press conference. I want to go ahead and show you some video from the protest itself.
Watch your You can't take care of the city, you can't take care of the best bus driver in Phoenix.
Let's sing your song.
Watch the truck. Truck coming. Right there.
If you don't like it, then you don't like the chance. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hey, goodbye. Now one more time. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hey, goodbye.
I don't like goodbye. I don't know what we're saying. I don't know what we're going to do.
I can't follow that.
What do we want it?
Last year.
Are you confused? Contract, brothers and sisters. That's it. We want a contract. Contract.
I just talked to him a few minutes ago and he was 19th Hampshire.
Yeah, he's apparently bringing
Last year. When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now.
We want it now.
Working with the Reverend Al Sharpton on getting him talking points for a show today.
Use your words.
We're going to try to make it national this morning.
Can't do that. You got to be on time. Time is money. Money is time.
He was on last night telling us 8 a.m. sharp.
Well, you're supposed to be here. What time is it? 10 to 8.
It's after 8.
You should have been here at 10 to 8.
Oh, that's
decently and in order.
Tony, you might have to say a prayer for him. You might have to say a prayer for him.
That's about the most professional whistle we got.
No, Bob is
Watch the band. Watch the band. Watch the band.
What's up, David? How you doing, man?
If your name is Mayor Hugh Hallman and you support transit workers, raise your hand. You can't hear me.
We have train drivers here. What did you say here?
Jason, trying to get his attention, but he's
What did you say?
He's been taking the last 2 days. He volunteered he wanted to get it done.
Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good, man.
Oh, yeah.
Mighty, mighty union. ATU. 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 What do we want? Contract. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Contract. When do we want it? Now. Mighty, mighty union. ATU. 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 What do we want? Contract. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it?
Don't let it go by.
We're gonna let him know. Who moves the city? ATU! Who moves the city? ATU! Who moves the city? ATU!
Mighty, mighty.
That's right. Mighty, mighty.
ATU!
I gave a briefing on the background, no on the record, so that they would understand healthcare, 401k cutoff, 2.5%. We thought we were going to get it at 2.5, not 3% bullshit, and the healthcare savings. You guys negotiate.
If your name is Mayor Hugh Hallman and you support transit workers, please raise your hand so everyone knows who you are.
Mighty, mighty union!
I think they look for support. They don't try to get a deer in our next year.
There you go. The Reverend here? Elephant and donkey, it don't matter. That's right.
Except when I'm running for office.
We're not starting yet. We're still waiting. He's like right on driving up his road right now.
Hang up your phone, Reverend!
Okay, let's squeeze by here.
The Reverend Jeremoth and everybody. He's been with us from day one.
You're up first. Slide in. Yeah. Get on the other side. What he's afraid of. Right, so you got to be careful of that.
It's okay, Rev. We know sinners are late too.
It's okay. Okay, he's going first. You're going second. I'm going to do wrap up, or you want to do wrap up? Okay, so you'll do second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a mic check. Can you all hear this? Yep. Check, check, check. Everybody here. Let's try this. That's cowardly!
It works. Okay, are they ready?
You all ready? You think we're ready to go? Squeeze up in here, Bob. Get your head fed.
We're ready?
Hang on. Everybody, anybody got a problem? We got to check the mics. Checks. We got a lav mic problem. Check, 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 check. Okay, now they're going to switch a camera. We're going to try this again. They're switching a camera. That's cowardly!
Have some rhythm. Have some rhythm.
Sorry. Now, no complaining. I'll negotiate your contract next.
That'd be great. I'm not
That's right, media. Y'all got a contract coming up too.
We could do that. I could say that's chicken, and you guys could all do that. Shall we change that up?
Everybody listen to me while we're doing this. It's very important. Nobody get hit. There's cars coming in and cars coming out. All right, so we all have to be safe first. And make sure you give them a wide berth and nobody get hurt, okay? Because we're all facing this way, so you got to still watch for the cars coming in and out.
That's a true one. We got it nailed, and you can tell it.
Oh, sure.
I suspect naked or preventable, they're probably not going to be written up.
Employee whose daughter needs special drugs had to pay out of pocket. Guy whose surgery got canceled.
And the one with the drugs is here.
And as you're saying that, I'm going to say that's cowardly.
Just no police.
Where's the armor?
It's right here.
Done. Oh, that's not me. No. I can't afford to go. This is the guy right here that had to pay for drugs out of his pocket for his daughter.
On one?
Which one? This right here.
Okay, you asked, could we get to the guy? There he is right there.
Okay, well, yeah, we'd like to.
I'm one of the
Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about the fellow who had to pay out of his pocket for his daughter's drugs. He'll talk to you afterward. He's right here. Raise your hand.
Right here.
Okay.
Channel 3 got their camera switched.
Everybody ready? No, we're still waiting on one camera. You got it?
Good.
Okay, mic check. Everybody good?
You too?
His cancer medication. Couldn't get his license.
Yeah,
There he is. That's the man right there. That's the most
Okay, so
important
you'll
guy
talk
right
here.
That man
Gentleman
right
who
there.
needs cancer
He's on
meds can't get them.
life-saving
Raise your hand. Okay, right here. You'll talk to him. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the president of the ATU Local 1433, Bob Bean.
Good morning. Once again, we're out here due to TransDev basically walking away from us last night. And as they were walking, they were crying and complaining about where we wanted to meet today. But that's here and there. We're just used to that. This company has stooped to a low that I have never seen in 36 years, 37 years in transportation and union work. This company deducted medical payments out of all these employees this past Thursday, the day that we were holding the final day of the contract vote. The vote wasn't even over yet, and these members all got a letter from this company telling them that their medical insurance had been canceled. We got come to find out that that is indeed true. They stopped medical insurance for all employees that are on strike. To top that off, they've also canceled the 401k loans, so people that have paid into their 401 plan cannot go in for an emergency loan because TransDev has decided to cut that off. That is as low as it comes. This company will stoop to nothing to try and break this strike. They are nothing but a bunch of chicken shit cowards, period. We've also got people here with us this morning that have tried to get medicine for their children and have had to pay out of pocket because the medical was cut off. I've got people here that are on cancer treatment drugs that had to pay for that out of their pocket because TransDev canceled their medical insurance. Got one operator that was due to have surgery this morning, and that was canceled. He was sent home from the hospital because the medical insurance has been canceled by this company. And this is the same company that says they're here for the public, they respect their employees, and they're here to meet and greet anytime we want. That's all crap, and they've proved it again this weekend.
The next speaker for us is the right and good Reverend Jarrett Maupin.
What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? All right.
Step back.
One of the things that kept me this morning was I got off the phone with my good friend, the Reverend Al Sharpton. And this strike in our nation's fifth or sixth largest city has become a national civil rights and labor issue. Not just because of the impact that it's having on the National College Football Championship game here, but because of the size of our city and the number of people that are being impacted and the stories that you've heard about these men and women and what they're going through with this company. Let me tell you, I've been in my fair share of labor negotiations, and I've never experienced a company like TransDev. To have us waiting hours on end to meet with them, while we made every good effort, while we made compromise and concessions, while we tried to be fair to the city, to the riding public, to the company. They took complete advantage of it and have ignored and been very callous through this entire process. I said in the release that was put out that negotiations were contentious at best, and I think that that is a very complimentary statement to make. I've never known a more dishonest group of individuals, a disingenuous group of individuals than the negotiating committee for TransDev. And one of the reasons why we're out here today is we will not allow our city, the city of Phoenix, to remain hostage to TransDev. They're a contractor that bid on a transit contract to run the buses in our city. They are not our city council. The CEO of TransDev is not the mayor of Phoenix. and the members of their corporation and not the public. We have to take control of this situation. And so we're calling today not only for TransDev to get their asses to the table so we can negotiate, but also for our city leaders to stand up and remember that TransDev is their employee. We need our mayor and our council to let them know that they're in violation of their own contract. After 5 days, if they can't keep up Saturday level service, 60%, they're to be fined $25,000 a day plus liquidated damages. And the last time we were here, I think the company racked up something like $11 million worth of fines. Right. How many times are we going to go through this with this goddamn company? How many times are we going to go on strike? How many times in the past 5 years? 7 times we've gone on strike. 6 times with TransDev. They are not fit to be in the transit business. And it's my hope that after we accomplish a hard-fought contract here, that the people of our community and our city leaders will take a serious look at making these drivers public employees. It's time for us to have a regional transit authority like every other major metropolitan area in the country, and it's time to treat these drivers like firefighters, like police, and other government employees. We've already met with legislative leaders and members of our county board of supervisors, so we know the will is there and the momentum is there. Let me say this to TransDev. There is no politician to protect you anymore. I know that they're banking on conservative members of our council, Republican members of our city council, to protect them as a privatized public service corporation, but the truth is, the Republican members of the council have done a damn better job than some of the Democrats in saying that we need to get rid of companies like this and reform the ones we're in relationship with. So there is no Sal DiCiccio, there is no Bill Gates, there is no Jim Waring that you can run to and cry and whine and try to extract more money out of the taxpayers. This is it, TransDev. Either you get your ass back to the table or you get your ass out of Phoenix. We've had many people at the table helping us. Former Arizona Supreme Court Justice Ruth McGregor and others have tried. We've made the most progress, though, with the next person you're going to hear from. He's a conservative. He's a Republican. He's also the former mayor of Tempe, and he's been with us these last few days as we've made some progress with respect to garnering the kind of political will and support that we need to get this contract through. So the next person you'll hear from is Mayor Hugh Hallman, a former Tempe mayor, and I think one of our state's more respected statespeople, a great statesman, and certainly a lot braver than Mayor Stanton.
It's always with some great hesitancy that I follow a speaker like Jarrett Maupin. The Reverend has a great talent with words and passion. But I join him today with that same passion because in my work in the last 3.5 days to help advance the cause of the citizens of the city of Phoenix in this valley, we start with the fact that suddenly a company named TransDev wants to be all capitalist on us. This is a company that is foreign-based. It is a company that extracts its profits not for the citizens of the city of Phoenix or the state of Arizona or for the United States. They take tax dollars from the city of Phoenix and send them back to France.
That's your money, everybody.
We have a company that claimed on Friday that it wanted to continue to negotiate in good faith because it had a fiduciary duty to the citizens, that they were ready to meet anytime, any place, anywhere to keep negotiating. And after that press conference, they all immediately got on airplanes and flew out of town.
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and pause this and instead give you guys a look at the White House. This is the home of Barack Obama. And in a year, it'll be the home of fill in the blank based on which candidate you support. And speaking of the White House, looks like Josh Earnest has just started his daily briefing.
Obviously, there are a lot of Democratic lawmakers on the Hill that are very upset about this. They're going to ask the administration to grant temporary protected status for some of these people. I'm wondering what your reaction is to that. It sounded like you're not inclined to shift policy in any way.
That's correct. At this point, our policy will remain the same. But I do think that given the sensitivity of this issue, it's worth me spending at least a little time here just reminding people what our policy is. When the president put in place, used his executive authority to try to reform as much of the immigration system as he could using only his executive authority. That included the Department of Homeland Security implementing some prosecutorial discretion, some guidance that would be used to prioritize for removal those individuals who don't have the legal basis for remaining in the country but yet are accused of crimes. We've also prioritized for removal those individuals who have only recently crossed the border. And the idea here is that we should prioritize felons, the deportation of felons, over the separation of families. Given the limited law enforcement resources that we have to work with, that's a rather common sense proposition. The individuals who were involved in some of the operations that have gotten a lot of attention fell into the category, broadly, people who had recently crossed the border. Now, what's also true is even for those individuals that are prioritized for removal, those individuals, though, are still given access to the justice system and given access to due process. And the administration is committed to that process. In fact, some of part of our response to the surge that we saw at the border about a year and a half ago was to actually increase the amount of resources that are devoted to that justice process. So this is a system of due process that we take quite seriously. And it was only after individuals had exhausted the legal remedies available to them to claim asylum or to be granted some other form of humanitarian relief, only then was the decision made to remove them.
And how would you describe the White House's level of involvement in that decision and these specific operations?
These are enforcement operations. So this is this is consistent with the kind of prosecutorial guidance that's been put in place by the Department of Homeland Security. But obviously, executing these enforcement actions are the responsibility of law enforcement professionals.
So no one at the White House was notified that this was going to happen in advance, or was there some notification?
Well, I can't speak to any sort of communication that takes place between the Department of Homeland Security and the White House. But for decisions like this and decisions to move forward with operations, those are obviously decisions that are appropriately made by law enforcement professionals.
And just lastly, is it accurate then to describe this as part of a broader attempt to prevent another crisis like we saw in 2014?
Well, I think our desire to make clear that individuals should not embark on the dangerous journey from Central America to the southwest border, that's a case that we've tried to tell in a variety of ways, including by saying publicly that people shouldn't attempt this journey, and they certainly shouldn't entrust their children into the hands of unscrupulous human traffickers to make that journey. The administration has also cracked down on human traffickers that have preyed upon people who are in a rather desperate situation. The administration has also invested in trying to enhance the resources that are available to governments in Central America like Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador to help them better account for the security situation in their own country. In fact, the administration sought $1 billion in funding that could be used to work with the governments down there to address this situation. Congress did appropriate $750 million for that task. We obviously were pleased to see that commitment from Congress to this effort. There also has been an effort underway to establish alternative paths for those individuals that have legitimate humanitarian and asylum claims, that they can. Essentially, we want to establish a process that would make it easier for those individuals to have those claims heard without them embarking on this dangerous journey. The real tragedy here is that there are far too many men, women, and children that have attempted this journey. Many of them have been killed. Others have been victimized in terrible ways when they have sought to embark on that journey. And so that is what we are trying to prevent. And there are a variety of ways in which we've tried to confront this challenge, and those efforts only attract some attention, I think, when there's a surge at the border or there are some enforcement actions. But I can assure you that since the summer of 2014, this is something that has been part of an intense focus by the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, Aisha.
Hi. Going to the State of the Union, the White House has said repeatedly that it won't be a laundry list of proposals, but will the president lay out any concrete legislative goals for the year, and what should the American people kind of read into that? Should they not expect any big legislative accomplishments this year?
Mm-hmm. Well, Aisha, traditionally the State of the Union is an opportunity for the President of the United States to speak before the Congress and the American people about all that's been accomplished and all that the President hopes to accomplish in the year ahead. And you certainly will hear some of that from the President tomorrow, but the President's main focus will be on the opportunities and challenges that are facing the country, not just in the year ahead, but what's critical are the kinds of decisions that we make now will have a significant impact on not just the next generation of Americans, but future generations of Americans. So there's certainly a lot that we hope to get done over the course of the next year. That includes criminal justice reform. We've seen that there's strong bipartisan support for criminal justice reform on Capitol Hill, and the White House has worked hard to try to nurture the bipartisan agreement that will be required to pass that legislation. We are hopeful that Congress will take steps to ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership. This was an agreement that was reached by the United States and 11 other countries in the Asia-Pacific. This is an agreement that we spent years negotiating. We were pleased to see this agreement completed, and now we need to see Congress vote to ratify it. There is a process, though, of public consideration and public comment, so we're not calling on Congress to vote for it now, but we are hopeful that they will move in a timely fashion to vote to approve that legislation. That obviously is going to require bipartisan support there, too. Those are just two examples of some high priority items that the President is hopeful this Congress can act on before the end of the year.
Moving on to the, in light of the North Korean nuclear tests, the U.S. and South Korea have been discussing the deployment of more strategic weapons in the area, and also there was a flyover of the B-52 bomber, I believe, over the weekend. And so China has raised some concerns, calling for all sides to avoid escalating the situation in the region. So I was wondering, did the U.S. talk to China at all before they did the flyover? And are there any concerns when you're discussing the deployment of more strategic weapons about possibly escalating the situation or making the situation worse?
Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you a little bit let me say a couple of things. The United States has obviously been closely consulting with our partners and allies in the region in terms of putting together a response to the provocative actions that we saw from the North Koreans last week. Secretary Kerry, Secretary Carter have been in touch with a number of their counterparts in the region. Even President Obama called his counterparts in Japan and South Korea in the aftermath of North Korea testing this nuclear device. So we have been consulting quite closely with our partners and allies. I didn't even mention the Security Council meeting at the United Nations. So we are committed to preserving the international unanimity of opinion when it comes to confronting North Korea, and that will only strengthen our hand in this effort. That said, we have indicated that there are a variety of appropriate responses, and we're going to continue to the work to develop those responses. We also, however, are committed to the safety and security of our close allies in South Korea. And there obviously are men and women of the United States military who are deployed to South Korea. They are I think, the most graphic representation of that, or manifestation of that commitment. There are also resources that are deployed through the Asia Pacific that are critical to protecting the United States homeland. And this is technology that can be used to counter North Korea's ballistic missile program. And we certainly will take the steps that we believe are necessary to protect the country. Okay? Justin.
I had a couple things following off of that. One is North Korea announced today that it had arrested an American citizen on espionage charges. There seemed to be some debate about whether or not he is in fact a citizen, but I'm wondering if you can confirm that and if you guys are taking any steps to try to work towards his return.
Mm-hmm. Justin, as you've heard me say before, this is a report that we have seen, but it's not a report that I can comment on. Talking publicly about possible cases of detained Americans can complicate our efforts to try to secure their freedom. So there's just not much I can say about these reports, and if there's a point where there's more that we can say, we'll keep you posted.
Secretary Kerry is going to meet with his Russian counterpart, presumably to discuss North Korea among the litany of other issues that the U.S. and Russia have kind of going on. I'm wondering, are there any plans for the president to call President Putin? If not, why not, since he's reached out to leaders of Japan and South Korea?
Well, I'm not aware of any calls like that that are on the agenda in the short term, at least. If that changes, we'll obviously let you know. As you point out, there are a variety of other U.S. officials that have been in touch with the relevant parties here. And if it's determined that President Obama needs to communicate with President Putin about this, then he won't hesitate to pick up the phone and call him.
What's the administration hoping for out of that conversation between Secretary Kerry and Secretary Martin?
Well, I don't have the rundown on their agenda. Presumably there are a number of things that they will discuss, including efforts to advance the long overdue political transition inside of Syria. Obviously Russia has got an important role to play there. We welcome their constructive contribution to that effort thus far, and we hope that will continue. Obviously there's some ongoing work to implement the international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Russia has been a constructive supporter of that process. So for more detailed rundown on the agenda, though, I'd encourage you to check with the State Department.
Because you mentioned Iran, last week you said you didn't have an update on Iranian sanctions relief, but President Rouhani said today, kind of echoing Secretary Kerry, that he expects sanctions relief to begin in the next few days. And so I'm wondering if that's an accurate timeline and if this is something that you guys are preparing, or if you have any update on that.
Well, look, this is all on the pressure is on the Iranians to deliver at this point. What we have said is that the international community, and certainly not the United States, we're not going to provide relief from sanctions to the Iranians until they have taken the steps that are described in the agreement to dismantle large portions of their nuclear program. In addition, we're not just going to take their word for it. We actually will have international inspectors who can verify that Iran has followed through in carrying out the actions that they've committed to carry out. Iran has made some progress, to their credit. A couple weeks ago, they shipped out 25,000 pounds of enriched uranium out of the country. That is consistent with the commitment that they have made to reduce their uranium stockpile by 98%. There are also specific requirements around the heavy water reactor that they operate around Iraq. They are required to remove the core of that reactor and fill it with concrete to ensure that it can be rendered, to essentially render it harmless. This would shut down the plutonium path to a nuclear weapon that we believe Iran had been pursuing. but there are whole steps related to centrifuges and other things. Once Iran has taken all those steps, and once the international community through the IAEA has been able to verify Iran's compliance with the agreement, then and only
right,
then,
folks, we are going
Iran
to
begin,
step away from the White House
receiving
briefing,
the sanctions
take out
relief
to our
that we know
Bernie
they seek.
Sanders live event.
Verification possible in
All of the new income being generated is going to the top 1%. And I believed that if we could run a strong campaign and talk about the real issues facing working families and the middle class, we would gain traction, we would gain support. And that's, in fact, what has happened over the last 8.5 months. When we began, many of the pundits said, well, you know, Bernie Sanders is an interesting guy, he's a pretty good senator, but, to run a national campaign, you need to raise tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. But I said, I am not going to start a super PAC because I do not represent the interest of billionaires and millionaires. I do not want their money. So, well, that's a very bold and noble thing to say, but then you got to figure out how you raise the money. Gee, what did I just say? All right. But, super PACs are, to my mind, undermining American democracy, and I wanted to not just talk the talk, but walk the walk. So I said, okay, we're not going to do a super PAC. How do we raise money? And all of you know it costs just a fortune to run for national office. So we essentially reached out to working families in the middle class of this country for support. And an amazing thing happened that I never dreamed would have happened. And that is, as of today, we have received 2.5 million individual contributions, more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of the United States of America. I never dreamed that we could achieve that. I honestly never thought that that would be possible. And you got a lot of candidates who go into these, mansions with very wealthy people, and they come back and say, wow, we just raised $3 million, we raised $5 million. Jeb Bush just got a check the other day from some guy on Wall Street for $10 million. $10 million. You got the Koch brothers who are going to spend some $900 million on this campaign. Do you know what our average campaign contribution is? It's $27. So what we are already showing, and this is fairly revolutionary unto itself, is that in fact you can run a strong and I believe winning campaign without asking Wall Street or the drug companies or millionaires and billionaires for their support. You can go out to ordinary people who want real change in this country, and you can do it with the support of the middle class of this country. And that is what we're trying to do, and I'm pretty proud of it. And now, what's also happened, as you know, when we started in this campaign, I think the first national polls had us at something like 3%. But over the last, many months, those numbers have gone up, and they've gone up here in Iowa. And I got to tell you, as we run around your beautiful state, we are seeing just an extraordinary level of enthusiasm, of energy, and of support. And as of today, one of the reasons I think we have an excellent chance to win here in Iowa is that as of today, we will have had meetings like this and larger meetings where some 40,000 Iowans have come out to discuss the important issues facing this country. 40,000 in this campaign. As of today, by the end of this campaign here in Iowa, I think we'll probably reach 50,000 people. So we kind of run old-fashioned politics. We do TV ads and we do radio ads and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, what I've always believed is most powerful is people talking to people, just as we're doing it right now. You'll ask me questions. If you end up liking what I say, you'll vote for me. If not, you won't. And that's called American democracy, and that's pretty good. So we have a lot of people, many thousands of volunteers talking to people, making phone calls, and I think that's why we're going to win this, because we're doing it the old-fashioned way, person to person. Now, I think also one of the reasons we have been successful in this campaign is because we are talking about the very, very serious issues facing the American people. And a lot of politics in America, especially because of the media, does not allow for serious discussion. So from a media perspective, what politics is about, it's a soap opera. It's what's happening to person's personal life, it's polls, it's money, it's all kinds of things. But it's not really the issues impacting the American people. In a democratic society, what politics should be about is what's going on in our country, what's wrong, how do we come together to change it, how do we go forward? That's kind of what politics should be about, not ripping apart everybody, telling you I'm the best in the world and all my opponents are dummies and terrible people. You know, that's not what it should be. So let's talk about some of the important issues facing this country. And at the top of my list, and I'm proud that more and more people, I think, are discussing this issue, is the issue of the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in this country. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is that in America today, we have the top 1/10 of 1% owning almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Do you think I can get some water over there? Wait, somebody on the staff get some water? It would be good. So you have the top 1/10 of 1% owning almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. How do we feel about that? How do we feel? How do we feel about the 20 wealthiest people in this country owning more wealth than the bottom 50% of the American people? Well, I didn't need to. That was more of an intellectual question. One for you to reflect upon and think about. But those are the facts. You have one family in America owning more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people. That's the Walton family of Walmart. Meanwhile, it turns out that the Walton family is the major recipient of welfare of any country, any people in this country. You know why? Because they are paying their workers wages that are so low and benefits that are so bad that many of their workers are on food stamps, many of their workers are on Medicaid, and many of their workers are in subsidized housing. So you, generous and kind people in the middle class, are helping to subsidize the wealthiest family in America, and they very much appreciate it. They are very happy that you have come up to help their employees. But you know what? I've got a radical idea. Maybe they should pay their workers decent wages and decent benefits. Okay, Fred, do you think you can get some water there? Fred? Okay, got it. Beautiful. Okay, thanks very much. But it's not just wealth inequality. What is also going on in this country is that we are seeing in my state and in your state people working incredibly long hours trying to bring in enough income and health care to sustain their families. Not uncommon in Vermont for people to be working 2 or 3 jobs. I suspect it's true here as well. Not uncommon for mom to be working, dad to be working, kids to be working. Turns out that our people are working the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Japanese work very long hours. We work longer hours than they do. And yet, after all of the hard work of the American people, it turns out that 58% of all new income generated in this country goes to the top 1%. Got that? Okay. People working incredible hours, 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%. So what we are living in and what this campaign is addressing is the fact that we have a rigged economy, an unfair economy, that despite how hard ordinary people are working, almost all of the new wealth and income is going to the top 1%. So what this campaign is about is suggesting a very radical idea. You want a radical idea? Here's a radical idea. What about an economy that works for the middle class and not just a handful of billionaires? But it is not just an economy that is rigged. That rigged economy is sustained and maintained in place by a corrupt campaign finance system. Ever since the Supreme Court, by a 5-4 decision, voted for Citizens United, what that decision said to the wealthiest people in this country is, you guys already own much of the American economy. Now we're going to give you the opportunity to buy the United States government. Now, I'm the former chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, and I work very, very hard, we can talk about that later, to protect our veterans. But I've talked to veterans from World War II and Korea and all the wars that followed. And it really breaks my heart to see that people put their lives on the line to defend American democracy. And now you have a handful of billionaires who are literally able to buy elections in this country. You have one, I'll give you an example of something. I know here in Iowa you think you are the first caucus in the country. You're not. There was a caucus held several months ago in Las Vegas, Nevada, by a gentleman named Sheldon Adelson. You know who he is? Adelson is a multi-billionaire who contributes very heavily to the Republican Party. And what he did several months ago in the Adelson caucus is he invited the leading Republican candidates to come before him and to tell him what they would do for him, a multi-billionaire, if they were elected president. And one of them will end up getting his nomination and will be the recipient of tens of millions of dollars or maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. Who knows? Bottom line is, when you have the Koch brothers and a few of their friends prepared to spend $900 million on this campaign, when Sheldon Adelson has his own caucus, that is not democracy, that is called oligarchy, and together we have got to change that. Now, when we talk about the economy, it's important to talk about jobs. Every month, the federal government comes out with a series of reports on unemployment. Series. The one that appears on the front pages of the papers is official unemployment. Official. And official unemployment tells us, official report tells us that official unemployment today is 5%. Anyone believe that unemployment in America is 5%? No. Truth is, there's another report. And the other report, which doesn't get as much attention, tells us that if you include people who have given up looking for work and people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time, real unemployment is close to 10%. It's about 9.9%. Then, on top of that, there is the real crisis that very few people talk about regarding youth unemployment. I had a study done for me a few months ago, and this is what they said. For high school graduates, not dropouts, for white kids, in terms of unemployment and underemployment, 33% between the ages of 17 and 20. Latino kids, 36%. African American kids, 51%. Okay? Now, if anybody in this room doesn't see the correlation between high rates of youth unemployment and the fact that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth, you would be missing a very important point. So here's another very radical idea. This is my second radical idea of the day. And no one is fleeing the aisles yet. Okay. Is instead of investing in jails and incarceration for our kids, what about investing in jobs and education? How's that? And believe me, there is more than enough work to be done in this country. We have an infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our rail system, wastewater plants, water systems, levees, dams, that in many parts of this country are literally crumbling. And that's why I have called for a $1 trillion investment, $1 trillion investment to put 13 million people back to work, making our country more efficient and safer. Let's rebuild our infrastructure. What about wages in America? Well, the reason doesn't take a PhD in economics to figure out that the reason as to why people are working such long hours has everything to do with the fact that wages are very, very low. You can do the arithmetic as well as I can, but somebody who works for $8 an hour, 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, is not going to earn enough money to take care of himself or herself, let alone a family. And that is why I believe that anyone in America who works 40 hours a week should not be living in poverty. That's why I believe we should raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour, over the next several years. And when we talk about equitable wages, it is important that every man in this room stand with the women and make certain that we pass pay equity for women workers. There is no rational reason, no rational economic reason why women should be making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. That is just old-fashioned sexism, and together we are going to change that. Now, here in Iowa, you see a whole lot of politicians tropping through your state. And many Republicans talk about family values. They just love families. Especially if they're very wealthy families who can make... Ma'am, can I ask you to keep that... Okay, all right. Would you mind keeping that light off? It's getting into my eyes there. Could you do that? Thank you very much. And they are really into family values, but does everybody in this room know what they mean by family values? What they mean by family values is that no woman in this room, in this state, or in this country should be able to control her own body. I strongly disagree. Now, I will not shock you to tell you that there is a lot of hypocrisy in politics. I know you'll all be shocked to hear that. But I think there is no greater example of hypocrisy than when it comes to a woman's right to choose. Because you got Republicans running all over this country telling us how much they hate the federal government, how much they hate government in general. They want to cut Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and everything else because they just hate the government. They want to get the government off your backs. They want to let you live your lives, a free country, make your own decisions, except when it comes to the very personal decision that women sometimes have to make. And then they love the government, and they want the government to tell every woman in America what her choice should be, That's wrong. That's hypocrisy. I will fight that tooth and nail. And also, when we talk about Republican family values, what they also mean is that gay people in this country should not have the right to marry. I strongly disagree with that as well. Now, you've met my wife, Jane. We have been married for 27 years. We have 4 kids. We have 7 grandchildren. And we believe strongly in family values. But our values are a little bit different than Republican family values. And when I talk about family values, I talk about ending the international disgrace of the United States being the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. It means that today in Iowa, today in Vermont, women are giving birth. And it means that if those women are working class women or low income women, there is a strong likelihood that they will be forced to separate themselves from that newborn baby 1 week after birth, 2 weeks after birth, because they have to go back to work, earn enough income to take care of the family. In my view, that is not what family values are about. That is the very opposite of what a family value is about. A mom and a dad have the right to stay home with their newborn baby. You have a right to stay home with your kid if your son or daughter is ill, if your mom or dad is ill. And that is why I strongly will support and fight for 3 months of paid family and medical leave. Now, when we talk about our economy, it's important for us to have the courage to take on some extremely powerful special interests. Because at the end of the day, without being too rhetorical here, real change never takes place without struggle. That's been the history of the United States, whether it's been the civil rights movement, whether it's been workers' movements in unions, whether it's been the women's movement, the environmental movement, the gay movement. That's what happens. And right now, when we talk about our economy, we have got to understand that the greed, the recklessness, and the illegal behavior of Wall Street is doing disastrous things for the working men and women in this country. Now, everybody in this room knows that Wall Street's behavior crashed the economy in 2007. And you all know that millions of people lost their jobs, they lost their homes, they lost their life savings. And you helped bail them out. They came running to Congress and they said, please bail us out. Congress bailed them out against my vote. Congress bailed them out. Now, today, 8 years later, you may not be shocked to know that the 3 out of the 4 largest financial institutions in America are much bigger than they were when you bailed them out because they were too big to fail. You might not be shocked to know that the 6 largest financial institutions have assets equivalent to 60% of the GDP of the United States, that they issue 2/3 of the credit cards and 1/3 of the mortgages. You might not be shocked to know that since 2009, major financial institutions in this country have paid over $200 billion in fines for illegal activities or reach settlements with the government to avoid pleading guilty. Over $200 billion. Now, in my view, when you have a financial institution too big to fail, it is too big to exist. I believe we should break them up. What we need is a financial system where banks are making affordable loans to small and medium-sized businesses, to farmers, to homeowners, not as we currently have on Wall Street, an island unto itself, only concerned about making as much money as they can for themselves. All right. Also, when we talk, and I want you to think about this, why it is that so many of our people are demoralized politically, why so many people have given up on our democracy. I think it has a lot to do with a lot of factors out there, but here's one of them. People see some kid get picked up for the possession of marijuana, gets arrested, has a criminal record, see somebody else in a minor crime, has a police record, and yet the CEOs of Wall Street firms that, as I mentioned, have paid $200 billion in fines for illegal activity, not one of them has been charged with a crime. Not one of them has a police record. So I believe, maybe I'm old-fashioned about this, that we should not have banks that are too big to fail or bankers who are too big to jail. I think we should have a criminal justice system which treats all people equally and fairly, whether you have a whole lot of money and power or whether you don't. Now, I mentioned earlier that we have a corrupt campaign finance system. In my view, and again, maybe I'm kind of old-fashioned and conservative, but what democracy means to me is one person, one vote, okay? So if we were here all together and we're trying to decide something, you got to vote and you got to vote, and everybody has an equal vote and majority rules. That's kind of my vision of democracy. Majority rules, one person, one vote. But clearly that has been corrupted by the Citizens United decision. So let me make a promise to you that if elected president, no nominee of mine to the Supreme Court will get that position unless he or she makes it very, very clear and loud that they will vote to overturn Citizens United. I want this country, because I am a passionate believer in democracy, I want this country to have one of the higher voter turnouts in the world, not one of the lower voter turnouts in this world. I want our young people, and I just came from a high school just before I came here, I want our kids to be thinking about the important issues. I want serious debate in this country about serious issues. And I will do everything that I can to expand voter turnout. And among many other things, I will take on those Republican governors and legislatures who are going out of their way to suppress the vote, to make it harder for people in this country to vote. Our job is to make it easier, not harder. And when we talk about the major issues facing this country, everybody here knows that if our economy is going to be successful, we need to have the best educated workforce in the world. And unfortunately, that is no longer the case. It once was. It is no longer the case. To give you one absurd example, right now, as we speak, there are hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people who have the background, have the ability to go to college, but cannot go to college for one reason, and that reason is their families lack the funds. To me, that is not only really unfair to those young people, but it is absurd as we look at our future economy, where we need to tap all of the intellectual capabilities of our people. How many scientists and engineers and great teachers are out there who cannot afford to go to college right now? So that is why I will fight to make sure that every public college and university in America is tuition free. But it is not just tuition-free colleges and universities. We have got to deal with another crisis, and that is the outrageously high level of student debt in this country. You have millions of people, and I've been meeting a lot of them here in Iowa, who are carrying debts of $90,000, $300,000, whatever it is, in debt. I met a woman in Burlington, Vermont a couple of years ago. Her dream was to get a medical degree and practice primary health care, just exactly the kind of doctors we need. She is now $300,000 in debt. And I thought that was the highest that I heard. I was in Des Moines a number of months ago, and after I spoke, a woman comes up to me and she says, well, Bernie, actually I graduated dental school, and we need dentists desperately. I'm $400,000 in debt. Okay, just bumped into a young man a few days ago, I think it was in Waverly, $90,000 in debt, paying 53% of his entire income back to the government in student debt. All right, that's pretty crazy stuff. So what we want to do also is not only make public colleges and universities tuition free, we want to lower interest rates on student debt. Right now, okay. Right now, what is pretty crazy is that you can refinance your home. What does it cost to refinance a home here? 3-4%? Is that right? All right, you refinance your home for 3 or 4%, and yet you're paying 6, 8, 10, 12% interest rates on student loans. That does not make any sense. So we're going to give people the opportunity to refinance their loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, this is an expensive proposition, to be honest with you. How are we going to pay for it? I will tell you how we pay for it. We're going to pay for it through a tax on Wall Street speculation. Wall Street, when they were in trouble, came to you and said, bail us out. Well, now the middle class is in trouble. It's Wall Street's turn to help working families in this country. Now, when we talk about the major issues not only facing our country, but facing the entire planet, it seems to me that as adults, as parents, as grandparents, we have got to understand that we have a moral responsibility to leave this planet in a way that is healthy and is habitable for our children. Now, I am a United States Senator, and I sit on both the Environmental Committee and the Energy Committee. And I have talked to scientists not only all over our country, but all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity, and it is already doing devastating harm to our country and many parts of the world. As president, I will take up the mantle of having the United States lead the world, working with China, Russia, India, other countries, in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And by the way, let me congratulate the people of Iowa, because you are one of the leading states in this country in terms of moving us towards sustainable energy, toward wind and biofuels. Congratulations for what you've done. And in that regard, let me tell you that I oppose the construction of the Bakken pipeline. Whether it is a pipeline in Vermont or a pipeline in New Hampshire or a pipeline here, our job must be to invest in sustainable energy, to invest in energy efficiency, and not become more dependent upon fossil fuels. And when we further talk about the issues facing our country, I would hope that everybody in this room understands that there is only one major country on earth. It's called the United States of America. You've probably heard of that country. That does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. So what that means is that in the UK, in Canada, France, Germany, Scandinavia, Netherlands, whatever it may be, countries have different health care systems, but they are all together. They all have the common goal of guaranteeing health care to all of their people. Now, I helped write the Affordable Care Act. I'm on that committee. I voted for it, and we got some good things in it. And I worked on that, by the way, with your former Senator Tom Harkin. But we still have, despite the ACA, we still have 29 million people without any health insurance, and even more who are underinsured. What do I mean by underinsured? It means that probably some of you have very large deductibles or co-payments. Am I right on that? All right, anyone want to talk about deductibles? How much? What kind of deductibles? $7,000. All right, there you go. $7,000 deductible. How much? Five? I always feel like a Vermont auctioneer here. What do you have? I mean, there are 5,000 is common per person, 10,000 per family, whatever it may be. And what that means is that when people get sick and they don't have a lot of money, they hesitate going to the doctor. So what ends up happening there, and I've talked to doctors who have said, people walk into their offices and they're very, very sick. And the doctor said, why didn't you come in here 6 months ago? And the person said, well, I didn't have any health insurance, I didn't have, or I had a high deductible. Sometimes those people don't make it. Or sometimes they end up in the hospital at great expense to the system. And then on top of that, our people pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Way back when, in the late 1990s, I took a busload of women from northern Vermont over the Canadian border. And I did that because many of those women were struggling with breast cancer, and they were able to buy the medicine, brand name medicine, that they needed in Montreal for 1/10 of the price they were paying in the United States. 1/10 of the price. Now that's probably changed, but we pay by far the highest prices in the world, not just higher than Canada, but higher than any other major country on earth. So you will not be shocked to know that while we pay the highest prices for prescription drugs, while 1 out of 5 Americans who gets a prescription from a doctor cannot afford to fill that prescription, while elderly people are cutting their pills in half because they can't afford to buy what they need, the 3 major drug companies in this country last year made $45 billion in profits. $45 billion in profits. So one of my very important goals as president is to have us join the rest of the industrialized world, guarantee health care to all people, control prescription drug costs, and the best way to do that is through a Medicare for all single-payer program. Now, when we do that, we not only provide comprehensive health care to all, we also save middle-class families thousands of dollars a year on their health care costs. because we pay almost 3 times more than the British, who provide health care to all their people, 50% more than the French, far more than the Canadians. So the truth is we can have comprehensive universal health care in a cost-effective way if we have the courage to stand up to the private insurance companies and the drug companies. Let me just conclude by saying this, and then we'll open up to your questions and comments. And that is that you are living in an extraordinary country. We are all living in an extraordinary country. But that over the last 30 years, what we have seen is a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the top 1/10 of 1%. The percentage of wealth the top 1/10 of 1% now owns has doubled in the last 30 years. Nothing that I am talking about this afternoon is particularly radical. Everything that I am talking about exists in other countries around the world, and virtually everything that I am talking about is supported by the vast majority of the American people. The American people want us to raise the minimum wage. They want pay equity for women workers. They want us to rebuild our infrastructure. They want us to provide jobs for kids rather than put them in jail. They want us to make sure that we lead the world in addressing climate change. They want all of our people to have health care. These are not radical ideas. But what has happened over the last many years is the United States government has become more and more separated from the needs of the middle class and working families. And that has everything to do with the fact that the government is now controlled through campaign donations, through lobbying, by a small number of corporations and very, very wealthy individuals. So what this campaign is about is not just electing a president. Of course, I'm here to ask for your support. But it is to create a political revolution in which millions of people, many of whom have given up on the political process, begin to stand up and say loudly and clearly that our government belongs to all of us and not just to a handful of wealthy campaign contributors. Thank you all very much.
Leading up to this, how closely the White House was following it, the president was being...
We have time for some questions or comments. I think we have a few microphones. Do I see a couple of mics? Okay, you got a mic over there? Yes, ma'am. Please.
What are your feelings on the Trans-Pacific
Partnership? Very good question. The question is, what are my feelings about the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership? You are looking at a former congressman and a U.S. senator who has led the effort against NAFTA, against CAFTA, against permanent normal trade relations with China, and is leading the effort against the TPP. And I think maybe we have a chance to defeat this thing. Now, this is not thanks for the question, this is not a sexy issue. Media hardly discusses it at all. And that is trade, our trade policies. Now, what has happened since 2001 in America is we have lost some 60,000 factories. 60,000 factories. Not all of it attributable to trade, but a lot of it, in fact, is attributable to trade. What has been the basis of our trade policies? First of all, they're written by corporate America. What's their goal? Their goal is to find cheap labor. So why are they going to pay somebody in Iowa or Vermont $20 or $25 an hour when you can go to China or Vietnam and in Vietnam find somebody for 56 cents an hour minimum wage, which is what the TPP is about, 56 cents an hour. So in my view, if we are going to create an economy that works for working families. If we are going to create jobs in this country, it is not too much to ask of these large corporations who want you to buy their products, right? Turn on the TV tonight, buy this, buy that. In my view, we've got to tell them loudly and clearly that if they want us to buy their products, they're going to start manufacturing those products back here in America, not in China. So count me in as somebody who will reform in a very significant way our trade policies. Other questions? Where's the mic? Okay, I think you got the hand right back there.
I think that two of the biggest problems this country has faced in the last 15 years was the repeal of Glass-Steagall and going to war in Iraq. What is your position?
Well, you know, campaigns are about, how we stand on the issues, how we vote, and so forth. And you are looking at a candidate, which is very rare in this day and age. In all my political life, I've never run a negative political ad in my life. Never once. Because in my state, I suspect all over this country, people don't want to hear, politicians putting down other people. But what campaigns are about important issues. And you have raised two very important issues where my opponent, Secretary Clinton, and I have differences of opinion. Okay? I think it is fair to say that the war in Iraq was the worst foreign policy disaster in the modern history of America. I listened very closely to what President Bush and Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld and others were saying, and I concluded, A, they were not telling the truth, and B, they were wrong. I voted against the war in Iraq. Secretary Clinton voted for the war in Iraq. Now, the lesson that I have learned from that disastrous war is that the United States of America cannot and should not do military action alone. We need coalition. And in terms of ISIS, it seems to me that our goal should be to crush and destroy this barbaric organization, but we have got to do it in coalition with countries all over the world. I will do my best to make sure that our young men and women in the military do not get involved in a never-ending, perpetual war in the quagmire of the Middle East. So how do we do it? Well, this is how you do it. You form a coalition with major powers like UK, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States. But the troops on the ground must be Muslim troops. Now, some of you may have heard that King Abdullah of Jordan, who is a very smart guy, this is what he said, and I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said, look, terrorism is an international issue, but it is primarily an issue of Muslim nations because we are fighting for the soul of Islam against terrorist groups who have hijacked our religion. That's what he said. And he said, quite appropriately, that the ground troops must be Muslim troops because, among other things, that is exactly what ISIS wants, is to bring American troops there so they can tell the whole Muslim world, join us because we're taking on those terrible American Westerners. So what has to happen is a coalition has got to be developed, and on the ground, the troops must be Muslim. Now, here is some good news in what has been a very abysmal situation. As some of you may know, a couple of weeks ago, the Iraqi army, which has been a very poor fighting force, apparently has gotten their act together a little bit, and we hope that is sustained, and retook Ramadi from ISIS. This is a good step forward. And in fact, in the last year, ISIS has lost 40% of the territory in Iraq that they formerly controlled. So our job is to help with the training, is to help with air attacks, is to help with weaponry, but the ground troops, the boots on the ground, must be Muslim troops, and our job is to be supportive. So that's what I think. Now, your second question, and you're right, those are two of the major issues. I mean, they're very different. One deals with finances, one deals with foreign policy and war. But you're right in saying that the deregulation of Wall Street and the ending of Glass-Steagall legislation, which was established in the 30s to prevent financial institutions from merging, from seeing investor banks merge with commercial banks, merge with insurance companies, that was repealed in the late 1990s. If you check the record, you will find that Bernie Sanders was a member of the House Banking Committee. I led the fight against deregulation. I believe, as I mentioned a moment ago, not only should we break up the large financial institutions, but absolutely we should reestablish Glass-Steagall. That is not what Secretary Clinton believes. We have a difference of opinion on that. Okay, other questions? Okay, I see a woman back there in red.
Yes, hi, I'm a volunteer with AARP. My question has to do with Social Security, not just for the older people like you and I, Bernie, but also for...
Hey, speak for yourself. Thank you very much. You guys are asking, that's what is great about meetings like this, because you raise issues that media very often does not discuss at all. All of you know that Social Security, the largest program of Social Security is benefits for the elderly, but there are also very, very important benefits for people with disabilities and for survivors. A father dies.
All right, folks, we're going to take you out to Waterloo, Iowa, where Hillary Clinton is doing a town hall rally. We'll take you out there live right now.
And I have a plan to do that, and then to keep us safe here at home. Because clearly we've got to have better cooperation among law enforcement, better intelligence, and we will make sure we do. And I have to say a word about what you're hearing from the other side. A lot of the things you hear from the Republican candidates that is very negative about Muslims, American Muslims, Muslims around the world, is not only offensive, even shameful, it's dangerous. We need to be in partnership with Muslim Americans to protect them and us, all of us. We need to be working together, not pushing them away. And then finally, if you listen to the Republicans, there's not a single right that human rights, civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, voter rights, workers' rights, you name it. There's not a single one of those rights that they agree with. I can't find one. So I want you to know where I stand. I will defend a woman's right to choose, and I will fight against the defunding of Planned Parenthood. And I was very proud yesterday in New Hampshire to accept the first ever primary endorsement from the Planned Parenthood Action Fund based on the work that I have been doing for 20 years to try to make sure we protect women's rights to make these health decisions. I will defend marriage equality and stand against discrimination against the LGBT community. We should not be letting people get married on Saturday and get fired on Monday. You know, we need to make sure that people are treated fairly. I will defend voting rights, and I will do everything I can to get rid of Citizens United, which is a terrible court decision that corrupts our political process. I will also do what I can to reform the criminal justice system, end the era of mass incarceration, so that we deal with any inequities, racial, systemic inequities that don't treat every single American equally under the law. That's one of our strongest values as Americans. I will continue to work for comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship. I will defend Social Security against the Republican efforts to privatize it and turn it over to Wall Street, which would be a terrible, terrible disaster. I will defend Medicare against voucherizing, which is the latest scheme the Republicans are putting out there. I will work as hard as I can to reform and fix the VA, but I will not let the Republicans privatize the VA. If you have served our country, you deserve the benefits that you have earned. And finally, I will continue to fight against the gun lobby, because I know we can do more consistent with our Constitution to protect and save lives. We have 90 people a day dying from gun violence. And I was very proud of President Obama when he put out the plan he just did about what he thinks would help save lives. I agree with everything he said. And I believe that this is another one of those significant differences between me and Senator Sanders. We both have had a chance to support legislation to try to rein in the gun lobby. The most important piece of legislation, according to the NRA, that the gun lobby faced was whether or not to give the gun industry, the manufacturers and the sellers, liability from any accountability. In other words, if you had a reason you thought to sue, you were just stopped at the courthouse door. There isn't any other industry in America that has that kind of protection. So there was a vote in the Congress. Do we give the gun lobby, the manufacturers and the sellers, absolute immunity from any liability or accountability? President Obama and I were both in the Senate, and we voted no. Senator Sanders voted yes. That is a big difference between us, because I believe we've got to stand with President Obama now and build a popular outcry so people are saying we can do better, because you know what? We can. And there are so many ways to save lives, have safer gun practices. And as I said, this is consistent with the Constitution. It's also consistent with what people already believe. A majority of Americans support comprehensive background checks, closing the gun show loophole, closing the online loophole, closing what's called the Charleston loophole, and for heaven's sakes, not letting people who are on the no-fly terrorist list from buying a gun in America. These are common sense gun safety measures. And if the American people support them and American gun owners support them, then we need to make this a political issue in this campaign and in many others. I intend to do that, to keep talking. And maybe it's because I have met so many families who have lost loved ones. You know, you should be able to send your first grader off to school and expect that little child to come home. Those parents in Sandy Hook could never in any way imagine what happened. You ought to be able to go to the movie theater to see a movie Those folks who went to that movie theater in Aurora had no idea that a killer was stalking them and then murdering them, or going to community college. There's so many activities that as Americans we should be free to enjoy without being worried. So we have to take this on. 33,000 people a year dying is way too high. And when people say, well, you can't stop everything, no, we can't. That didn't stop us from having speed limits, didn't stop us from asking folks to wear seatbelts. It didn't stop us from investigating food if there was some kind of outbreak that caused people to get sick. So we should do this for the sake of our children as well as ourselves. So this is going to be an exciting 3 weeks. The eyes of the world will be on Iowa, and I'm thrilled it will be. I'm excited. I'm so grateful to everyone who's been working with me. You are the first line of defense against turning the clock back, ripping away the progress. I hope you will sign up with one of my volunteers when we're finished to caucus and to work. I hope you will go to my website, hillaryclinton.com/Iowa. I hope you will text JOIN, J-O-I-N, at 47246 and sign up, because we want you to be part of this. This is a campaign to make sure that our country does not get detoured and go back to what didn't work before, but instead we go forward with confidence and optimism. I need your help, and I promise you, I will go to work every single day in that White House thinking about you and what I need to do to keep faith with you. You know, my granddaughter, who's now 15 months old and is the absolute light of Bill's in my life, she reminds me every day about what the stakes are. And I want her to have every opportunity in life, but I have to tell you that's not enough for me. Because what kind of country will she live in when she grows up? And what kind of world will be out there waiting for her? And I don't think you should have to be the granddaughter of a former president or secretary of state to have the promise of America be real. You should be able to be the granddaughter of a farmer or a factory worker or a truck driver or the grandson of a teacher or a nurse. Every one of our kids deserves nothing less than that. So please, help me in 3 weeks. Let's make it happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Hey, you know, I know you've been here a while, but if you have 2 or 3 questions, and then I'll go and meet as many of you as I can. So if you can stay for just a little bit, I'll take some questions and then I'll shake some hands. And just again, thank you all for coming. This young woman right here.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton. I'm a pediatrician. I have worked with many immigrants. I want to thank your husband for bringing the computer expert from Bosnia, a Muslim, to save me time and again. And I would like to see an ad with you getting your granddaughter vaccinated.
She's already been vaccinated, and I believe in vaccination. The questioner is a pediatrician, and for goodness sakes, please listen to your doctors. Vaccinating our children is so important. Unfortunately, we are seeing a return of measles, of whooping cough in populations that are not vaccinated. There is absolutely no evidence that there's a link between vaccination and autism. Some people push that idea. It has been totally disproved. So my granddaughter has been vaccinated. I'm getting another grandchild in the summer sometime. That grandchild will be vaccinated, and I thank you. And the other thing she said that I just wanted to repeat for a minute, she thanked my husband for what he did in Bosnia. You have a lot of Bosnian refugees here in Iowa, right? Right? And I'll tell you, a lot of them are Muslims, not all of them, but a lot of them are. And as far as I can tell, they've been real contributors. In fact, a computer expert from Bosnia helped her with her computer programming, right? Every day. So let's not get carried away here. Let's remain true to our values. Let's be smart and have a very tough, effective screening so that we only let in people that we think will be productive and constructive and peaceful. But let's not close our doors and keep out people like your computer programmer, right? Yes?
We're having a big problem right now with our mental health situation. Unfortunately, our governor doesn't feel that we need the money, and we're in the middle of a redesign. I am an advocate for the mentally ill. I am, like you, against guns. My son has a very serious mental illness. He accidentally got shot by his father because he said, "Mom, don't be mad at Dad. I didn't tell him there was a bullet in the chamber." But he was so paranoid that he actually stole or obtained an illegal gun and carried it with him loaded. And so we need the help, mental health, in the schools. We need it. We need teachers to understand it, police officers to understand it, just everyone.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And you know, thank you for being an advocate for mental health. I hear this everywhere I go. And I don't want to, embarrass anybody, but how many people know somebody who has a mental health challenge of some sort? Yeah, well, look at those hands. And I have to agree with you. I could not believe your governor shut 2 of your 4 mental health facilities down last summer. I mean, and the Republicans in the legislature voted to keep them open. This was not a partisan issue. This was a common sense. What are we going to do with people who have serious mental health challenges? We're just not providing enough resources, enough help, enough support. And I want to say a word about your son and the gun. It's absolutely the case. We have to do more to make sure people who could do harm to themselves or others because of their mental health challenges do not get access to guns. And one of the things that the president has proposed is making it legal for doctors and other healthcare professionals to report somebody to the database by saying, look, I'm not breaching my privilege, but I'm telling you, if this person walks in to buy a gun, do not sell it to him because he has serious mental health issues. And the other thing I would say about this, because I feel passionately about this, think of the anguish that her family has trying to do the best you can, often without much help to do it. And we need more respite care. We need more support because it's hard to keep watching somebody and trying to prevent somebody from doing harm. The other thing that would really help that should be available to more gun owners are smart guns that can be truly prevented from falling into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. That's children, teenagers, people with mental health challenges, suicidal people. We lose 30 veterans a day. 30 veterans a day to suicide. So this is not a problem that affects somebody else. This is a problem that affects everybody. And I think that's why it's so important we act, and dealing with mental health is one of the big reasons that we can maybe tackle this problem and save some lives. Thank you. Yes, this gentleman.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm from Austin, Minnesota.
Okay, you're from Austin, Minnesota?
I ran for state senate in Minnesota.
Okay.
Democrats and Republicans. I was the first transgender to run for office in Minnesota history. But your state of Iowa, I was arrested for kidnapping my father because my father was my payee, and the judge allowed me to order me to get a fake ID to sign documentation of perjury, and they would allow your governor, Vilsack, and your governor, Branstad, to money launder Medicare funds because I was being court-ordered to be committed into a religious center hospital against your will, which then forced me to sign get a driver's license by the state of Iowa under false pretenses, where then you use that to get a marriage license to someone under false pretenses, and then forced me into signing IRS tax forms under false pretenses. But Governor Vilsack, Governor Branstad would allow their judges in the court system to money launder Medicare funds under Barack Obama's tutelage I don't know why you guys were not looking at transgender people being protected
Okay.
from discrimination.
Okay, well, thank you for your story, and clearly you've got a very complicated story that maybe someone in the law can help you unravel. But when I talk about any discrimination, I'm talking about LGBT, and obviously the T is included. So I believe that we should respect and treat everybody with dignity, and that's what I intend to do. Let's see, I see a hand way over there. Do we have a microphone over there? Here you go.
Secretary Clinton, I'm James Trout. I'm a person with Asperger's syndrome, and I work for Respectability USA, a disability rights organization in Washington, D.C. And first, I'd like to thank you for being the first candidate to come up with an actual plan for people with autism. And my question for you, though, is as follows. People with disabilities are twice as likely as people without disabilities to be the victims of violent crime. And between the ages of 12 and 15 and the ages of 36 to 49, it's 3 times as likely. What would President Hillary Clinton do in order to help combat the violent crimes committed against people with disabilities?
Thank you, and thanks for your kind words about my policy on autism. You know, the Centers for Disease Control have estimated that 1 out of every 68 children in our country are somewhere on what's called the Asperger's autism spectrum. And a lot of them are high functioning and able to get on with their lives. Some have very severe disabilities, and it's the whole spectrum. So it goes from high functioning to very impaired, right? I am a Tom Harkin fan for many, many reasons, but his work to make sure that we had the Americans with Disabilities Act was one of the great pieces of legislation and service that anyone in the United States Senate has ever accomplished. And so we have made a lot of progress in the last 20 years, but we still have a long way to go. We need more housing and employment opportunities so that people with disabilities are able to support themselves and have some chance to be as independent and self-sufficient as possible. We need to be aware of this problem that the gentleman pointed out, that there is unfortunately a higher rate of bullying and of physical altercations and violence against people with disabilities. They are viewed as targets. And so we have to educate ourselves, and we have to educate our police and other officials, our teachers, so that they can look out for this and try to prevent it and protect people from it. So it's something that we're on this march, and I think Tom Harkin was a central historic figure in this effort. I'm very proud of the United States. We've gone further than any other country in trying to treat people with disabilities with respect and actually give them rights that we will then try to enforce. So we've got work to do, but I will make it a continuing issue. Yes, gentleman right here. We have a microphone for this gentleman?
Hi, I'm Andrew Biederman. I'm a solar designer, and we're putting in a pretty large solar array for the Cedar Falls utilities just next door here. Of course, if you're in town over there, stop by. It's off Viking Road. I was at a Governor O'Malley function a couple months back, and he's got a plan. I believe it's for 50% renewable energy by 2030, and I was wondering what goals you had in that regard.
Well, I want at least a third by 2030, and I would like to get higher than that. But in talking to all the experts, and you're one, you know about this, from where we're starting now, we're going to have to really accelerate our development. Now, one good thing that has happened is that in the omnibus budget that the Congress passed, the Republicans really, really wanted to give the oil and gas industry the right to export gas and oil. And in return for that, the Democrats and some Republicans were able to get the extension of the production tax credit, the investment tax credit, to support wind and solar projects. So I think we can accelerate that, but I don't want to overpromise. I want to set a goal and exceed it. Sort of under-promise and over-deliver is what I'm looking for. And then don't forget what's happening in this state with biofuels and advanced biofuels. There's some very exciting research being done to determine whether advanced biofuels could be bought by the Defense Department to power airplanes and naval vessels. I mean, this is the kind of, incredibly broad new ideas that we should be exploring, and we should be enlisting more young people like yourself to be part of the renewable energy world. There are now 174,000 people in our country working in solar. We could increase that dramatically, and the more we increase it, the more funding we get, the more we cooperate with utilities, the more that we fix and, in effect, modernize our electric grid so that it can take all the solar, it can take all the wind, and the distribution system will work, the faster we can go. And so that's why I've said 500 million solar panels by the end of my first term, which would be 2021, enough clean energy to power every home by the end of my second term, 2025, we could be really on the road to getting much further than a third. Okay, well, okay, one last question. Yes?
My question is, if you can have a background check and get a job, then later on they come back and fire you because your background check wasn't what it was supposed to be, but that same person can go and buy a gun.
Yeah. If they go to a gun show, they can. If they go online, they can. That's what the president's trying to do, close those loopholes. And that's why I support what he's doing, and I think we all should. I think this should be a very big movement to try to get back to common sense. If you go back, the NRA used to support common sense gun control, and then along came a lot of the gun companies, and they just want to sell guns. That's their business. They want to sell guns. It doesn't matter to whom, to do what. Well, at some point it does matter. Just like, we don't let people sell dangerous toys. If we find out they're dangerous, we say, hey, wait a minute, you can't keep selling that toy. Kids are dying. Kids are getting injured. Same with, food or a car. If you have a car that, doesn't work right. The GM ignition problems of a few years ago. We expect people who make products to have some accountability. And that's why I voted against that, and that's why I'm for what the president's trying to do. Thank you all very much.
We were born to be fighters. We are strong, we're survivors. They can knock you down and make you fall, but we'll get back up 'cause after all we're born to be fighters, and we're fighting for our lives.
All right, folks, you can see here the Hillary Clinton event are just wrapping up. Let's take you out now to State Department briefing happening live right now.
20 ISIS fighters have stormed a shopping center in Baghdad and killed 17 people and injured others. Do you have anything on this?
We certainly condemn the attack on the mall in Baghdad in the strongest possible terms. And as well, we express our deep condolences to all those that were affected, including the family and friends. I'd refer you to the government of Iraq right now for further details. Information is still coming in, and I just don't have much more on that. We obviously know what happened. As I said, we certainly condemn it. But in terms of responsibility or further scope and motivation behind it, we're just not able to say it right now.
Thanks.
Yeah. Go ahead. You.
Oh, yeah.
You're the one who had your hand up, right?
Thank you. There are some reports that the Russian airplanes today targeted a school in Aleppo and killed tens of children. I was wondering if you have any comment on that. And Russia's targeting civilians have, by any chance, came on conversation between Lavrov and Kerry.
Let's say that last one again.
The Russians targeting civilians in Syria has came to conversation between Kerry and Lavrov on today's phone.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, we've certainly seen the reports. They're deeply concerning to us. I think it's obviously, you should talk to Russian authorities about what they're hitting and what they're not hitting, and the degree of precision with which they think they're going after them. But we continue to remain concerned about reports of civilian casualties caused by Russian airstrikes and collateral damage done to facilities that are used or primarily for innocent civilians, whether it's schools, hospitals, or homes. This is not a new concern, and it's a concern that I can assure you we routinely raise with Russian counterparts all up and down the chain of command here at the State Department. I don't have additional detail to read out from the call this morning with Foreign Minister Lavrov, but it is not a topic that the Secretary has shied away from mentioning to Foreign Minister Lavrov. But this remains a concern, what they're hitting, and just as importantly, what they're not hitting. And we still maintain that some 70% of their strikes are being conducted against either opposition groups or innocent targets, civilian targets. But I just don't have more detail on this particular strike. Again, we've seen the reports, and if they're true, they're certainly deeply, deeply concerning, and those reports are not inconsistent with other credible reports we've received about hitting and striking innocent civilian targets.
One more question on Madaya, actually. I was wondering if you have any update on
this one. You condemn these attacks, and why don't you raise them in the UN Security Council?
We raise them all the time with the Russians, and not unlike other issues that we've talked about from here. I mean, we believe that it's one of the reasons why you have bilateral discussions and dialogue is to raise these kinds of concerns. And I'm sure that we're not the only nation that is raising those concerns with the Russians. So we believe that we're the right forum right now, the right approach is to raise them directly with the Russians, and we'll continue to do that. Look, I mean, we're just getting this report same as you, so I'm not in a position to independently confirm its accuracy. What I say is, if it's true, it's obviously deeply concerning. And if it was deliberate, hitting an innocent civilian target, well, yes, that would be worthy of condemnation. But we are just getting the reports, and we're looking into them. And again, this is not something that we haven't been willing to address with Russian counterparts. So we've not shied away from talking about it, and we'll continue to do so.
But you said at the beginning, it said in part of your answer to the previous question, you should talk to the Russians about what they're hitting and not hitting.
Right.
But you accuse the Russians of lying all the time about what they're hitting and not hitting. Why would you refer us to them?
You're asking me for, well,
that doesn't make any sense.
No. Wait a second. Now, come on. Now,
what?
You're asking me to assess the accuracy of their strikes. Nobody's asking them to assess the accuracy of their own strikes.
Okay, so that's what
I
you
won't
would
even
like.
speak to U.S. military strikes from this podium, as much as I know you guys would like me to, and I'm not going to get into a blow-by-blow tactical discussion of every bomb that Russia drops. They should speak to that. They should be asked those questions. They should be held to account for the progress and the success or failure of their military targeting in Syria. It's their responsibility to answer for what they're hitting, what they're not hitting. That said, we're not going to shy away from discussing our concerns. We're not going to be bashful about expressing it, certainly when we see them come from credible reports. Now, this one's fresh. We're looking into this, and we'll see where it goes.
Madaya, I was wondering if you have any update. There are reports that the humanitarian aid convoys started to enter the town in Syria. And I'm also wondering if what can be done to ensure regular humanitarian access to towns like Madaya, which is blocked by the Syrian regime in future, in order to see any
what needs
kids
to be
are
done
starving.
is what needs to be done quite simply is the Assad regime has to continue to allow this access.
All right, folks, we are getting ready for a Tanya Couch appearance in court. If you don't know her name, she is the mom of the teen that is still in Mexico, the affluenza teen that been talked about so much in the media. So let's take you out right there live now, where we're waiting for her court appearance. This is Tanya Couch in Texas, Fort Worth, Texas. A couple of days ago, folks, this mom, Tanya Couch, was complaining about the Texas jail, saying it was too bright for her and that she didn't like it being so bright in her cell. Prison officials told her that this is jail and that the conditions are not like a resort that you are used to. Before allegedly fleeing to Mexico with her fugitive son, authorities claim the mother of so-called affluenza teen Ethan Couch withdrew $30,000 from her personal bank account and told her ex-husband he would never see their 18-year-old son again. When the teen was 16, Ethan drove drunk and killed 4 pedestrians in 2013. He was spared jail time and sentenced to 10 years probation after his defense attorney argued he suffered from affluenza because of his privileged upbringing. Just late last month, police did catch up with the mom and son pair, detaining the two in the resort town of Puerto Vallarta after a weeks-long manhunt. Ethan does remain in Mexico, where his attorneys claim they might fight his extradition. We do appreciate everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. Welcome everybody to the stream. Happy Monday afternoon to everyone. We are waiting to see Tanya Couch, her court appearance, the affluenza teen's mom. While this is going on, Irving, Texas-based Mothers Against Drunk Driving wants Ethan Couch's case moved from juvenile court to adult court and launched a petition this morning asking for 30,000 signatures in support. It reads in their statement, Couch, an underage drunk driver who hit and killed 4 people and injured several others, was never held responsible for his actions, says the petition. MAD was outright outraged, along with millions of others, when the judge sentenced Couch to a stint in rehab and 10 years in probation after the defense successfully argued that he was too rich to understand what he had done was wrong, better known as affluenza. The petition also bears the hashtag #FightAffluenza. Looks like this could be starting at any moment now. You see security guards there at the door where the mom will come through. So let's see what unfolds today at this court appearance.
be able to do pre-trial.
Okay.
Let me just think these. I think 5 or 6.
Rise. All right, be seated, everybody. Bring Miss Hampshire, please. Charles, where's Charles? This was the old one. Okay. It might be another one on my desk.
Okay.
You can
Oh,
get that.
yeah, all right.
All right, this is cause number 1439883D, Style State of Texas versus Tonya Lynette Couch. And we're here on a application for writ of habeas corpus of bond reduction. State's ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
All right, for the record, let me have the names of the lawyers for the state.
Kevin Rousseau.
Okay. And for the defense?
Stephanie Patton.
Steve Gordon, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Couch is here also. All right, who's going to open for the state?
I will, Your Honor. We'll waive opening.
Very well, Mr. Gordon and Ms. Patton.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you know, I filed an application for writ of habeas corpus on behalf of Tonya Couch, and this cause number 1439883. We raised two issues on the application for writ of habeas corpus. One is the issue of whether there's probable cause to support the arrest warrant, and whether there were false statements made in the arrest warrant affidavit that was the basis for the arrest warrant that was issued in this case. We have conferred with the state, and we are not waiving that issue. However, we will just be addressing the second issue in the application for writ of habeas corpus, and that is the amount of the bond that is set in this case.
Very well.
And at this time, we would ask that our witnesses that we have subpoenaed be sworn.
Very well. Where are your witnesses?
We have Sheriff D. Anderson. We have Ursula Thomas.
Come on, right here, Sheriff.
Stephen McWilliams.
Come on up. Is this it?
No, there's a Ursula Thomas. She's in the back. She's not in there.
Okay. Come on up, man. I'm ask all three of you to raise your right hand. I swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony you give today in this case on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
All right. Sheriff Anderson, give my court reporter your full name, please. And sir, you?
Stephen James McWilliams.
All right. And now?
Ursula Thomas.
All right. Who's your first witness?
Stephen McWilliams.
All right.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would also invoke the rule.
All right. The rules and votes, so you're going to have to remain outside until you call in to testify. Sheriff, where's the sheriff?
Went in the back somewhere.
Get him. Wait, ma'am. I don't want you to leave yet either.
Okay.
All right, yeah, Ms. Patton invoked the rules, so Sheriff, I want both of you guys to stay outside. Don't discuss the case with anybody other than the lawyers or the investigators, all right, until you call them. All right.
Your Honor, we have several people here who may or may not be testifying. Would you like me to give them the court so you can instruct them?
Yes.
You'll bear with me just a moment.
Yeah, MC Williams. This is everyone.
All right, come on up, man. I want you to raise your hand. I'm swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony you give today in this case on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, for the record, let me have your name.
Darren Gabbard. Floyd Owens.
Lisa Craig. Darla Dow.
All right, you all under the rules, so I want you to remain outside until you call to give testimony. Don't discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else other than the lawyers or the investigators, okay? All right, y'all can remain outside. All right, sir, for the record, tell us your full name.
Stephen James McWilliams.
Spell your last name.
McWilliams.
Cool. All right, Ms. Penn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Stephen. You have stated your name. Could you state your name again?
Stephen McWilliams.
And I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. If you don't understand what I'm saying or asking, will you just let me know?
Yes.
Do you know Tanya Cox?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She's my mother.
And how old are you?
29.
What county do you live in?
Tarrant County.
Is that in Burleson,
It's in Fort Worth.
Fort Worth, Tarrant County?
Yeah.
Who do you live with?
My wife and 2 kids.
And your wife is how old?
28.
Now, we're here today asking for one of the things that we're asking is for your mom's bond to be reduced.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of what her bond is currently set at?
Yes.
And what is that?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yes.
Is there any way that your mom is able to post a $1 million bond?
No.
Are you aware of any prior convictions that your mother has?
No.
Is it your plan, if her bond was lowered and she was able to post the bond, that she would go and live with you?
Yes.
And that would be in Tarrant County, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The people that live in your home, are there anyone who lives in your home with criminal convictions?
No.
Are you aware of your mom's financial situation?
Yes, I am.
Now, is it your understanding, is your mom married?
Married, but they're separated.
And she's married but separated from whom?
Fred Couch.
Who's not your father?
No, he's my stepfather.
And they have been married and divorced in the past, is that correct?
Yeah.
Does your mom own any real property?
No.
Does she have any personal property that you're aware of?
No.
Now let's talk about bank accounts. Your mom did have a bank account, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were given a power of attorney to access your bank account, is that
Yes.
right? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And that was before, let's say, December of 2015, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Have you recently tried to access her bank account?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to make any withdrawals from that bank account?
No, I'm not.
What is your understanding of the status of her bank account?
There was a court order put on it, and there's a large hold on the account.
Okay, so when you try to access the account, you're not allowed to access it.
No.
And what are you told when you try to access it?
Nobody knows. They just said it's locked up, and they don't know who did it or when they did it or why.
But it did say that there was a court order, is that correct?
Yes.
And so neither you or Tanya or anyone else is able to access her account, is that
No.
correct? Are you aware of any cash that she would have if she's not able to access her bank account?
No.
Is it your understanding that any property that she had in her possession when she went to California is no longer in her possession?
Yeah, it's no longer, they can't find it.
So are you aware of any cash that she can access to post a bond?
No, there's no cash.
No property that she can sell to post a bond?
No, no property.
So I guess you're not going to be charging her rent if she
No.
moves in with you, are you?
No.
Okay. At the time that, well, let me retract. Back back in December of 2015, are you aware of any court order ordering her to be in any court at that obligation to appear in court in December of 2015?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of her ever violating any promise to appear in court?
No.
Are you aware of her ever violating any bond condition?
No.
The vehicle that it is alleged that she owned, a truck, have you heard that allegation?
Yes.
That truck, did it belong to her or someone else?
It belongs to somebody else.
It did not belong to her. No. Does she own any vehicles?
No.
Does she have titles to any vehicles?
No.
Is it your understanding that the freeze that has been put on her account is by Are you requesting that her bond be lowered so that she can be bonded out of jail?
Yes, I am.
And at this point, say even if a bondsman charges 10% of a $150,000 bond, does she even have access to $15,000?
No.
Do you have access to that?
No.
Would you be able to post a $150,000 bond for her?
No, I wouldn't.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Rousseau?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. McWilliams, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Let's see. How much money is in that account if she were to have access to it?
Last time I saw it was negative 99 billion. Last time I saw it.
Say that. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, it was negative 99 billion if you pull up her account.
Negative 99
billion, yeah.
Okay. How much money were you expecting to be in that account before you discovered that there was a hold on it?
I had no expectancy. I didn't know how much he had in there. That's why I got the power of attorney.
If that account was not frozen, it was surprised you to know that there was approximately $100,000 cash in that account.
It wouldn't be surprising.
And where would that money have come from?
From a house.
The sale of the house?
Yes.
Now, your mother is separated, but she is still legally married, correct?
Yes.
She's still legally married to a man named Fred Couch, is that correct?
Yes.
And Fred Couch is not destitute, is he?
I don't understand.
Fred Couch has plenty of money, doesn't he?
I've never seen a bank account. I have no idea.
Have you ever seen his house?
I have.
Does he live in about a 7,000 square foot house?
Roughly.
Is he the owner of an outfit called Cleveland Sheet Metal?
Yep.
Does he have an ownership interest in sheet metal companies in Mexico and in El Paso?
Nothing I'm aware of.
Does he own lots of vehicles?
Work trucks, yes.
In short, Fred Couch is a wealthy man, isn't he?
He has some money, yes, that I'm aware of.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And they are still legally married, correct?
Yes. Married but separated, yes.
Have you ever been divorced?
Once, yes.
Did you lose anything in that divorce?
Repeat, has Fred ever been divorced?
No, have you ever been divorced?
No, I have not.
Okay, but you're understanding that this is a community property state, correct?
I understand.
And if your mother then has an ownership interest in at least some of the things from that marriage, correct?
Some, yes.
You would expect her to come out of a divorce with some property and some cash, wouldn't you?
You would expect, yes.
You stated earlier that your mother does not have any of the property that she had with her when she went to California. Did I get that question correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that your mother went to California?
From when she was brought back from Mexico to LA.
Yeah, she left from here and went to Mexico, correct?
As far as I'm aware.
Well, you understand that's where she was arrested.
Yes, I saw it.
And she was arrested in the company of Ethan Couch.
Yeah, I saw that.
And Ethan Couch is who to you?
He is my half-brother.
Half-brother. And Ethan Couch, at the time that Is the understanding also that your mother traveled from Tarrant County to Mexico with Ethan Couch?
I don't know. I saw them there together on the news, and that's all I know.
Okay. You don't have any idea of how they came to be in Mexico together?
No, I have no recollection. I was never.
Do you understand the fact that your mother is one of the people who is supposed to be helping Ethan stay in line, keep up with his probation?
Yeah.
You understand that? That's a yes, correct?
Yeah, as a parent, yes.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, when you nod, I have to
Okay.
make sure because she has to take it down.
Gotcha.
And probation, juvenile or adult probation, has, as a part of it, a lot of conditions that the judge ordered. You understand that?
Yes.
And in that way, it's a lot like a bond. Bond conditions are a whole lot like probation conditions. You understand that?
Okay.
Things like don't drink. Did your mother typically keep alcohol in her house when she was living here?
No.
Never.
Well, not since he came out on probation. No.
Okay. You don't know anything about lots of drinking that went on in your mother's house?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I thought that the purpose of this hearing was to determine whether the bond is too high. If we want to go into the probable cause of her arrest warrant affidavit, then we can do that. But I thought that we were just limited to the bond amount.
I'm not offering this to anything to do with the merits of the case against Tanya Couch, Your Honor. This has to do with her ability, as this witness has testified, to comply with bond conditions. And it's the state's position that she not only was aware of, well, I can prove she was aware of the probation conditions involving Ethan Couch, but that she knowingly disregarded them, and that goes directly to her ability and her willingness to comply with any conditions you may set in this case.
And Your Honor, I would object that that's also irrelevant because they aren't conditions that she was under. And we're talking about her and obligations on her.
I think what he's talking about is in the future, if I give her a bond. So I'll overrule it.
You're aware that your younger brother Ethan drank while on juvenile probation, correct?
I wasn't aware. I saw the video, and that's all I'm aware of.
Okay, and I'll move on from that. Your mother, does she work?
No.
Does she have any particular license that entitles her to do any type of work?
I know she used to. I don't know if she does anymore.
And what type of work was that?
It was a nursing.
An LDN, correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know it was in nursing.
Okay. Now, she's going to live with you, correct?
Yes.
Who else lives in your house?
My wife and 2 kids.
How old are your children?
11 and 4.
Did you have any contact with your mother prior to her arriving back in Tarrant County?
I talked to her in the LA County jail.
And you signed a document at the bank on Tuesday, is that correct?
Yes, I know.
And what was the purpose of you signing that document?
It was to validate the power of attorney since it was older than 6 months.
Were you attempting to withdraw money from that account?
Well, I was attempting to gain ability to.
For what purpose?
In case the bell was set, I could bail her out.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. Stephen, do you have phones in your home?
Yeah, cell phones.
Cell phones that you have in your home, do you also have internet access?
Yes.
So if a GPS monitor was put on your mom, she would be able, and it was used internet access, you would have access to that.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the state has asked you questions about community property. Do you know how long Tanya has been married again to Fred?
No, I mean, I really don't know. It was more than 2 years, I believe.
Okay. So probably, if I were to say 4 years, does that sound about right? They've been married?
Yeah, it's about right.
Okay. So in your understanding of how community property works, once you're married, you only get community property that was acquired during that time span, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't go back to the time that you were married before, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so any limits to community property would be just since her last the last time she was married to Fred, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it something that she can just go and say, hey, give me my community property? Or does she have to hire an attorney and go through that process?
Had to go through the process.
Okay, and how long could that take?
Knowing them would be a long time.
Okay. And in the meantime, if the bond is set at $1 million and she's trying to get access to that, to that community property, she'd be sitting in jail waiting for that, correct?
Yes, very much.
As it stands right now, while she is in jail right now, can you describe her ability to access funds as anything other than being indigent?
Yeah, it's zero. She can't access any.
So she would have to depend on either going to court and getting some money through a community property settlement, is that right?
Yes.
And that would be property that was acquired within the last 4 years or so, is that
Yes.
correct? Or she would have to wait on the mercy of her spouse, correct?
Yes.
Do we know if he's going to spend any money on her?
No, he was fairly adamant he was not.
And the money that she did have in the account, the 100 and so thousand that has now been frozen by the government, was that from a sale of her house?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Anything further?
You mentioned earlier that she did not own the truck she was driving.
Yes.
Who did own that truck?
Cleveland Sheet Metal owns the truck.
That's the truck. That's the property, the company that is owned by Fred Couch, correct?
Yes.
But they were separated at the time she's driving around in that truck, right? Yes.
Yes.
Do you know who's been footing the bill so far for legal representation?
Me so far, for every little bit I could.
And nobody else that you're aware of?
Nobody else.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Ms. Patton, anything?
Since we're going to bring up attorney's fees, Judge, have you paid us anything?
Nothing.
Has Tanya paid us anything?
Nothing.
Are you aware of anyone paying us anything?
Nothing.
Pass the witness.
That's
Anything
all I have,
further?
Your Honor.
All right, I have a few questions, Ms. Smith-Willis. You mentioned to the lawyers that your mother had no property, no real property, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you also said that her bank account was locked out by the government.
Yeah,
Do you know
locked.
which government it is?
No, nobody could give me any information.
Do you know, or have any knowledge whether your mother has any stocks?
No, she does not. As
What
far as
about-
I'm aware.
What about bonds?
Not that I'm aware of.
What about annuities?
Not that I'm aware of.
What about inheritance? Did she inherit any money from you?
No inheritance.
So your testimony under oath is that there is nothing,
There's literally nothing.
and that the truck that she drove to Mexico would belong to, I guess, Mr. Couch.
Yeah,
his
his company,
Is that
yes.
correct? All right. Tell me about, you live where?
Right off 35 in Fort Worth.
You still in Tarrant County, or are you
Yes,
in a
it's
different county?
It's Tarrant County, Burleson School, so it's right on the line.
Okay.
But it is Tarrant County.
All right. And do you know if your mother has any community ties to this area? And if there are, what are they? Nobody's told me that yet.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
She's a part of this community,
Yes.
Does she have friends here?
No. Well, yes and no. Not in Tanner County, I don't believe.
Does she have any other relatives here?
Not in Tarrant County.
Are you the only relative?
In Tarrant, yes.
In Tarrant. Where are the other relatives located?
One's in Johnson, and the rest are in another city.
All right. Do you know whether your mother goes to church here?
Not that she used to, but I don't know where. I don't know if it's in Tarrant County.
All right. And you told me that she does not work. Is
No,
that
she
correct?
does not. No.
Can she work if she's on bond?
She could. I think she'd have to, as far as I know, renew her license, as far as I know.
All right. It brings up another question. If she was placed on bond, since she does not own a vehicle at this time, how would she get around?
Well, we'd have to somehow get her a vehicle.
And would you be willing to do that?
Well, I have 2 vehicles. I could lend one until we can somehow get her something.
Because if she was on bond, of course, she would have to make appearances before the probation department. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I think that's all I have. Any other questions?
Just a few. She has another daughter.
Yes.
Okay, so she's got 3 children, correct?
Yes.
And they, so that's you, who lives in Tarrant County,
Mhm.
and Christy, who lives in Johnson County, correct?
Correct.
And her current husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, lives in Johnson County? Or
No,
Tarrant County?
I think it's Tarrant County. It's Lake Worth. I'm not sure where that falls.
And her parents live in Paris, Texas?
Yes.
And when you said that her friends aren't in Tarrant County, did you mean that they're in Johnson County?
No, they may be in Tarrant. I'm not. It's north of Lake Worth, whatever county that falls into.
So that could be Parker County. I'm not
Yeah.
very good with
Yeah,
directions,
I
but
don't know.
contiguous counties to Tarrant County.
Yes.
And the license that she has that you're aware of, the LVN, is that a license in Texas
I believe so.
to work in Texas?
Yeah. I believe so, as far as I know.
And is it your understanding that when she was in California that she waived extradition and voluntarily came back to Texas? Is that right?
Yes.
And when she was in Mexico, she did not fight extradition back to the United States. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Her son did, but she did not.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step down. Next witness.
Your Honor, we rest as to the one issue that we're addressing today.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Patton. Ms. Burt and Mr. Rousseau.
Your Honor, I will offer one copy. I can show them to the defense, or I can show them to you first. I guess it doesn't really matter. This will be State Exhibit number 1. It's a warrant for the arrest issued by a magistrate of Tarrant County. The second page is showing that she's in custody in Los Angeles. Second is, the next 3 are documents from the juvenile case. First, judgment for determinate and indeterminate sentencing without jury trial dated December 4th, 2013. The second, number 3, is order of probation for determinate sentencing under 53.045. Number 4 is a progress report in the same case, and I apologize, it is 99049-J. It's from the 323rd District Court. First page is a progress report written to Judge Tim Menikos. The attachment to that is Tarrant County Juvenile Services Terms of Probation. with the original probation conditions pertaining to Ethan Couch.
Is that it?
There's one more, I'm sorry. Stage 5 are documents from Chase Bank dealing with the bank account.
Judge, as to exhibits number 1, we have no objection. As to exhibits number 2, 3, and 4, again, we object to the relevance of those. These have to do with Ethan Couch and his probation in Tarrant County. And as I stated again, while I did raise that in my writ of habeas corpus, the lack of probable cause, it's my understanding that we're not addressing the probable cause to arrest Tanya Couch, and we will address that at a later time. We haven't waived that, but I believe that those would be relevant only to determine whether there's probable cause to arrest her, and that is not the subject of this hearing. We're simply limited to the issue of a proper bond amount to ensure her appearance in court. So we would object to 2, 3, and 4 as being irrelevant. As to number 5, we have no objections.
All right, 1 and 5 will be admitted, and I need a response for 2, 3, and 4, Mr. Rousseau.
Here they all are, Judge. I want to hold on to the middle 3 just for a moment. Well, I can give them to you. That's 1 and 5. Here are the 3 that they were objecting to.
Okay.
2, 3, and 4, Your Honor, are all records from the probation, the case that resulted in probation involving Ethan Couch. The reason that I'm offering those documents, Your Honor, is to show that the defendant was present in court. They all recite the fact that she was present in court, and meaning that she was fully aware of the terms of probation for Ethan Couch. And the last document is actually attached to number, I guess it's number 4, 2, 3, and 4. The pages 3 and 4, maybe 5 of that document are the probation conditions that were ordered by the judge in that case, indicating and she signed the document. Her signature appears at the bottom. The reason I've offered these records is to show that she's fully aware of the conditions of probation that Ethan Couch was under. Knowing that, she still took him out of the country. Probation condition number 2 contains the rule, you are not to run away without you're not to leave the jurisdiction essentially without the permission of your probation officer. That did not happen. See, they left the jurisdiction without the permission of the probation officer, and that has a direct bearing. I'm not attempting to show probable cause. I realize we're reserving that for another day. But that has a direct bearing to her willingness and her ability to observe and comply with any bond conditions that you may set in this case. There's not a great deal of difference operationally between a bond condition and a condition of probation. That the person who is subject to that condition, for the person who's subject to that condition, they appear about the same. You have to live with those conditions. And she's shown a willingness to not only violate that bond, his probation, but to do it in a big way.
Your Honor, and I think we're putting the cart before the horse, Your Honor. That's the offense with which she's charged. However, there's been no evidence that that is what she did. Additionally, those orders don't say anything about her being under an obligation to stay in the country and not leave the country and not to run away. There's no obligation on her. The obligation is on Ethan Couch, not on her. We're here to determine what would be a sufficient bond to ensure her presence in court. Her presence in court, not Ethan Couch's presence in court.
Yes. All right, I'm going to overrule the objection and admit them for the limited purpose of, for what they are, the order of probation, the judgment for determination, sentence, and the progress report. All right.
Your Honor, we'll call Darren Gabbard.
Darren, where is he?
He has sat in the back.
Have a seat, Mr. Darren. You may proceed.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Darren Gabbard.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator with the Tarrant County District Attorney's Office.
And are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
Were you, in that capacity, were you the primary district attorney's investigator, district attorney's office investigator in the original intoxication manslaughter case involving Ethan Couch that was heard in juvenile court?
Yes, I was.
And are you familiar with that entire case?
Yes, sir.
And are you also familiar with the facts involving this case that has been filed against Tanya Couch, Ethan Couch's mother?
Yes, sir.
And I may have put the cart before the horse a little bit. Are you familiar with who Tanya Couch is?
Yes, sir, I am.
Who is she exactly?
She is Ethan Couch's biological mother.
Okay, and is she married?
Yes, yes, sir.
To whom?
Fred Couch.
And you see her present here in court.
Yes, I do.
Could you point out and describe something that she's wearing, please?
She's sitting at the defense table on the middle chair with a black dress on.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Your Honor.
Record will reflect.
How would you characterize the Couch family's financial condition?
My best recollection was they were fairly wealthy from their own business, a sheet metal business.
Are you familiar with the location? Let me ask you another way. Do you know where Tanya and Ethan Couch were arrested and when?
Yes, sir.
Where was that and when?
If I'm not mistaken, the date was December 28th, but it was in Puerto Vallarta in Mexico.
Have you interviewed people with firsthand knowledge of the reasons that Tanya and Ethan Couch went to Mexico?
Yes.
What was that reason?
The reason was to avoid Ethan having to report to his probation officer.
Was there a fear that he would be arrested?
As I understood it, yes, sir.
Are you aware of any preparations that they made prior to leaving?
I am.
What are some of those preparations?
The information I got that there was a meeting that took place between Tanya and Ethan and several other people discussing leaving the country. There was some handing off of some identifying information to one of the friends. There was also a withdrawal of a pretty large amount of money to sustain them while they were gone.
Do you know of any arrangements that were made regarding the use of our? Well, I'll pass on that. Come back to that maybe. And did you monitor or were you in contact with, during the time that the investigation regarding their whereabouts was going on, were you in contact with other law enforcement officials who were trying to track them down?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Gabbard?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Pratt, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Sure.
So if you don't understand something, just let me know, and I'll try to rephrase it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So you stated that Tanya and Ethan went to Mexico, and the reason was to avoid Ethan reporting to probation officers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you stated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who gave you that information?
I can't recall exactly who gave me the information firsthand. It was developed through our investigation as I spoke to witnesses that were, at the time I didn't know they were at the going away get together, but later learned that they were. I don't know if that's making a lot of sense, but it all kind of ran into one.
Objection, sidebar.
You stated that, let's go back and go step by step, because to me it's really fuzzy. You state affirmatively that the reason was to avoid Ethan reporting to his probation officers. Why do you say that? Who told you that?
It was the development through the investigation that the reason that they had left was to avoid reporting to their probation officer.
So it was developed through the investigation. Do you
Yes,
not
ma'am.
recall who told you that?
Some of it was surmised upon my own getting together all the information. I mean,
Okay, so you drew the conclusion that it was to avoid Ethan reporting to his probation officers.
solely,
Is it part of it?
yes, that's part of it. Yes,
Was
ma'am.
your conclusion. And you made that conclusion based on what?
Well, I don't have all my notes with me. I'm sorry. Interviews with witnesses. In particular, the one witness that gave us the most information about was Garrett Ballard.
Okay. So when you use the statement that it was developed in your investigation and you're not sure who the witnesses are who told you that, is there any way that I can verify that the information that was given to you was credible?
I didn't say I wasn't sure who the witnesses were. Sorry.
Okay. But you don't remember right now?
I know who some of the people I talked to were.
Okay. Who specifically gave you the information that the reason was to avoid Ethan reporting to his probation officers?
Like I said, that was Garrett Ballard.
Garrett Ballard told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
What else did he tell you?
It was a long meeting. I can get my report.
He told you that they left to avoid him reporting to his probation officers.
It was his last chance, and he kind of left it open-ended to leave the country, just to go to Mexico.
And it was to avoid meeting his probation officers on what date?
I don't know what day he was supposed to be there.
He had a meeting with the probation officer on December 3rd, correct?
Right.
And he made that meeting.
He did.
correct? The arrest warrant affidavit says that he didn't make the meeting. Are you aware of that?
No.
So December 3rd wouldn't be one of the days that he was trying to avoid meeting his probation officers, correct? Because he made that meeting, right?
I don't know. I don't know when he was supposed to come back.
So you don't know when the next time that he was supposed to meet his probation officer?
No, I don't have that information with me.
And you mentioned something about the going away meeting, and I think that the sheriff has made a big deal about a going away party. What is that referring to?
Talking about several people met up prior to them leaving the country.
What date?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Okay, you don't, but I'm sure you asked the person who was giving you that information what date that was.
Well, they weren't exactly sure if it was the 3rd or the 4th of December, so I don't want to.
Okay, so who told you that it was the 3rd or 4th of December?
And that came from Garrett Ballard as well.
He said that they met up on the 3rd or 4th of December?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And tell me about that. Who was present?
He gave several names. Tanya was there. Ethan was there. Garrett was there. A guy by the name of Matthew Martinez was there.
And it's been characterized just now by you and also by Sheriff D. Anderson as being a going away party.
I didn't say that.
So you said going away, what'd you call it?
So they got together before they left the country.
So you didn't
There was
characterize
a
it
meeting.
as a going away party?
No, I didn't.
And after speaking in your investigation, would you characterize it as a going away party?
I wasn't there.
Okay. But would you use that, would you characterize it as that? based
No,
on-
ma'am.
Okay. So it wasn't a going away party?
I don't know.
Well, what do you know?
I think it was a planning meeting.
Okay, so you think that it was a planning meeting, and who was doing the planning?
The people that were at the meeting.
So that was Matthew, Garrett.
Well, there was more. You didn't let me finish. There were
Okay,
several people there.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, there was Matthew Martinez. There was Braxton Faust was there. There was a couple of girls that were there that Garrett didn't know the last names and wasn't real sure about the first names. And not through Garrett, but I heard there was some other people there as well.
So who else gave you information about this planning meeting?
The most detail was Garrett.
And you characterize it as a planning meeting. What happened at that meeting?
They planned on, as I understand it, again, I wasn't there, discussions that were taking place about how much money you'd need to take with you, how to get money, the fact that you couldn't get but so much money at a time from the bank.
And who was making those statements
At the meeting or to me, I'm sorry?
at the meeting?
I know there were several different discussions. There was one specifically that he told us about in the hallway of the house between just Garrett and Tanya. There was other discussions taking place among the group. So I can't tell you which meeting was which.
Okay. And you're saying at this meeting, it was discussed how to leave the country? Was it also discussed where they were going to go?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did Garrett say that they were going to go?
Just generically Mexico, no place specific that I heard.
And what day were they going to go?
I have no idea when they were going to go.
What day did you have this conversation with Garrett?
I'd have to look at the calendar. It was last week.
It was the last.
It was last week.
Last week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in January you had this conversation with Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was, you had this conversation, and then did you relay that information to A. Wright, the sergeant who swore out the arrest warrant affidavit?
No.
You didn't?
No.
So last week would have been January, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That Garrett gave you that information?
Yes, ma'am.
You had not spoken to him before then?
No. I had tried.
Okay. And the handing off of identifying information, what is that? What do you mean by that?
We had gotten information from Garrett's attorney,
Who is Garrett's attorney?
Harold Johnson.
Why does he have an attorney?
I don't know.
I mean, is he charged with anything?
No, ma'am. He would represent him from 2.5 years ago. He just same one.
Okay. 2.5 years ago for what?
Again, I don't know why he had an attorney. He wasn't any trouble then either.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, he had called our office and said that he was in possession of a driver's license and a credit card belonging to Ethan Couch, and he had received it from Garrett Ballard.
Okay, so Harry called you and said that he had a driver's license and a credit card that belonged to Ethan?
That's correct.
So how does that help Ethan leave the country? It's Ethan's driver's license and credit card.
Right. And the second part of that story is that Garrett Ballard did not have his identification any longer.
Okay. Was any identification given to Tanya Couch for her?
I have no information on that.
Any allegations that Tanya Couch changed? You saw Tanya when she got into custody in Mexico, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had she changed
Yes,
her
ma'am.
appearance in any way?
Not that I can really tell.
Her hair was the same color?
It was a little shorter.
Shorter?
Looked like maybe. Well, I saw her again 2 years ago. Last time I saw her.
So she still has, and you would agree that she has very distinctive color hair, correct?
Red hair, yes,
You're
ma'am.
not going to miss that, right?
If you're looking for it,
You're not, right?
sure.
And it's curly.
Hmm.
Didn't change that when she was in Mexico, to your knowledge.
No, ma'am.
Didn't do anything to change her appearance, correct?
No, ma'am.
Wearing a hat, you'd seen pictures of her wearing a hat, trying to hide her identity, her physical identity.
Not that I saw.
And you've seen a lot, you've been following this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your understanding that when she was in Mexico, she did not fight extradition back to the United States, correct?
I don't believe she did.
Okay. Ethan did. You believe he did, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She did not, correct?
Depends on if you want to read the news reports or not, ma'am. I'm sorry.
From what in your investigation, you have gotten no indication that she fought extradition to the United States.
I heard she filed some paperwork that wasn't correct or wasn't signed correctly or whatever. Whether that's true or not, I can't testify to that.
So you have no basis to conclude that she fought extradition.
No, ma'am.
And she clearly didn't fight extradition from California to Texas, correct?
No, ma'am.
Additionally, when Ethan was placed on probation, was Tanya under any court orders at that time?
I wasn't privy to any information like that. I mean, she wasn't in any trouble.
Okay. She wasn't under any court orders to remain in the country in December, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
She was not on bond requiring her to remain in the country in December, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was no directive from any court saying she had to remain in the country in December, correct?
I have no knowledge of that.
So juvenile court did not give her an order saying she was not to leave the country, the county, or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
And at the time that Garrett says that this conversation to avoid Ethan's probation officers, that occurred on, Garrett said it occurred on December 3rd or December 4th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, there was no directive to apprehend Ethan Couch, is that correct?
I don't believe that came out till later on.
Right. That didn't come out till December 11th, correct?
Right.
And at that time, there was no motion to revoke Ethan Couch's probation, correct?
No. I don't know if there was any paperwork filed or not. I don't know.
And I'm not talking about transferring his probation, I'm talking about revoking his probation.
Right. That'd be a question for the probation office. I have no idea.
As far as you know, as of December 3rd or December 4th, when this conversation supposedly took place, there was no revocation of probation petition filed against Ethan Couch, correct?
I don't know.
And at that time that conversation was supposed to have happened on December 3rd or December 4th, Ethan Couch had not yet missed a meeting with his probation officer, correct?
I wouldn't have that information.
Okay. Are you aware of it? Of whether he missed his probation appointment as of December 3rd or December 4th?
No, ma'am.
When is it that your belief that Tanya Couch went to Mexico? What
Sometime
day?
after the 4th.
Sometime after the 4th?
It's my opinion. I don't know.
Okay, and that's based on what?
Based on the fact that nobody could get a hold of them, or I say nobody, from what I understand, the probation officer could not get a hold of them after the call to her to bring Ethan in for a urine analysis.
Okay, but that call was on December 3rd,
Okay?
and they went that day.
Okay, as I understand it, he was supposed to come back.
On another date?
The story that was told to me from Garrett was that he didn't want to go because they told him to go to the detention, or the juvenile detention area, and he felt like because, and this is third party, it's Ethan talking to Garrett, saying because the location that he was supposed to report to was different, he felt like he was going to be taken into custody.
But the fact of the matter, what actually happened is he did report on December 3rd, and he did report to the detention center on December 3rd. So Garrett's story saying that he was scared to do it, I mean, he did
Objection,
it.
Your Honor, it's argumentative and it's irrelevant.
No, okay, that's fine, that's more.
And have I already asked you that, whether there were any, Tanya Couch has any prior convictions that you're aware of?
Felony convictions?
Any convictions? You know what a criminal conviction is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she does not have any criminal conviction, isn't that correct?
I don't look at my notes. I know there's been some encounters with law enforcement.
But she has no convictions.
Okay.
That's the witness.
That's Rousseau, anything further?
I don't have any further
All
questions,
right,
Your Honor.
thank you, sir, you can stay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to call Floyd Owens, Sergeant Floyd Owens.
Very well. Have a seat, Sergeant Warren. Tell us your full name, please.
Floyd Owens.
All right. Mr. Rousseau.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge. You are Sergeant Floyd Owens, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a name you're more commonly known by?
Rusty.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to talk to you today about some costs that the Sheriff's Department incurred in connection with the extradition of Tanya Couch. Are you familiar with those costs?
Yes, sir.
In fact, were you asked to compile basically do an accounting to come up with a figure of the overall cost associated with that?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a summary there in front of you you can refer to easily?
Yes, sir.
And are these figures that we're about to talk about all backed up by documentation that you have if necessary?
Yes, sir.
What was the cost incurred by the county for hotel expenses for the deputies that were sent to pick her up?
$363.30.
And what were they had to go pick her up where?
Los Angeles, California.
And is there a per diem cost for each deputy?
Yes.
And well, what did that total out to be?
Total 120.
And what was their airfare?
$1,035.50.
And did they rent a car?
Yes.
And what were the costs associated with that?
$80.48.
Was there any overtime that they had to work and that resulted in charge to the county?
Yes.
And what was that amount?
The total amount, if you'll give me just a second, $25.68.
And does the county also owe them for their mileage?
Yes.
And what was that amount?
$29.33.
Now, was there an additional security detailed out to bring her safely to Tarrant County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And what were the costs associated with that?
It was $496.48.
And altogether, what does that add up to, sir?
$3,177.97.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Owens, the total was $3,000 and almost $200, $3,200.
But yeah, $3,177.97, sir.
And Sergeant, you're familiar with the process when someone gets arrested. Let's say, for example, that someone is wanted in the state of Texas, out of Tarrant County, and they're in another state.
Yes.
There are various ways that someone can be brought back if they waived extradition, isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the ways is to essentially put them on a bus.
Correct.
And would you say that a bus is cheaper?
It could have been.
Okay. You certainly wouldn't, and the bus is a secure bus. I mean, this is not a situation where someone is told, here's a couple $100, make sure you go back to Texas, right?
Yes.
All right, so they're transferred securely. It takes more time.
Yes, it does.
It does. But they get there, and they get there cheaper, right?
Yes.
And also, it would also be cheaper because since it's a secure bus, you don't have to send deputies from this jurisdiction to escort them here. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. And as a matter of fact, with the lion's share of cases and situations where people are being brought back from a different state to this jurisdiction, a great majority of those are done just in that way, right?
Yes.
All right. How many times has somebody in the past year, how many times has somebody been flown back here at taxpayers' expense?
We make quite a few flights.
Okay. Quite a few, meaning how many?
You know, I don't have that figure in front of me, but I can guarantee that we do at least 15 to 20.
15 to 20? And how many in relation to how many people that are just driven by bus, brought back? Secure bus?
A few hundred.
Okay. So the great majority are brought by bus?
Correct.
Because it's cheap.
Correct.
And very often, it may often also depend on the kind of charge that we're talking about. Isn't that right?
It can depend on the charge, can depend on many circumstances.
Well, certainly. Would you say it's more likely or less likely that somebody charged with, let's say, for example, something like auto theft, more likely that they're going to be put on the bus, right?
It can be.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is it more likely or not that somebody charged with a lesser or nonviolent offense be put on the bus if they were found or apprehended out of state?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay.
In what I mean, are they federal custody? Where are they at?
Yeah.
Are they medical? What do I have?
Yeah. You have to take in special circumstances, whether they needed health care or whether they had other charges in different jurisdictions. That's one of the things.
Sure, absolutely.
But assuming that, for my hypothetical, the charge is originating out of here in Tarrant County, if it's more likely that if somebody were charged with a major offense, that they would be extradited quicker than somebody charged with a lower grade felony. Isn't that right?
As soon as we get our paperwork, we do the transport.
Exactly. And certainly the expenses in this situation were borne because of the decision made to bring her back by plane. Is that right?
Correct.
No further questions.
Very well. Anything further, Mr. Rousseau?
No, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. Next witness.
Now we'll call Lisa Hunt.
Lisa Hunt.
She's
Ms. Hunt. Mr. Rousseau.
Thank you. You are Lisa Hunt, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt, what do you do for a living?
I work as a probation officer for Tarrant County.
Do you have a specific assignment within the probation department?
I am. I'm the GPS officer.
And I said the probation department. What are y'all actually known as? What's the name of your department?
Community Supervision and Corrections Department.
Easier to say probation, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you are what was your specific assignment?
GPS or electronic monitoring.
Is there a unit known as bond caseload, or a group of cases that are assigned to something called bond caseload?
There is.
What is bond caseload?
In general, they're pretrial cases that are people who bond out while awaiting the outcome of their cases.
Okay, but that's pretty much true of all cases that people make bond on. Is there a particular group of cases that are a particular type of case, perhaps, that a judge says that this person needs to have additional scrutiny, and they're put on something called bond caseload?
Yes, they're expected to report.
More frequently, or more frequently than somebody else, than a typical person on bond would be?
It just depends on the case, the court that their case is out of.
And are there a certain group of probation officers who are assigned specifically to handle the bond, supervise the people on bond caseload?
Yes.
And how many supervisors are there? How many bond caseload supervisors are there?
There are 5 officers assigned to the bond unit.
And how many of those, how many people do they supervise?
Approximately 800.
My math's not all that great, but something less, a little less than 200 per. What about, is one of those supervisors assigned to a particular type of person who is on bond? Let me ask you another way. People who have pending probation revocations, are one of those bond caseload officers assigned strictly to them?
Correct.
Okay. So you have, and the other 4 handle people with active pending cases, correct?
Pretrial cases.
Pretrial versus people who are already on probation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And you said the total number of people being supervised is about 800.
Approximately.
Is there anything that sounds like a pretty heavy caseload? What are you able to? Do they go out? Do your probation officers actually go out physically and observe these people where they live or where they work or anything like that?
No.
Okay. How do they come in contact with these people? How do the probation officers come into contact with the people they're supervising?
Initially or?
Initially and later.
Initially, they're released from Tarrant County Jail to CSCD or Community Supervision Department, and we do an intake and let them know how often they need to report all their conditions, and then they're rescheduled. And usually, depending on the type of case, they can report. We have a non-reporting caseload that is basically set up on a UA call-in system. And those are for a UA call-in system, and those are usually drug cases.
Okay.
And then we have other cases that are set up, they can report anytime, where from once a month to weekly.
And who decides that?
How often they're reporting?
Yes.
Usually the court.
Someone like Judge Salman?
Absolutely.
Is there any type of electronic monitoring that can be done to give us a little more certainty about where these people are at any given time?
Yes.
Tell us how that works.
On occasion, defendants or probationers, depending on their case, are placed on a GPS or electronic monitoring caseload. I handle those, and they report to me from Tarrant County Jail, just like any other pretrial cases. We affix a GPS monitor to their leg prior to leaving. Everyone that reports to me reports twice a month, unless the judge specifies that he wants them to report more often. And the monitor allows me to know their whereabouts 24 hours a day.
How many people are currently under electronic monitoring?
I currently am supervising 67 people.
And you said you can know where they are 24 hours a day. Obviously, you don't watch a computer screen 24 hours a day, correct?
Correct.
So how do you monitor people 24 hours a day?
We have a monitoring company that monitors it, and then myself or we have officers that are on call after hours that receive the.
And if a person if an alert goes off, either and this monitoring company notices it, what happens then?
If the alert happens during business hours, I am watching the monitor as well as my monitoring company. So we immediately contact the defendant and ask them to clear the alert, whatever the alert is, whether they're in home violation or some other type of violation. And then we proceed. If we can't contact the defendant, then we will proceed to notify the court and request a warrant for their arrest, have their bond held insufficient.
And I may have already asked you this. If I did, I apologize. The type of electronics, did you say it's GPS?
Correct.
So there's no requirement that they have for example, a landline telephone in their home?
No.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions from the defense?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Gordon.
Ms. Hunt, you said you supervised a number of people. Is that right? About 67, was it?
Correct.
And they are all in varying degrees of cases, isn't that right?
Most of them are pretrial, but yes.
Pretrial. So do you have murders on GPS?
Pretrial bond for murder, yes.
Do you have aggravated sexual assaulters on pretrial?
Correct.
And you monitor those,
yes.
Obviously, right?
Yes.
Regular sexual assault cases?
Correct.
Aggravated assault cases?
Yes.
So there are certainly people that are on bond in this county that are on bond using the monitor with the idea that, well, these cases, these guys, or sometimes gals, are on bond, but we want to take the extra step of making sure that we keep an extra eye on them. Is that right?
Yes.
And you are the person that is in charge of doing that.
I am.
And we're using the technology that's available to do a better job of keeping an eye on folks, isn't that right?
Yes.
And the monitors themselves, they're pretty sophisticated. Would you say that they're pretty sophisticated?
They use a GPS and cell phones combined, yes.
It used to be when years ago, when the technology came out, you used to have a landline, right?
Yes.
All right. So now we're able to have the cell phones because most people, they don't use landlines anymore.
Correct.
So would you say that the GPS, that the system that you monitor, it certainly made the people who are released on bond, gives the community a measure of security than they would normally?
I can't say that the GPS is going to give you security.
Well, if
it's monitoring.
It's monitoring. Would you say that it's a better situation that we have the technology and use it than not?
Yes.
Right? And in that sense, when you feel more secure that at least we have the technology, doesn't guarantee anything, right?
Oh, it absolutely doesn't guarantee anything,
right.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is, if we have the technology available, at least it gives us some sense of security, or a little more than nothing.
Correct.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the GPS monitoring, is it typical for you in your situations in dealing with these folks, they also have to report on a monthly basis, right?
At least twice a month.
Twice a month, okay. And they would also have to pay. It's not free, right?
No.
How much is it?
For the supervision piece or the monitor?
The monitor.
The monitor's $300 a month.
$300 a month. Does that money, is that money go to is it the county that has the, is it the county that runs the system, or is there a private contractor that actually does the support for the systems, the components?
It's a third-party contract company.
Okay. And part of the fees that would be required if somebody were to be placed on a GPS monitor, obviously some of that goes to them.
The $300 a month is their fees.
Okay. And so in addition to that, somebody has to report twice a month, as opposed to being on a regular bond caseload where they would have to only report once, right?
GPS people are not the only people that report twice a month, but I make all of my guys report at least twice a month.
Right. Again, for an extra measure of security, right?
Correct.
Right. No further questions, Judge.
Very well.
No more questions, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next witness.
No rush, Your Honor.
Very well. Anything else from the defense?
Just a minute, Your Honor.
All right. Very well. Both sides closed in.
We'll close, yes.
Arguments?
The way open.
All right. Ms. Patton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sure this court has read the application for writ of habeas corpus that we have filed in this case, and I'm sure you've taken note of the arguments that I've made in there. I'm just going to, as I've said before, just address the one argument with regard to the bond amount, and we ask that it be lowered to $15,000, Your Honor. It is, I have attached a bond schedule to the application, and that which states in a third-degree felony, the recommended bond amounts that Tarrant County usually follows is $2,500.
Now, Ms. Patton, concerning the schedule,
yes,
I think you'll notice that schedule is 15 years old.
it is, Your Honor, but I don't believe that it's been updated since then. I haven't been given notice of any other.
That's sort of a lot of courts and the judges pretty much decide what they want to do on it.
Okay, so you don't follow that?
I don't follow that.
Okay.
15-year-old schedule, no.
It was my understanding that it was still in effect, but I'll take that and we'll go back 15 years. It was $2,500. I think $2,500, even 15 years later, is not going to elevate to $1 million, Your Honor. And I know that in this county, people who've been accused of the most violent offenses don't even get their bonds set at $1 million. So and as this court knows, the purpose of the bond, as stated in Article 17.15, is to give sufficiently, for it to be sufficiently high to give reasonable assurance that the undertaking will be complied with. And I believe $15,000 is sufficiently high, given that the testimony is that Ms. Couch is indigent. She doesn't have any money. She has no access to any money. While there was testimony that she is still married, that does not mean she has access to money. He would have to voluntarily give her money to make the bond, and there's been no testimony that he will voluntarily give her any money.
Now, it's my understanding, though, that she does have $100,000 in the bank, right?
That is frozen due to the district attorney freezing her money. So I don't know how the district attorney can come into court and on the one hand argue against lowering her bond and on the other hand prevent her from accessing her funds and saying that she has all this money. They're saying she's got all this money, but they're not letting her access the money. So,
well, I'm certain you'll be able to take care of that, won't you?
well, I don't know, Judge. I hope so. So that's the situation that we're in right now. She doesn't have, as we speak right now, she's in jail with the bond that she's unable to make. And she has no prior convictions. She's lived in this county with her children at least 16 years. She has no prior convictions, no history of ever violating a court order that she was under, never violating any directive to appear in court that she was under. And the allegation with regard to Ethan Couch is simply, at this point, it's still an allegation, Your Honor. So it's a nonviolent offense, no prior convictions, no prior violations of orders to appear in court. She is, I think, another condition that there are other conditions that you can put on her bond to ensure she appears in court, and I believe Your Honor is going to do that regardless. And she is willing to submit to a GPS and is happy to do that and report when needed, and report when ordered to report. The safety of the community does not have, there is no community allegations that the community is endangered by her actions. She has voluntarily returned from California to Texas. She did not contest her return from Mexico. So she is willing to submit to any other conditions. She just needs to be able to make the bond. And at this point, she has no funds to make a $1 million bond. And we would ask that it be lowered to a reasonable amount that will ensure her appearance in court.
What's the status of her divorce? Because I would imagine she's going to get some money out of that, too.
Well, she hasn't hired an attorney to represent her in that, and all I know is that the divorce is on file. It has been filed, and she has no access to any community property at this time. Nothing in her name, or her name and her husband's name. And I believe that the recent marriage is only a few years, so it's not like a 10 to 15-year marriage where she'd be entitled to community property for all that time. It's only going to be since she was married this last time.
Well, but even if she's just married 4 years, if you're talking about married to a millionaire, you still have a pretty access.
And I don't know the income, Your Honor, of him, and I don't have access to his financial records.
You know whether there were any prenups?
Don't know that, Your Honor. Don't know if there were any property settlement agreements.
Well, your client is there. You want to ask her? I think she would know whether it's a prenup.
Well, Your Honor, I would ask that as it stands now, the evidence that's been in court is she does not have the funds to make.
Let me ask you this. Putting all that aside, the court has never been able to find out where this passport is. During the arraignment, your client told me that she thought the Mexican authorities had it. I asked the sheriff if during his processing of Ms. Couch that they had it, and he ascertained to me that they didn't have it. Can you tell me where that
We don't have
passport
any
is?
of her property, Your Honor. She was arrested, and she had property in her possession, and they took it from her, and we don't know where it is. The important thing, Your Honor, is she doesn't have it.
Well, I want to make sure of that. I mean, you know, everybody's telling me that she doesn't have it, but nobody can tell me where it is. I know she did have one at one time.
Right, she did have one, and I don't know where it is, Your Honor. And it's like proving a negative, Judge. We can't prove that we don't have it. All we can say is we don't have it. I don't know who has it. We'd like to know who has it. We'd like her property back, but we don't know where it is.
Well, of course, if you ask me to lower her bond, and I lower her bond, and she's gone because she's got her own passport, then I'd have a lot of concern about that.
Well, I have a lot of concern too, Judge. We don't have it. She doesn't have it. You can look at her property that was booked into the Tarrant County Jail. She doesn't have it.
All right. We'll see if we can find it.
Your Honor, I may have, I had intended to introduce this earlier. If the defense has no objection, I'll do it now. It's First Amendment original petition for divorce. Just cooperating today. It was filed in December.
What was that?
December, yes. The amended petition filed in December.
The actual petition was filed.
That was filed in August.
Right. So if with that addition, with that statement that it was filed in August,
Yes.
the original petition.
Yeah.
So, what is that?
This is just you had asked about the status of the divorce.
Oh.
This is an amended petition that was filed December the 21st.
All right.
And
Exhibit 6 would be admitted.
Yeah, and I had intended to admit it earlier, but since Mr. McWilliams acknowledged that they were still married, that's the reason I chose not to.
Okay.
Your Honor,
And would you state also on the record that the original petition was filed prior to that?
yes, the original petition was filed earlier than that. And I have, but I will say this, Your Honor, the file, I reviewed the divorce file, and there's nothing there but the original petition. There was a notice that the suit was going to be dismissed unless they took it up and prosecuted it. And then that was filed on the 21st. And since then, on the 23rd, there was an amendment, a motion filed to amend the style of the suit to essentially substitute their full legal names in place of their initials.
Okay.
But that's it. The file is empty but for those documents that I just referred to.
And Your Honor, the original petition was filed, as Mr. Russo stated, prior to December, and so prior to any of these allegations that are going on. Also, the file will show that she has not retained counsel and is not represented by counsel in that divorce. And it would also show that she's not received any support or anything incident to that divorce.
Well, one thing it does say, though, is that the petitioner believes that the petitioner and respondent will enter into an agreement for the division of their estate. If such an agreement is made, the petitioner requests the court to approve the agreement and divide the estate in a manner consistent with the agreement. So evidently there is going to be an agreement on these.
Well, that's from the petitioner's point of view. He has not been represented by counsel and has not filed an answer. So that's his opinion, but.
All right.
Your Honor, we're opposing a reduction of the bond in any amount, and I realize that it is higher than ordinarily, way higher than you would ordinarily get in a third-degree felony offense. But we're not dealing with a regular third-degree felony offense. Let me instead refer to the provisions of Article 17.15 criminal procedure. And it lists a series of considerations that the court is to think about when setting the bond. Reasonable assurance of compliance. Well, we're dealing with a person here who has already shown a willingness to flee the jurisdiction. Now, granted, it was not on her own behalf, but she was helping another person flee the jurisdiction of a Tarrant County court. She was willing to expend great resources to do that. And we're not dealing with a person here who simply, in a hindering apprehension case, simply said, when the police come to the door, said, no, I haven't seen him, when he's actually hiding in the closet behind her. That's a typical hindering apprehension case. This is way different. This is a different species of hindering apprehension case. The allegation here is that she actually carted this person across the border, and we have evidence of a fair amount of preparation that went into that. And I think that has a direct bearing on her willingness and her ability to comply with any bonds, any conditions that you may set. And we know that we have shown that she's legally entitled to a fair amount of money out there. She's married to a man of great wealth. Now, I realize the situation is a bit murky, but she is still married to this man. He's quite wealthy, and even though they're separated, she's still driving a truck that's owned not by him, but by one of his companies. Regarding the ability to make bail, we don't really know. We've had a person sit up here and say that she doesn't have any money, but we know there's $100,000 in the account. And if you look at the bank records that I submitted, you'll see that on the day that she went in to withdraw the money, she was trying to withdraw $60,000. And she actually only got $30,000 cash. That $30,000 cash is completely unaccounted for right now. Regarding her work record, well, they say she doesn't work. No ties to the community. She has almost nobody living in Tarrant County. Her son lives in Tarrant County. She has a daughter in Johnson County, I believe. And that's about it. Her rest of her family lives in East Texas, so not terribly close. Length of her residency, well, Your Honor, according to the defense, she's essentially homeless. She's going to be living at the mercy of her son. I don't know that, I think we need a little more of a fixed address than that. Another condition that another consideration that the courts are asked to look at is her previous compliance with bonds. Again, we don't have any evidence that she's ever violated a bond on her own, but she certainly helped her son violate conditions of his probation by taking him out of the country, not only out of the jurisdiction, but out of the country. In essence, Your Honor, we've got a well-financed suspect who's demonstrated a willingness to use her resources to evade law enforcement. She cut all ties with the outside world, and she headed for the border, and not only headed that way, but she made it. She got across the border, and it took a tremendous effort on the part of law enforcement to track her down. A $1 million bond is reasonable under these circumstances, absolutely reasonable under the circumstances. I don't think that anything else would get her attention. We request that the bond...
Of course, we're not here to get her attention.
As I read... To the extent... I'll try to cut you off, Judge.
Yeah, as I read 1715, and I'm going to read it verbatim for you. The amount of bail to be required in any case is to be regulated by the court in the exercise of the discretion by the Constitution and these following rules. The bail shall be sufficiently high to give reasonable assurance that the undertaking will be complied with. Basically, that she's going to show up at court when she's supposed to show up. The power to require bail is not to be so used as to make it an instrument of oppression. Right?
Yes.
That concerns me with these high bails. The nature of the offense and the circumstances in which it was committed are to be considered. That's what I'm doing. This is a case that we're dealing with a hindering of this child. The next thing is the ability to make bail is to be regarded, and proof may be taken upon this point, which I think I've gotten. The future safety of a victim of the alleged offense in the community shall be considered. Right, and that's why I asked some of the questions I did about her contacts with the community, etc. But one of the things I am concerned about is that, you know, you can't set a bail just to keep somebody in jail. I mean, that's not what this Constitution or laws of this country is about.
I apologize, right? And I'm not trying to. When I said get her attention...
But I mean, $1 million, when you see that woman doesn't have that would be to keep her in jail, don't you think?
If she really doesn't have it, perhaps.
And we're talking about a third-degree felony here. We're not talking about a capital murder. We're not talking about a murder. We're not talking about aggravated sexual assault. We are talking about a case that the punishment range is 2 to 10 years, not 2 to 20, not 5 to 99, not life. So let's look at it for what it is. I mean, I understand everybody's concerned. I understand that there possibly is outrage in the community and things of this nature. But as a judge, I got to look at the law. And I got to make my decisions based upon the law and that alone. So that was the whole purpose of this hearing. And I'll be very frank with you, I just don't believe everything that I've heard today, that it should be $1 million.
I understand that, Your Honor, and obviously, you know, we expect you to abide by the law. We know you're going to do that, but the law gives you quite a bit of leeway. And you are entitled to consider not only the level of the offense, but also any extenuating factors. And I think the fact that you are allowed to consider any aggravating factors. In fact, there's case law to back that up. And I've outlined what those aggravating factors are. This is not a standard third-degree felony. If it was, then $15,000 might make sense. But this is not a standard third-degree felony. This is a person that it took great efforts just to get back into the jurisdiction, to find in the first place and to get back into the jurisdiction. And we're merely asking for a bond that will ensure her attendance in court to answer for these charges.
Very well. Thank you, Mr.
And Your Honor, one more thing. In the event that the court, I'm assuming that the court will set a bond, whether it's changed or not, but we would ask as conditions of bond that the cost of extradition of $3,177.97 be ordered to be paid as a condition of bond, that she also be ordered to surrender not only her passport, I realize there's some confusion about where that is, but we would also ask that she be ordered to surrender her driver's license. Because you can, under some circumstances, use just a driver's license to get into Mexico. Maybe not to get back into the United States, but to get into Mexico. And she's already shown a willingness to go there.
From my understanding, she doesn't even have that.
She doesn't, Your Honor.
She doesn't have anything. Okay. Real good. Thank you, Mr. Rousseau.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the court has heard testimony concerning this bond reduction hearing. And after hearing testimony, the court's decision is this. I am going to lower the bond for Ms. Couch to $75,000. I think that's an amount that is appropriate for this type of case, and the fact that I don't think it is oppressive. I think Ms. Couch can make that. If, in fact, she does make this bond, I'm going to have several conditions that I want, and I talked to Ms. Couch about this at the arraignment. I want her to report to the Community Supervision and Corrections Department of Tarrant County, Texas, immediately after she makes bond, and to continue to report as scheduled weekly. I want her weekly reporting. I want her to stay with her son at his Tarrant County address, and I want to have a good address and phone number for that home. I didn't ask for the address because I wanted to remain secretive for you, for everybody. I want her to abstain from the illegal use of controlled substances. There's been no allegation that she takes drugs, but I want to make sure that she doesn't. And she will be tested on that. So I want you to explain that to Ms. Couch. I don't want her to purchase, possess, or transport any firearms or weapons at all. My understanding that there was a weapon found in Mexico. I don't know whose weapon it was. There was no discussion and no testimony on it, but I don't want her with any weapons. She has to pay a $60 a month supervision fee while she's on bond to the Community Supervision and Corrections Department. She must fully participate in and comply with the rules and requirements of our probation department. Electronic monitoring program. I do want her on an electronic monitor, and I told you folks that I wanted that. If and she isn't to change her dress without prior knowledge to my probation department. So I want her at her son's home, and that's where I want her to stay. If there's anything that changes, I want to be made known of that. I don't want you to consume any alcoholic beverages, Ms. Couch. You're not to refuse a breath, blood, urine, or field sobriety test if requested by the court or my probation department. You are to submit and pay for non-dilute urine samples for testing for controlled substances, cannabinoids, as directed by my probation department. You are to avoid persons and places of harmful or disruptible character, meaning I don't want you around clubs and things of this nature. You're going to be kept really, really strict on the lock and key. And you are going to be released to my probation department once a bond is set on that. You are also to allow the probation department to visit you at home or elsewhere at any time. And we want to make sure that you follow all these rules and regulations that I'm going to sign into effect.
Your Honor, may I inquire, you said you want her to stay in that home. Are you ordering 24-hour home confinement?
At this time I am. And that's subject to be reviewed after I look at it for a while.
Thank you.
All right? Now,
Your Honor, and
yes.
she gets time off the monitor to visit lawyers and doctors, is that correct?
Yes, she can do that. I also am going to order that she pays this Sheriff Department restitution of $31,7793 for going out there to pick her up and getting her back here. All right? That takes care of the bond reduction hearing. There's one other matter I want to put on the record.
All right, guys. It looks like
And
the
that
bond hearing
is-
is over. So we're going to cut out of this and go to Governor Ducey's State of the State in just a minute.
I'm going to enter into the record, and I've given copies of this order to the lawyers involved in this case, both the state as well as the defense. And this is an order regarding discovery and media dissemination. I have previously instructed counsel for the state and the defense that the Michael Morton Act shall apply to these proceedings for all matters involving discovery pursuant to Article 3914 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and the parties are to make no extrajudicial statements or otherwise engage in conduct calculated to, in effect, try these proceedings in the media in violation of Rule 3.07 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. The court believes it is best to memorize the same in writing, which I am doing. The parties, both sides, have agreed to the entry of this order, and accordingly is therefore ordered that the Michael Morton Act shall apply to these proceedings, in order that counsel for either party in this cause shall not make any extrajudicial statements that they expect to be disseminated by means of public communication. And I'm talking about, faxes, emails, Facebook, Twitter, and whatever else that we have. And I'm a little at a loss because I don't join any of that stuff. I don't know any of that. But I know that it's out here today. So I want you to stay away from that. And I find it amazing that people use that. I have people defendants that come in here and that's how they're caught, because they're on those things, all right? Okay, anything else? Right? Public communications, the lawyer knows or reasonably should know that it will have a substantial likelihood of materiality prejudice in these proceedings, except as provided by Rule 3.07C of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. It is hereby further ordered that the lawyer shall not counsel or assist another person to make these statements. This order also applies equally to dissemination of any discovery exchanged by the parties which has not been formally admitted into evidence in these proceedings. That's going to be signed by me, Wayne O'Sullivan, Judge, Criminal District Court number 2, on today's date, January 11th, 2016. All right, we're in recess, everybody.
All right, guys. Now we are going to leave Texas, head on back to Phoenix, where Governor Ducey is speaking now.
324 became law. I enjoyed reviewing all of them. Yes, even the ones I didn't sign. But sometimes, as the saying goes, if you want to learn something new, you need to read something old. As Barry Goldwater wrote in Conscience of a Conservative, my aim is not to pass laws, it's to repeal them. So in that spirit, in the governor's office, we've identified hundreds of buried regulations that state agencies have imposed on Arizonans through the back door, hurting businesses large and small, stifling job creation and progress. Unfortunately, the process to get rid of these unnecessary regulations isn't nearly as easy as the process to create them. Send me legislation to allow agencies to wipe them out easier and faster, and I'll sign it. Don't stop there. Arizona requires far too many licenses for far too many jobs, resulting in a maze of bureaucracy for small business people looking to earn an honest living. Believe it or not, the state of Arizona actually licenses talent agents. I say, let's leave the job of finding new talent to Adam Levine and Gwen Stefani, not state government. The elites and special interests will tell you that these licenses are necessary, but often they've been designed to kill competition or keep out the little guy. So let's eliminate them. Where we must have government, let's make it work. We are transforming how we operate. In a pilot project across 23 state agencies, Arizona was able to deliver services to our citizens 65% faster on average without sacrificing quality. Before we started, things were moving slowly. Government was sitting on applications. In the case of qualified bus drivers, 4 days of work was taking 46 days. So now, 4 days of work takes 4 days. Expect more of these improvements as we create a results-driven government that works at the speed of business. Last year, state government finally entered the 21st century, just 15 years late. Whether it was allowing vendors at Tech Shop in Chandler greater freedom to crowdfund, or ending sting operations against ride-sharing by overzealous state regulators, we've embraced innovation, and we're not done yet. More than 40 million passengers enter our state through Sky Harbor International Airport every year. But you can't order an Uber or Lyft because unelected bureaucrats at City Hall are protecting special interests. Sky Harbor may be a city airport, but it's an Arizona vital resource used by citizens all over our state, and our economy is dependent on its success. I call on Phoenix City government to lift these unnecessary regulations immediately. I also encourage all our cities and towns to put the brakes on ill-advised plans to create a patchwork of different wage and employment laws. If these political subdivisions don't stop, they'll drive our economy off a cliff. 91 cities and towns with 91 different employment laws isn't local control. It's California-style chaos. These efforts are based on the trendy, feel-good policies that are stifling opportunity across the nation, failing everywhere they've been tried. So why would we try them here? Let me be more specific. I will use every constitutional power of the executive branch and leverage every legislative relationship to protect small businesses and the working men and women they employ, up to and including changing the distribution of state shared revenue. We will ensure Arizona continues to grow jobs, not destroy them. As our economy advances, our government and our laws need to modernize too. Arizona should be to the sharing economy what Texas is to oil and what Silicon Valley used to be to the tech industry. Moments ago, I signed an executive order creating the Governor's Council on the Sharing Economy. Its mission, stop shackling innovation and instead put the cuffs on out-of-touch regulators. I want startups in the sharing economy to know California may not want you, but Arizona does. And I'd be remiss if I didn't stop to thank my partner in growing Arizona's economy, California Governor Jerry Brown. It's often misreported that there is a Western water crisis, but the facts show we'd be more accurate to call it a California water crisis. We've planned ahead. If there's one thing Arizona is best in the nation at, it's water. We sit in the capital city in one of the largest metropolitan areas in the nation, in the middle of a desert. Thanks to the revolutionary planning efforts like our 1980 Groundwater Management Act and leaders from Carl Hayden to Mo Udall to John Kyle, Arizona has grown and thrived. We're building on that, and we have a plan in motion. Right now, a team of our top water experts, users, and providers are charting the path forward. I've directed them to investigate new long-term sources for water in our state, explore additional conservation opportunities, and identify future infrastructure needs so we don't end up like sorry California. I've also given the green light to the Arizona Department of Water Resources to use existing dollars to hire new staff that the water community has been requesting for years. Experts who can take these plans and make them work. When it comes to our economic future, we're planning for tomorrow and we're innovating, starting with the Arizona Commerce Authority. We know what businesses look for when deciding where to locate. Quality of life, low taxes, light regulation, good financing, and qualified workers. It's time for ACA 2.0 with a renewed focus on marketing and promotion. We have a great state with amazing assets. We know life's better here. Now, let's do a better job at getting the word out. Governors compete. States compete. People and businesses decide. So the goal is simple: to grow our economy, to take full advantage of our geography to better address the needs of businesses fleeing California and other states on the decline, and to ensure job creators who are already here stay and thrive. A great economy requires great public schools. It's important to note we are already doing a lot of things well. 3 of the top 10 public high schools in the country, hardworking, dedicated, and nationally renowned teachers and principals. And while scores on the nation's report card dropped across the country, Arizona students continue to improve. Together, we've made substantial progress towards giving our educators the resources they've been asking for. Last year, faced with one of the most contentious legal issues in Arizona history, leaders in education and this legislature stepped up. The result? A monumental, bipartisan, $3.5 billion solution that will go to the voters in 127 days. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change the trend line on education funding. The stakes are high. For the cynics out there looking to stop this plan or rooting for its defeat, if you're hoping this lawsuit will be resolved any other way, it won't. And to my Democratic friends, even if you voted against sending it to the ballot, now it's on the ballot. You can't sit on the sidelines. Please put politics and partisanship aside and put our kids and teachers first. I've promised to put all my energy into ensuring its passage. So let me just say, I'm voting yes on Prop 123. If you're with me, raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In the past year, I visited schools all over the state, meeting teachers, principals, and parents. They looked me in the eye, and I've listened. To those parents and educators, I want you to know I've heard you, and this plan delivers. In the years ahead, Arizona will be among the states investing the most new dollars in public education, all without raising taxes. This is a first step, a big first step, but not our only step to improve public education in Arizona. We know spending is not the measure of success, and it shouldn't just be about the billions of dollars we are putting into public education. It must be about what our kids are getting out of their education. Until the thousands of kids on public school wait lists have access to our finest teachers and principals, our job isn't done. Here's the plan. We're going to make it easier and more affordable for our best public schools to expand. For months, my office has worked with the top credit rating agencies in the country to develop a structure that lets excellent public schools finance their expansion at lower cost. This means they can spend more money in the classroom and less paying interest to a bank on Wall Street. By utilizing dollars you allocated last year for the creation of the Arizona Public School Achievement District, combined with additional dollars that won't impact the general fund, we can and will make this happen. We also need to provide resources for aging schools to repair and rebuild their facilities for future students. Next, we need to reward schools that are helping kids reach their full potential. All of us should be alarmed to hear that more than half of our high school graduates can't even get into our own state universities. So under our plan, schools that produce students who successfully complete AP-level college prep courses will be rewarded with more dollars. Schools in low-income areas where educators and students face added challenges will receive an even greater boost for helping kids beat the odds. And I know not every child plans to go to college, but their K-12 experience also needs to prepare them for life, which is why I'm targeting high-need employment sectors with a new focus on career and technical education. I've got a feeling there's bipartisan support for this, so let's get it done. The state isn't the only player in public education. Every day, philanthropic foundations in Arizona are investing in our schools. They are developing new school leaders, expanding educational opportunities for low-income children, and funding the arts and sciences. I intend to partner with the heads of these foundations to provide an even greater opportunity and impact in our schools. And when we get our kids prepared, there are great universities right here in Arizona ready to educate them at the highest level. Wherever your loyalties may lie, you have to admit our universities are literally out of this world. A U of A grad recently discovered water on Mars. Arizona State University was just named the most innovative university in the country. And NAU, now a magnet for students ditching California in search of a high-quality, affordable, higher education alternative. Our universities and community colleges have been on the cutting edge when it comes to research, innovation, and problem solving. Just look a few miles down the road. The template for the new American university is in our own backyard. And because of Dr. Michael Crow's efforts, none other than the New York Times has recognized the Barrett Honors College at Arizona State University as the gold standard. The equivalent of an Ivy League education right here, accessible to all and the envy of every other state in the nation. Thank you, Dr. Crow. I want all our university presidents to know we value your work, and I intend to be a partner in strengthening Arizona higher education. As a parent and as governor, there's one number that keeps me up at night: 18,927. That's how many Arizona children, through no fault of their own have found themselves in the foster care system. We have to stand up for these kids. And that means making sure that no matter the failings of their parents, they and their caregivers have the resources they need. And grandmas, grandpas, aunts, and uncles shouldn't face roadblocks to care for children in their own extended families. And you're aware that under current policy, they do. In many cases, a grandmother actually receives fewer dollars to raise her own grandchild than a stranger would. That's wrong. This session, let's end the grandmother penalty and keep more kids and families together. As we continue to ease the burden, the fact remains, we ask a lot of foster parents, and we know there are thousands of families currently trying to get into our best public schools, where the lines are long. I say, if we want to see more foster and adoptive families, let's give them an incentive, a fast pass to the front of the line of our best public schools. This will ensure vulnerable children an opportunity at a great education and bring more good people to take on the noble cause of fostering a child. For fathers out there who aren't meeting their obligations, we also have a plan. I'm talking to deadbeat dads. For too long, you've been able to remain anonymous, able to skirt your financial and legal responsibilities with no shame. Not anymore. Some people have referred to me as the hashtag governor. Well, here's a new one for all the deadbeat dads out there. Effective immediately, the state is going to begin posting the photos, names, and money owed by these losers to social media. With the hashtag deadbeat. It's simple. If you're old enough to father a child, then you're old enough to accept financial responsibility for that child. If you don't want your embarrassing, unlawful, and irresponsible behavior going viral, man up and pay up. When it comes to the welfare of women and children in our state, there will be zero tolerance for men who victimize. Yet right now, in just Maricopa County alone, there is a backlog of 2,300 rape kits that sit in storage, uninvestigated. All across our state, women await justice, and predators evade the law looking for their next victim. Today, I signed an executive order establishing a special law enforcement team to solve this injustice. My budget will allocate dollars to start the process of clearing these backlogs. I want a plan, followed by legislation, that requires every rape kit to be investigated. On my watch, the state of Arizona will do whatever it takes to lock these criminals away. Whether it's unemployment, homelessness, crime, child neglect, or the prison population. All these issues trace back to a common theme: drug abuse and addiction. In September, we created the Border Strike Force Bureau, a partnership between local, state, and federal law enforcement that's providing a force multiplier in the fight against drug cartels and border crime. Already, with a minimal investment, the strike force has made over 300 arrests, taken down 14 cartel members, and seized 4,400 pounds of marijuana, 194 pounds of meth, and 21 pounds of heroin. "21 pounds of heroin in 4 months. That's nearly 1 million individual hits, and more than DPS seized in all of 2014. Think about this. That same year, 1,248 Arizona newborns came into this world already addicted to drugs. We cannot wait to act. Let's stand together this session and provide law enforcement, especially our border county sheriffs, the resources they need to ramp up the fight against the bad guys and end this scourge on our state. But for those suffering from addiction, it's a different story, and law enforcement can only go so far. 75% of heroin addicts started out using prescription drugs. We found in a single month, through a voluntary online database, that hundreds of Arizonans were doctor shopping and receiving highly addictive and dangerous drugs from multiple physicians at the same time. Imagine how many more people we could help with a requirement that those doctors use that database. It's time for us to make that happen. Next, we must find help for those who want it. So I'm bringing together a team of leading substance abuse experts, recovering addicts, and providers to find the best treatments and reduce barriers to care. And if we're serious about reducing recidivism and reversing the growth of our prison population, let's begin by building on the model that's already working in Pima County, a community correction center providing tough love and on-site drug treatment and counseling. It's time we bring this to the state's largest county, where the most people are transitioning back to life in our community. Let's give them a second chance so they stay clean and never end up back in prison. Despite all these challenges, Arizona has a lot to be proud of. Tonight, 1 year after hosting the most watched and most successful Super Bowl in history, the College Football Playoff National Championship kicks off right here in just a few hours. From the looks of it, it will be another night for the record books. But after the last touchdown is scored and all the fans have gone back home, our greatest assets will remain our people. The 7,772 men and women serving in the Arizona National Guard, and all those here and abroad in our military. Our cops, our firefighters, and our first responders who keep us safe in these uncertain times. The NAU community, and especially President Rita Chang, who brought a university together after a tragedy. Gabby Giffords, who completed El Tour de Tucson and continues to inspire. Jen Welter and the Arizona Cardinals, who together shattered the glass ceiling in the NFL. And the next generation of Arizonans, like 10-year-old Nia Thomas of Tucson, who made a winning dish, oodles of zoodles, that was served in the White House for the President of the United States. Members of the legislature, our state is on the rise, and it's because of our people. They're giving their all to make this state the best place in America, and they expect us to do the same. I'm honored to continue working with you toward that goal. We've demonstrated government can work. Positive things can happen at this Capitol. We can think big and aim high. So why stop now? Thank you, and God bless.
Members, guests. Members, guests. Senators, you'll be returning to your house. And House members, we still have plans to remain on the floor to finish a little business. But with that, the joint session is now dissolved.
Hi all, Kinsey here. And we're gonna jump into my top 5 stories of the day. First of all, David Bowie. You can use that. You know what? I've given up on those things. Steve Kraft calls them ear weenies. This is what I'm talking about, just to clarify. Sami was trying to offer this to me, but I just stick this whole giant thing in my ear. It makes me feel like Nancy Grace, because if you watch Nancy, she's always like, Kinsey, tell me what's going on. So my first story is David Bowie. The reason I did this was because I painted my face like him, but you can't really see because our lighting is so poor. I did a whole thing.
What if I take a picture of you and then you show them the picture?
It's so, I don't even think that's gonna, it's so ratchet.
You can show them the picture.
A picture of a picture? I did
I take a picture of you and then you put your phone.
Well, I did take a picture, so excuse me. Hi, Randy.
Yeah, I was like...
Everybody thinks that my boyfriend hit me over the weekend, but it's my David Bowie.
Oh, I thought it was your age while you were really focusing.
Will that work? No, you still can't because it's so bad. But there's a selfie of a selfie of a selfie. So there's my David Bowie makeup and interesting, unfortunate headline. Talk about bad timing. Today's New York Times declared it's good to be David Bowie. The death of rock legend David Bowie and the revelation that he had quietly suffered from cancer came as a shock to many Monday morning, but perhaps no one was more shocked than the New York Times. It's a good time to be David Bowie, one article on today's print edition reads. He just celebrated his 69th birthday, released an album, Black Star, and has a show, Lazarus, running off-Broadway. Now he is to be honored at Carnegie Hall. The death of rock legend David Bowie and the revelation that he'd quietly suffered from cancer came as a... Wait, so that's... I'm repeating something. Oh, do we?
Mm-hmm. In the Monday folder.
Oh, it's so rare that we have...
Well, I just download a whole bunch of stuff in the morning.
Nice. You downloaded a lot of stuff.
Just sort by name, so it's alphabetical. It's easy. David Bowie, D. There's an O bit. Hold on. Scroll down. More of
Oh, is this a is that an actual package?
It is.
Oh, I'll watch that action. Oh wait, it's got music. It's okay.
Are dying at age 69 after an 18-month battle with cancer. Bowie's death comes 2 days after his birthday, which was also the release date of his final album, Black Star.
He was a songwriter, he was a singer, he was an actor, he was a composer, he was an impresario, he was an artist, he was a poet.
The stars are never far away. Born as David Jones in London, Bowie's recording career spanned nearly 5 decades. He's known for his androgynous look and his Ziggy Stardust alter ego. He married supermodel Imam in 1992 and is survived by 2 children.
It's a struggle to understand how I'm no longer 20. I don't know anybody else this has ever happened to. Most people, they get to 20, and then they stay 20. It didn't happen for me, though. I just went on and on and on.
Fans around the world mourning Bowie's death. Folks in London leaving flowers in the West End location, where he posed for his Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust album cover. People also paying tribute at his Hollywood Walk of Fame star.
Genius is an overused word, but I think musically, creatively, artistically, David Bowie was a genius. For someone of my age, he provided a lot of the soundtrack of our lives.
And perhaps fitting with his Stardust persona, Bowie's even being mourned from space. British astronaut Tim Peake tweeting from the International Space Station, saying that he was an inspiration to many. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
All right, and so the first sentence has been removed from the online version of the New York Times story. Again, that was, "It's a good time to be David Bowie." And the March event at Carnegie Hall will still go as planned, obviously without David Bowie. The New York Times isn't the only paper to run with an unfortunate take on Bowie's music. A Chicago Tribune headline over the weekend declared that Bowie finds his future in his newest album. Bowie died only a day later. So R.I.P. David Bowie. This is an interesting... I got a lot of Morning Joe action on my top 5 today, and I don't even watch that show. So apparently, maybe I should. Maybe that's what the universe is telling me. Clinton sex scandal fair game. Bill Clinton allegations weren't disproven. They were confirmed and acknowledged, Bloomberg host Mark Halpern said Monday morning that bringing up the allegations of sexual misconduct and assault against former President Bill Clinton were fair game since Clinton confirmed many of the stories himself. Hillary Clinton said that people have the right to be heard until their allegations are disproven, and I think that in some of the most prominent cases, not only were the accusations not disproven, they were confirmed and acknowledged by President Clinton. He said on MSN's Morning Joe he acknowledged he had a relationship with Jennifer Flowers. He continued, when pressed for examples, he paid Paula Jones off in a settlement and has acknowledged much of what Monica Lewinsky said happened. So those are 3 pretty prominent examples. Halpern noted that even more serious cases like Jones and Broderick's, where Clinton denied all wrongdoing, Secretary Clinton, what she said about people, get to be heard until they're disproven. I don't know that anybody has disproven the allegations of those 2 women. Host Scarborough, who earlier in the program compared Bill Clinton to Bill Cosby, which we'll be talking about next, agreed nobody ever had. All right, here is where Scarborough, things got a little heated on the Morning Joe earlier today. The rhetoric on Monday morning's Morning Joe turned heated between co-hosts Joe Scarborough and Harold Ford during a discussion on the newly renewed conversation of President Bill Clinton's past transgressions in office and its impact on the 2016 campaign trail. Scarborough offered the connection between Clinton and disgraced comedian Bill Cosby, whose ongoing allegations of sexual abuse continued to dampen his legacy. Scarborough began, "I wonder how the public looks at Bill Cosby and says the beloved man who changed American culture as much as any entertainment figure in our lifetime is going to have to be accounted for the way he treated women behind closed doors. How does a public that has come to the conclusion say the Bill Clinton stuff's okay? Raising your voice at me doesn't make that right," countered Ford. Comparing Bill Clinton to Bill Cosby is wrong. Scarborough pressed Ford directly by responding, "I am fascinated to hear why comparing Bill Cosby to Bill Clinton is wrong. Bill Cosby and Bill Clinton's cases are completely different," said Ford. He continued to argue the number of women who allege misconduct against Cosby, numbering upwards of 50, separate the 2 cases. "The facts are very, very different," noted Ford. "I just think if Bill Clinton's political career was not undone by these things, why should Hillary Clinton's career be undone by these things? Ultimately, voters will make decisions." Scarborough dug in against Ford on the seeming disconnect between Hillary Clinton's rhetoric as a champion of women's rights and the long-standing allegations against her husband. "This is all about Hillary Clinton's treatment of women who may have been sexually abused. Can she move forward in this campaign talking about a war on women, talking about, as she did in North Iowa, that women who claim to be sexually abused have the right to be heard and the right to be believed? When she says that, is the New York Times right? Do we have to examine what she did to protect herself and her position of power when women came forward and claimed sexual abuse on her husband's part?" Ford took aim at the members of the Republican Party for their own transgressions regarding abuse, but fell short of defending the actions of President Clinton in the past. I think that's such an interesting scenario because although I was very young when Bill Clinton was in the White House and when Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas, which I'm from Arkansas, and my family's from Arkansas. My uncle was one of his security guards when he was the governor of Arkansas, and I heard a lot. And quite frankly, Hillary Clinton was very abusive towards the women that came out against Bill Clinton because she was concerned that they were going to negatively affect their lifestyle, their political pursuits, and she wanted to shut them up and she wanted to discredit them. And then all of a sudden, now running for president herself, she's fighting for women's rights and fighting for women that were sexually abused. It all just seems, I mean, I know that people grow. As you get older, you grow. And you might change your mind about certain things. But reality is, these women aren't going to forget the hate-fueled or the hate that they received on the end of Hillary Clinton when they came out. And some of those stories that you hear about Bill, although I do like him now and I think he's a very charming person, some of those stories that you hear are pretty horrific. All right, this is going to be a really interesting and upsetting, heartbreaking case. Let me see if I can find a picture of you for this girl, of this girl. She's beautiful. Her name's Ashley Olsen. And she was just absolutely darling. Let me find a cute picture of her. Actually, I might go back up to the top of her and her pup. All right, now police have vowed maximum attention over the weekend to find the killer of an American found dead in her Florence apartment, as Italy's community expressed hope that the case won't turn into another Amanda Knox-style drawn-out headline-grabbing legal saga. Police opened a murder investigation Saturday after 35-year-old Ashley Olsen of Summer Haven, Florida, was found dead, her neck bruised and scratched. Authorities questioned Olsen's boyfriend, a local artist, Saturday, but said they have no suspects so far. What happened in Florence is getting the maximum attention to find out what it's all about, Italy's police chief said during an unrelated visit Sunday to Florence. Meanwhile, friends and fellow expats expressed horror at the slaying of a woman known around Florence for her beloved Beagle Scout and said they hoped her killer would be found quickly. Flowers were left at her doorstep. I can't imagine a person who would hurt her. She is a gentle, a kind, a beautiful, friendly, loving girl, and it's an awful shock, Amy, a friend who only gave her first name, told the Associated Press in Florence. We've got a great community here of people and everyone loved her. In at least 2 Instagram posts from Italy on her account, Olsen uses the hashtag creeper, although it's not clear to what she is referring to exactly. Olsen grew up in Summer Haven, Florida, near Jacksonville, reported a CBS affiliate, and was a big part of the community, according to friends. She enjoyed surfing and had many friends in the area. There's a longer article, but I don't really. Let's see if there's anything else that might. An American living in Milan. Social media groups in Florence expressed the same sentiment, with several people posting comments about the. So this is going to be an interesting story. It's going to be interesting to see how it all develops, and we certainly don't want another Amanda Knox. They refer to it as the Amanda Knox-style saga. We've been through this terribly unresolved mystery with Amanda Knox. You never want it to get to that point. So hopefully they do quickly find the person that murdered Ashley Olsen. All right, and next, I've got a Ben Carson town hall. I was going to bring this to you via Facebook, but Samia told me she's got it for you. Thank you, Samia. She recorded it. Can you turn my lights back on? Thanks, guys. Let's see here. Did you just think I was hideous? Were you tired of looking at me? It's not my birthmark, it's my Bowie. Let's jump to Ben Carson in Iowa.
This pledge, because they, through their selfless service, have won us the opportunity to say Pledge of Allegiance on this morning in Iowa. Fair enough? Okay, let's stand to our feet, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I have the great privilege to introduce Dr. John Maxwell. It probably doesn't need introducing. Dr. Maxwell is a famous pastor within the United States. He's a prolific author around the world, and he's a mentor of leaders around the world. You know, leadership makes a difference, and Dr. John Maxwell has made a difference in the life of leaders, to include this one. I know when I was in the dark hours of Korea or working in Israel or other places, I often referred to Dr. John Maxwell's Lessons of Leadership and another thing called Leadership Gold. So we're privileged today to have Dr. John Maxwell with us to highlight the character and the integrity of Dr. Ben Carson. So Dr. Maxwell, please.
Thank you very much. Let's pray. Thank you, Father, for our time together today. It's a wonderful opportunity to come and think about our country, the values we need, what we can do to make a difference. I ask that during our time today, each person will begin to assess that they can make their life count, that they can make a difference, and that this is a day that they can begin to add value to others and to their country. So we give you this day, we give you, of course, Dr. Ben, ask your blessings on him. In your name, amen. It's great to be with you today. I'm really grateful to be with Dr. Ben. He's been a friend of mine for several years. And I do a lot of leadership teaching, do a lot of leadership training. A couple of years ago, I was doing a session in the United Nations. And when I was talking to all the ambassadors of the world who wanted me to come in and talk to them about leadership, I kept asking myself, what can I say to them? What can I share with them about leadership that would cross over different cultures, different religions? Just what can I say that would really help them really connect with it? And so I shared with them that day for 2 hours that there are 3 questions that followers ask leaders. Now, it doesn't matter what country, it doesn't matter what culture. Even though followers perhaps are not sophisticated, inside, innately, they are asking themselves, when they begin to assign themselves to a leader, 3 questions. And I want to give those to you, and that will be part of my introduction to Dr. Ben Carson. The first question that a follower asks when to attach themselves to a leader is, do they care for them? I mean, think about it for a moment. Do you want to follow someone that doesn't care for you? Do you want to follow somebody that doesn't have a heart to help you and a desire to see your life get better? The second question is can they help me? If I follow this leader, is it going to get better? I mean, when you think about following leaders, the reason you do is because, for one very simple reason, you want your life to get better. You want your country to get better. You want your family to get better. I mean, you follow leaders because basically good leaders live. So, do they care for me? Can they help me? And then the third question is, can I trust them? Because whenever you hand your life over to a leader, the biggest issue perhaps is the trust issue. It's the foundation of all leadership, because you have to have a leader that you can trust, the one that you know places your interest, your best interest, even above their own. When I shared that at the United Nations, those 3 questions, and spoke for a couple of hours talking about how we as leaders can do those 3 things, how we can do them well. I mean, the first question, do you care for me? That's about compassion. Do you have a heart? Can you help me? That's all about competence. Are you good? I mean, if I follow you, is it going to get better? And the question about trust, can I trust you? That's all about character. Now, I've written a lot of leadership books, and when people ask me, John, which of your books should I read first? I always say the first book you ought to read on leadership that I wrote was the 21 Qualities of a Leader. Because the 21 Qualities of a Leader is all about character. It's all about being the right person on the inside before you become a leader on the outside. It's all about becoming bigger on the inside, who you are, your character, than being big on the outside, your reputation, who people think that you are. And so I always share with them that leadership starts at the beginning. I was doing a leadership conference recently, and we were doing a Q&A, and a young kid raised his hand. He was getting his MBA in college. And he said, I just love this leadership stuff you're giving, John. But he said, I'm still in school, and I don't have anybody to lead. So he said, the question I have is, who should I start leading? And I smiled, and I said, start with yourself. I just put it this way, if you wouldn't follow yourself, why should anyone else follow you? And when I look at people running for president, I look at a lot of people who don't understand that. But Dr. Ben Carson does. He's been a friend for several years, and he truly is bigger on the inside than he is on the outside. He's the real deal. He's the kind of person that cares for you, can help you. He's the kind of person that you can truly trust. I know him a long, long time before he began to run for president. I've talked to him several times while he's been running for president. I can promise you, this man never changes. He's solid. He understands who he is. Great person of faith. Fabulous values. A man of great character. Bigger on the inside than he is on the outside. I think America needs a leader that really displays humility. One that understands that the task is great, the responsibility is enormous, and understands that to lead well this country, you have to be more than clever or quick. You have to be solid, strong on the inside. That's Dr. Ben Carson. So it's my joy today to be in Iowa with you. It's my joy to introduce to you a man that I highly, highly respect. And I know that you respect him too. So let's give an amazing Iowa welcome to Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for coming out in this cold weather too. That means there's some real fortitude there, and very much appreciated. You know, I want to thank Dr. Maxwell. You know, he could be any place in the world. He's been recruited by so many leaders around the world to help them. And thank you to General Dees, who has just led all kinds of endeavors for our military around the world. And our whole entire campaign staff, many who have sacrificed a great deal in order to do this. Because it's really not about me. It's not about any one person. It's really about our nation. And so many times I get asked, is it worth it? Is it worth getting into the political arena after having had, a stellar career, a great reputation, knowing that they will try to sully anything that you've ever done and attack your family and do all manner of evil things? And the answer is, if I were doing it for myself, no, it would not be worth it. But I'm not doing it for myself. My entire professional career dealt with taking care of children and trying to give them life and longevity. And I recognize that we are moving in the wrong direction in this country. The current generation is the first one predicted to have a lower standard of living than their parents. That's a problem. That's not what we have been about in America before. And the generation behind them will be even lower. That is, unless we're smart enough to intervene now. If we begin to make the changes now, we can correct that trajectory. You know, America is an amazing place. You've heard about, the $1.3 trillion lottery, billion-dollar lottery, rather. And everybody's getting excited about it. But you don't need to get too excited because I already won it. Because I want it because I was born in America and I know the Lord. And to me, those are the things that are most important. The other stuff is pretty peripheral, to be honest with you. You know, I've had an opportunity, and I feel very privileged to have had the opportunity to live at virtually every socioeconomic level in this country. And I can tell you, I'd much rather be rich than poor. You know, there's no question about that. But it really doesn't matter that much, to be honest with you. Because the thing that really provides comfort is that spiritual connection. And that's the thing that helps you to relate to other people. And it's the relationships that make the difference. You can be the wealthiest person in the world and have all kind of accolades. But if the relationships are not there, I can guarantee you, you're not going to be a happy person. And it's one of the things that has been a little bit disturbing in America as we see our relationships with each other deteriorating. You know, in the early days of this country, when communities were separated from each other, frequently by hundreds of miles, they still thrived and they grew because of relationships, because people cared about each other. If it was harvest time and a farmer was picking apples and he fell out of the tree and broke his leg, everybody pitched in and harvested his crops. There wasn't any question about it. Somebody got killed by a grizzly bear. Everybody pitched in and took care of their family. It was the way we were as Americans. And now it has become particularly disturbing when we see the purveyors of hatred and division holding sway in our nation. Convincing people that there's a war on women, and that there are racial wars, and that there are income wars, and there are age wars, and there are religious wars, and there's a war on virtually everything that you can imagine. And if there's somebody who doesn't agree with you, they're your enemy, to be destroyed, to be hated. Have you noticed when you read an article on the internet and you go to the comment section, you will not get 5 comments down before everybody's calling each other vile names and saying how idiotic they are. Where did that spirit come from? It did not come from our Judeo-Christian roots, I can tell you that. And it is something that needs to be rejected because our strength is in our unity. And right now is the worst time for us not to be united because there are radical Islamic jihadists who want to destroy us. Why would we help them by trying to destroy ourselves? It just doesn't make any sense. And, you know, we need to begin to really, particularly conservatives. If you don't hear anything else I say today, please hear what I'm about to say now. Conservatives must be smarter than they have been in the past. In the past, they have said, well, if I don't agree with this person on everything, I'm not voting for him. I'm sitting on my hands. I'd rather sit on my hands than choose the lesser of two evils. Let me tell you a secret. That is exactly what the secular progressives want you to say. They're going to try to encourage you. They're going to say, you guys are the righteous ones. And it is wonderful that we have people like you who stand on principle and never compromise on anything. And they'll butter you up and make you think that you're the greatest thing in the world as long as you sit on your hands and don't vote. That's what they want. Because when you don't vote, you vote, but you vote for them. And if we get another progressive president and they get 2 or 3 Supreme Court picks, your children and your grandchildren are toast. We're just not going to have the same kind of America that we've had before. So this is a little different situation than we've had in the past. And we really must think about the preservation of the American dream. You know, I think of myself as a youngster. You know, I had that American dream. I wanted to be a doctor. There was nothing else that really appealed to me. Skipped right over policeman and fireman. And I went straight to doctor. And I loved anything on the radio about it, anything on television, Dr. Kildare, Dr. Casey. I mean, I would be all over that stuff. I even like going to the doctor's office. And that's kind of rare for a little kid. I would gladly sacrifice a shot just so I could smell the alcohol swab. And if I was really lucky, I could put the stethoscope on, listen to my heart, or listen to anything else that was making noise. I mean, it was just so much fun. But, you know, there were obstacles along the way. You know, my parents got divorced early on. We lived in dire poverty. My mother only had a 3rd grade education. She discovered that my father was a bigamist, and she had to raise us by herself. And I'll tell you the interesting thing about my mother, though. She absolutely refused to be a victim. And no matter what was going on, and she never felt sorry for herself, which is a good thing. The problem is she never felt sorry for us either. So, you know, there was never any excuse that you could make that was good enough. She would always say, "Do you have a brain?" And if the answer to that was yes, then you could have thought your way out of it. It doesn't matter what anybody else said. It doesn't matter what anybody else did. And in the long run, I think that's probably the most valuable thing that she did for us. Because if you stop looking for excuses, you're much more likely to find solutions. And that's what we need right now. We need solutions. We have a variety of very accomplished excuse makers, but they don't really get us anywhere when you consider what the problems are that we have right now. You know, I think about our fiscal situation. Thomas Jefferson said, "It is immoral to pass debt on to the next generation." If we could bring him back to today and he could see what was going on, he would stroke out immediately. I mean, he would not even be able to believe what we are doing to the next generation. $18.5 to $19 trillion of national debt, and rising, continually rising. Now, I know a lot of the progressives say, "Oh, it's just a number, it doesn't mean anything." But isn't that what the Spaniards said in the 17th century? And the French in the 18th century, and the English in the 19th century? Isn't that what the ancient Romans and the Greeks said? All before they collapsed under financial distress because they weren't being fiscally responsible. And we need to really start thinking about what are the implications of that accumulated debt. Well, for one thing, it's starting to destroy the American dream. You say, how so? Well, the Fed, the central bank, their policies are affected by that level of debt. As you know, they've been trying to raise the interest rates for years. The interest rates have been down near zero for approaching a decade. Recently, you know, we got a 0.25% increase. But why are they having such difficulty? Because the interest on that level of debt, what we call the debt service, right now is $250 billion a year. And that's at near zero interest rates. if you raise the interest rates to a normal level, you'd be talking $1 trillion a year. We don't have an extra $1 trillion a year, so we have to keep those rates depressed. Now, some people say, that's good, because if those rates are depressed, then I can get a mortgage for a much lower amount of money. That could be true, but here's the real issue. For years and years in America, part of the American dream was to be able to retire. And Joe the Butcher, every Friday, put 5% of his check in his savings account. And he watched it grow over the next several decades. And then he was able to retire with a nice nest egg, with or without Social Security, and he did just fine. That's gone. Gone. That part of the American dream, gone. You don't make any money by saving in a savings account anymore. Same thing with the bond market. The only people who can make any money are people who have risk tolerance and can invest in the stock market. Well, who are those people? Upper income people. They're the ones who make the money. So what happens? The income gap grows. And, you know, Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton will tell you that it's because of those evil rich people. And if we take their money, everything will be okay. No, it's not true. Then everybody will be poor. That doesn't work very well at all. But in fact, you know, what we have to really start recognizing is that the real reason that the American dream is disappearing is because we have a government that has been fiscally irresponsible and that is selling the future of our children and our grandchildren. And unless we understand what's going on, we will continue to be manipulated and fooled. You know, our founders said that our system and our freedom is based upon a well-informed and educated populace. And they said if we ever become anything other than that, the nature of the country will change. Why? Because the people would be easy to manipulate. All it would take was a slick politician and a complicit media, and off you go on another tangent completely. I mean, listen right now. You hear people saying, the economy is great, and these policies have done wonders. Unemployment is down to 5%, which is the definition of full employment. And if you really are not an in-depth studier and have a rudimentary understanding of the economy, you would say, fantastic, this is great. But if you know, then you recognize that the real number is the labor force participation rate, the number of people eligible to work who are actually working. That number is at a 38-year low right now. And you can't be manipulated as easily when you understand that kind of thing. The other thing that is so important for you to know is about the fiscal gap. Now, the fiscal gap is something that politicians don't talk about. But I'm not a politician, so I talk about it. And what it is the amount of unfunded liabilities that we owe, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all the governmental programs. There's 645 government agencies and sub-agencies. They all have budgets going forward. Money that we owe for that, what we call infinite horizon accounting, versus the amount of money coming back in from taxes and other revenue sources. And we should have a lot of revenue sources, by the way. This country owns over $150 trillion in assets. Now, you take a good company and you give them $150 in assets, $150 trillion in assets. Believe me, the return on that capital each year, if it's only 2%, would wipe out the deficits that we have. But we do it in a very inefficient way. We do not run our government like a business, and we really should. It's something I'm sensitive to because, you know, I spent 18 years on the board of Kellogg, 16 years on the board of Costco, and, you know, learned a great deal about how to run something very efficiently. And, you know, there are programs like Lean Six Sigma that have been used to turn around Toyota, 3M, a bunch of companies. If you were to apply those kinds of efficiency management programs to the government, it would be unbelievable what would happen. The amount of money that we could save, the amount of efficiency that could be engendered. The government wouldn't need all of your money. And, you know, that is something that I am very much committed to do should the people of America and God decide to put me in that office. But, you know, it is something that we have control over. But at any rate, those numbers should be almost identical, what we owe versus what we have coming back. And then when they're not, a gap forms. And bring that forward to today's dollars, it's called a fiscal gap. It sits at over $200 trillion. And somebody has to be responsible for that. And that's why, you know, we're getting in a situation where we're having an economic downward spiral. And people talk about the new norm and all this kind of stuff. There's nothing normal about this, okay? This is not who we are as Americans. And how do we fix it? Because it is fixable. First of all, we have the most powerful economic engine the world has ever known. But it is not functional because it is wrapped with regulation. Every aspect of our lives, a gazillion regulations now. And I am very strongly in favor of looking at all of those regulations and assessing them in terms of their benefit versus their cost. And if the benefit doesn't outweigh the cost, to get rid of them. You know, you look at something like the President's Clean Power Plan. The EPA has said that if you institute every aspect of it, it will lower the temperature on the Earth by 0.05 degrees Fahrenheit in 85 years. That's the benefit. The cost is billions of dollars and millions of jobs. Does that make sense? Of course not. It makes no sense at all. And you know, every single regulation costs money in terms of goods and services. It's the most regressive type of tax because everybody has to pay it. So when you go into the grocery store and you buy, you know, a jar of grape jam and it's gone up 10 cents because of some regulation, poor people notice that right away. Rich people don't notice it. Middle class people may not notice it till they get to the cash register and everything has gone up a little bit. But those are the kinds of things that decrease the quality of life and the ability of people to enjoy their labors. But most people can't quite put their fingers on it. That kind of thing. What we've done with the Fed and with the monetary policy, those are the things that are adversely affecting the lives of people in this country. And we have to get to the real root of the problem and stop allowing all this stuff to be politicized. I don't think that there is a single problem that faces us as a nation that cannot be solved with common sense as long as you get rid of ego and politics. And that's unfortunately what infests everything that we do. And then, you know, in terms of jump-starting our economy, there's over $2.1 trillion overseas right now. Incredible amount of money. Why is it not being brought back? Because we have the highest corporate tax rate in the developed world. But what I would suggest that we do is give a 6-month hiatus on that corporate tax rate. Let that money be brought back tax-free, repatriated here, with the only stipulation being that 10% has to be used in enterprise zones and to create jobs for people on welfare and people who are unemployed. You want to talk about a stimulus. That would be the biggest stimulus since FDR's New Deal, and it wouldn't cost the taxpayers 1 penny. You know, you can't get better than that. That's low-hanging fruit. But also, it encourages our corporate structure to begin to invest invest in the downtrodden around them to help elevate people, bring people out of a state of dependency and make them part of the fabric of success in America. It is us, the private sector, that does that better. The government tries, maybe. You know, it started really back in the 20s with the Wilson administration, insinuating itself and deciding that they had control of what was going on, and kept growing. By the time we got to the 60s, LBJ, you know, war on poverty. We're going to eliminate poor people in our country. There won't be any. Well, how'd that work out? Not all that well. $19 trillion later, we have 10 times more people on food stamps, more welfare, more poverty, more broken home, out of wedlock births, crime, incarceration. Everything that was supposed to be better is not only worse, it's much worse. That's what happens when the government starts doing things that it's not supposed to do. I wish they would just read the Constitution. Wouldn't that be helpful if they could do that? I suspect maybe they did read it. And maybe they misinterpreted the preamble to the Constitution, which talks about the duties of the government. And one of the things it says is to promote the general welfare. Well, they probably thought that meant to put everybody on welfare. But obviously that's not what it meant. And, you know, we need to start thinking in a very, very different way. You know, one of the other things that I've talked about recently, and you've seen our tax policy come out, is real fairness when it comes to taxation. And that's why I have proposed proportional taxation, 14.9% on everybody with no deductions and no loopholes for anybody. And I base that on proportionality, which is what God said in the Bible. He didn't say, if you have a bumper crop, you owe me triple time. He didn't say, if your crops fail, you owe me nothing. So if God thinks it's fair, I don't think we can improve on that. You know, you give everybody exactly the same. And, you know, the minute you introduce, you know, deductions and loopholes and tax credits, earned income credits, whatever, everybody starts manipulating everything so that they can fit into that. And the more manipulating ability they have, the more they can take advantage of it. And there's some people who can take advantage of it better than others. So that's unfair inherently. And really, isn't that one of the reasons that people no longer trust the government? Because they allow so many favors, and they pick and choose the winners and losers. And if you're in the special group, you get special handling. You remember when the so-called Affordable Care Act first came out, and all the president's friends were in there. Can we get an exception? Give us an exemption. Let it not start with us. I mean, is that total crap? I mean, that is totally not what America is supposed to be about. And I actually think it is possible to bring some integrity back once again. But it's not going to be easy, believe me. And, you know, I've faced a lot of fury because I don't play by the game. I don't accept donations from billionaires who want to influence me or from special interest groups. Absolutely refuse. And I would do that as president too. Wouldn't deal with it. But because what I've discovered is that anything coming out of Washington that doesn't make any sense has a special interest group attached to it. Absolutely guaranteed. We can get away from it, but it's going to be tough. And it's going to be a difficult fight. It's a fight that I'm willing to take on, a fight that I hope many of you are willing to take on, because we can't really be free unless we're brave, unless we're willing to fight. You look at the people who came before us and how they were willing to fight. There is no question you will be attacked. They will do everything they can to try to get rid of you. They write my obituary, my political obituary, once a week. But, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because as long as the people are there, we still have hope. And that's the way that our system was designed. Now, the other thing that I think really threatens our future and that frightens me is our failure to take a leadership position on the world stage. And when we don't do that, there are others who are eager to fill in that gap. But they aren't necessarily upstanding people. And they certainly don't necessarily agree with the policies that we have. And I think specifically of ISIS and of the radical Islamic jihadists. They are serious. They want to destroy us. And, we seem not to be nearly as serious about stopping them. For instance, you look at our southern border and the fact that it is very porous. I was down there past summer talking to some of the sheriffs. They were talking about the OTMs, other than Mexicans, who were flooding through that area. A lot of them from Syria and Iraq and Somalia, Nigeria, all kinds of places. People who are coming here not to do good things, by the way. And there are terrorist cells that are embedded all over this country just waiting for instructions right now. It is really quite a serious issue. And the problem is our government is not really doing anything to stop it. We could stop all of that illegal traffic if we really wanted to. An example is Yuma County, Arizona, where they put up a double fence with an asphalt road in between for quick access. They put border guards on the border. Imagine that, border guards on the border. And they prosecuted first-time offenders. Rather than the catch and release program, it stopped 97% of the traffic. And that was in one sector. There are 9 sectors. We could easily duplicate that all the way across and add to that motion detectors and drones for early warning. And I think we could make it pretty close to 100%. We also have to do our northern borders and, our Atlantic and Pacific borders. There are rules of engagement that we're not supposed to intercept, certain ships now, and that we used to be able to do. And those people are just, coming here. I don't really understand some of the policies of our administration, to be honest with you. I don't know what it is that they're trying to do. But I know that all of this stuff is controllable by people who really are interested in protecting the citizens of this country. So we do have the ability to do it. Now, when it comes to ISIS, I have said all along, we have to treat them very seriously, because if we don't, we're going to be fighting them over here. No question about it. And in order for them to carry out their jihad, they have to have a caliphate. They were missing that from the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1924 until recently, when they gained territory in Iraq and Syria. They have footholds in Egypt and Libya and Somalia and Tunisia and various places. That gives them the legitimacy that they need. And, if you have some time, go back and read about Muhammad in Mecca, and then how he moved to Medina and established his armies and established his initial caliphate and wiped out all the Jews in the Arabian Peninsula. And, it's really a very fascinating history, but it gives you the kind of background to be able to understand what we need to do. We need to take their caliphate, and we need to deny them any territory whatsoever. And I believe the best way to do that is to give the mission to our expert military officials and ask them, what do you need in order to accomplish this? And then be willing to give them whatever they need to accomplish it, and don't tie their hands behind their back. I think that's the way to do it. And then we need to deprive them of the money. ISIS is the richest terrorist organization ever, and they've got oil. We have to stop them from deriving revenue from that, either take it or destroy it. And some of these silly rules of engagement that the administration has, don't bomb, an oil tanker because there may be people in it. Give me a break. I mean, all you have to do is say, we're bombing anything coming out of there, so if you don't want to die, don't get on it. You know, I think that's I think that's pretty compassionate, you know? That's what I call compassion. Compassion is not allowing them to multiply so that they can kill our people. I think that's the opposite of compassion, to be honest with you. And then we need to shut down all of their monetary channels so that they can't disseminate money around the world, because they look for disaffected individuals and they can recruit them, but they can recruit them because they can pay them. Shut down their mechanisms for paying. And when they come up with alternate mechanisms, we follow those and we see where they lead and we destroy the people on both ends. That's the way we have to do it. And then, you know, attack their command and control center in Raqqa. Why should they be able to sit there and smoke their cigars in their comfortable chairs? Why don't we shut off all the routes into the city? There are only 4, and soften the cities. Why don't we have our special ops people attack them at 2 in the morning, and let's put them on the run, and wherever they go, let's chase them, and not let's give them a chance to sit down ever and to relax. Those are the kinds of things that make a difference. And then in this country, we need to teach all of our citizens what to do if they fall under an attack. You know, it's just like, you know, when I was a kid, we used to have air raid drills, you know, during the Cold War. And when that alarm went off, you knew where you were supposed to go and what you were supposed to do. We need to start teaching our citizens that, because I guarantee you, San Bernardino is not the end of this. This is going to continue, and we need to be ready for it. What we don't need to do is deprive our citizens of guns. That's the last thing we need to do in a situation like this. Instead, you know, we should be offering free courses in safety and gun safety for all of our citizens, making sure they understand how to do it. Have you ever noticed, you know, with these mass school shootings, that they don't occur in Israel? Have you ever thought about that? They're sitting right in the midst of all these terrorists, and those mass school shootings don't occur there. I'll tell you why. Because all the terrorists know that in every one of those schools, there are teachers who are specially trained in how to thwart their attacks, and they have weapons in hidden places, and they will use them. And have you noticed in this country, when we have these mass shootings, where do they go? Gun-free zones. They're not stupid. There should be no gun-free zones as far as I'm concerned. We ought to have people, because, you know, we have to deal with reality. Now, it's very nice for the president to say, oh, wouldn't it be nice if there were no gun violence and everybody was wonderful? That would be nice, I agree. But that's utopia. That's not where we live, and that's not who we're dealing with. And the criminals and the crazies, they don't care what kind of rules and regulations you come up with. They're not going to pay attention to them. So I'm for anything that, if you apply it to these situations, would stop them. But if it doesn't stop them, then all it does is put the people at more risk. So we don't want to be doing that kind of thing. I think also in this country, we need to be following their internet communications extremely carefully. And we need to be putting out alternative messages, decent messages, to attract the same kinds of people. But we also ought to engage in cyber warfare. We ought to shut down their servers. We ought to destroy any communications they have. You know, some people say, yeah, but that's a dirty pool. Well, they're dirty people, so we use dirty pool. That's not a problem. And we need to be talking to the imams and to the clerics about their duty. Their duty is to help us identify the radicalized elements. And if they're unwilling or unable to do that, then how are we supposed to identify them? And if we can't identify them, then obviously it's going to change our attitude and the way that we react. Now, you know, I believe in the fact that we are a land of immigrants. You know, as Teddy Roosevelt said in the early 1900s, We welcome anybody from any place in the world, regardless of the nation or the race or the religion. As long as they want to be Americans, they accept our values and our laws. If they don't, they can stay where they are. You know, I think that is vitally important for the integrity of our nation and the identity of our nation. We do have an American identity. Isn't it cool that you can go any place? You can go to Maine, you can go to Alabama, you can go to Florida. We all speak the same language. You can go to New Jersey, maybe not New Jersey, but just kidding. You know, we have this common culture every place, all the way across the nation. And it is something that we should be proud of. You know, some people say, America, they're no different than anybody else. Is that really true? You think about this world. 100 years before America, 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, people did things the same way. Within 200 years of the advent of our nation, men were walking on the moon. It changed the trajectory of mankind. It is the most exceptional nation the world has ever known. And our values and our principles are because of our Judeo-Christian foundation, and we should be in no hurry to give that up for the sake of political correctness. That is who we are. Everybody here has a role to play in saving our nation. We all have spheres of influence. You need to talk to your friends. You need to talk to your neighbors, your co-workers, particularly the ones who don't vote. You know, in the last election, 93 million Americans who could have voted didn't vote. 25 to 30 million evangelicals who could have voted did not vote. That would have completely changed the outcome. We have the ability, without question, to return this nation to what it was originally intended to be. And you know, it was Thomas Jefferson who perhaps put it best. He said that the people of America would stop being vigilant. They would stop paying attention. And as a result, the government would do what all governments naturally do: grow and infiltrate and dominate. But he said just before we turn to something else, the people of America would awaken, they would recognize what was going on, and they would rise up and they would retake control of their nation. And I say, now is the time. Please join me in this effort to do that. Thank you. Now,
Hi, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Candy Carson. I'm proud to be back in Iowa, and I approve this message.
now we have time for a few questions and answers. Yes. Realistically, how fast can we get rid of Common Core? Here's the key. The key is recognizing that education is the great divide in this country. You get a good education, you write your own ticket. It really doesn't matter where you come from. And we know that, you know, very good education exists in lots of venues. And we know that very poor education exists in lots of venues, particularly in public schools. This means we need to provide school choice for our students all across this nation. And I'm very much in favor of a state-mediated school voucher program, which will allow students to be able to go to any school and to have that taken care of financially. That will force the failing schools to either get better or disappear. In either case, it's okay. because we have to educate our people. We only have 330 million people. We have to compete with China with 1.4 billion, India with 1.1 billion, and so we can't afford to lose any of them. And for everyone that we keep from going down that path of self-destruction, one less person that we have to be afraid of or protect our families from or pay for in the penal system or the welfare system, one more tax-paying, productive member of society who may discover a new energy source or the cure for cancer. We need all of our people. And when we have that kind of a program in place, then I think we can easily get rid of Common Core. And I think that's something that can be done in less than a year. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. My name is Jensen Cooper. I'm 11 years old, and I'm interested in politics. And I'd like to know specifically how you are going to make our nation's health care better.
Okay, that's a great question from an 11-year-old. You know, first of all, the question comes up frequently, is health care a right? I don't see that in the Constitution. So I don't think it is a right, but I do think it is a responsibility for a responsible and compassionate society. And we are a responsible and compassionate society, and we do have the ability to provide it. We pay twice as much per capita on health care as many other nations, and yet we have very poor access. And, I have railed against Obamacare, and the reason I railed against it, not so much because it doesn't work, and not so much because it's not affordable, and not so much that it ruins the economy and is a wealth redistribution program, but the real reason is because this country is supposed to be of, for, and by the people. And the government is supposed to be there to facilitate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With this act, along comes the government and says, we don't care what you, the people, think. This is what we're doing. We're shoving it down your throat. And if you don't like it, too bad. Well, that completely changes the paradigm of the people at the pinnacle with the government subservient to it. It places the government at the pinnacle with the people subservient to that. And if we stand for that, that's the beginning of the end of our nation as we know it. We cannot stand for that kind of foolishness. Now, what I have proposed instead is a system of health empowerment accounts. It's like a health savings account, but without the bureaucrats, so that you have control over it for health care spending. Everybody gets one. We pay for it with the same dollars that we pay for traditional health care with, although you wouldn't have to spend as many of them. And you give people these things from the time they're born to the time they die. They can pass them on to their family when they die. They can shift money around in a family, so dad's $500 short, mom can give it to him out of hers, or aunt, or uncle, or cousin, anybody. Makes every family essentially your own insurance company with no middleman. Imagine the flexibility that that provides. It also makes you care about each other. You know, if Uncle Joe is smoking like a chimney, everybody's going to hide his cigarettes, you know. That's a good thing. But also now the cost of your catastrophic insurance drops dramatically, because the only thing coming out of that is catastrophic health care. How often do you need catastrophic health care? Not very often at all. So it's like a homeowner's policy with a big deductible versus a homeowner's policy where you want every scratch covered. Two very different animals. One costs $10,000 a year, one costs $1,500 a year. The same kind of thing, and you allow it to be bought across state lines also. That takes care of 75% of our people, but doesn't take care of the indigent. How do we take care of them now? Medicaid. What's the annual budget? Almost $500 billion. How many people participate? Close to 80 million, which is way, way too many. And that's something that can be addressed as we fix the economy by fixing the taxes and the regulations and getting a lot of the impediments out of the way. And that number will automatically go down significantly. Because a lot of people, for instance, who are on medical disability, you know, all their unemployment benefits ran out, so now they get the doctor to sign something, they go on unemployment. But when we have a system that is working and they can get a good job, you'll see how that number begins to shrink very significantly. A lot of the problems will shrink when we fix the economy. But at any rate, if you do the math, more than $5,000 for each man, woman, and child on Medicaid. What could you buy with that? A concierge practice, $2,000 to $3,000 a year. That's what rich people buy. You still have thousands left over for their catastrophic health care. And you make possible for them to purchase a number of different kinds of insurances, very much like we did with Medicare and Part C with MediChoice, where the government gives you a certain stipend and you can choose from the things. We've modified that and made it much, much better, both for Medicare and for Medicaid. And people will not be second-class citizens. Everybody will be treated the same. They'll be all of the same value to the healthcare system. And also, it brings the whole healthcare system into the free market economic model. And that's what brings transparency, and that's what brings efficiency and quality. And you don't have to play the games that we play with the insurance company, where you have to jack the price up 10 or 20 times because you know what they're going to pay. All that kind of stuff disappears. And I think it's going to make it so much better, so much easier, so much cheaper and effective. It is. Right. Right. Yes. No question about it. The student loans are about $1.4 trillion out of the $18.5 trillion, a significant portion. And that is going up on a regular basis because colleges have discovered that all they have to do is accept somebody. And then, they get this guaranteed loan. The problem is that loan is at 5, 6, 7, 8%, and it compounds. And, people come out with unbelievable debt. We do have to find a way to solve that. One of the things I've been thinking about is making the student responsible only for the principal and the college is responsible for the interest. That way they have skin in the game. And they're going to be very concerned about the escalation in prices. They're going to be looking for alternative methods of financing that education. But those are the kinds of things that we have to begin to think about. Streamlining the process also. And, if we're going to have student loans, when I was a student coming along, they were subsidized at 2 and 3%, so that it became possible for people to actually pay them off. So, we need to begin to understand that. We also need to, open up alternative employment for people. When I was in high school, they had vocational training. You could learn how to be an electrician or a plumber or a welder. I was talking to a CEO of a company recently. He said, I can't find any welders. If you can find me an apprentice welder, I'll pay him $80,000 a year. A lot of people coming out of college don't make $80,000 a year. And the plumber and the welder doesn't have that expense. So, we need to open up all these various different channels. But, I think working with the banking system and again, making the colleges have some skin in the game is going to be the solution. You tell them, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go back and rescind what was done. It would be much too complicated. Work their way through it. They will get to the end of it. I can tell you, I had some loans that were very, very strange, to be honest with you. There was something called a tuition postponement option, and you paid according to your income, not according to what you borrowed. So I was paying vast amounts more than anything that I borrowed to make up for the people who became poets and stuff like that. But and when I became a member of the Yale Corporation, That was my first duty, to abolish that program, and we did get it abolished and made it something fair. But, you know, and together, that's a problem that we can solve. Yes?
What's your plan for dealing with Washington corruption? All these plans you have are great, but you're going to run into a lot of...
I've already run into them. Absolutely. The level of corruption in Washington is mind-boggling. It is absolutely mind-boggling. And, you know, a lot of the people that I've met who I actually thought were decent people are not. It's really quite disappointing, to be honest with you. They're politicians, and they're looking to do what's politically expedient and what's advantageous for them. And it seems the people who actually care about America and care about the people are vanishingly rare. So I fully understand what's going on. But here's the answer. The answer is not in Washington and the Washington machine. The answer is in the people. And what I would do is I would make negotiations with Congress public so that everybody could see what everybody was doing and what they were saying, and you could see who were the sticks in the mud, and after one election cycle, we can get rid of all the bad people. I think that's the way you have to do it. But also, when a lot of people know that they're under scrutiny, I think they actually will change. And you know, we've been disappointed because we've sent a lot of people to Congress over the last few election cycles expecting things to change, and then nothing changes because of the culture there. As soon as you get there, there are people in your office saying, hey, we can get you a really plum position with a lot of influence, and you can do a lot for your constituents. But you got to sort of like go along with the program. And so then they get that position, and then there's somebody else saying, now we can really get you a good position. And it just goes on and on and on, and nothing ever changes. You know, I have spoken with Speaker Ryan recently about this issue. And he's struggling with this, you know, because he's been there for a while. He's been part of it. But I think he understands the frustration and is going to be very willing to work with a tough-minded president. I think it is possible. I think it is going to be extraordinarily difficult. And you couple that with the other things that the president's going to have to face in January of 2017, because ISIS is going to be bigger, you know, the jihad's going to be bigger, the debt's going to be big. All these things are going to be worse. All the divisions between the people are going to be exacerbated. And, you know, you have to almost be crazy to want to do it. But the fact of the matter is, it has to be done. And through the grace of God, I believe it can be done with the people. Thank you very much.
Sorry, working on getting those aerials back. There we go.
Hey folks, it's Mike here, just getting set up here, but as we look at the beautiful images of Sky Fox at University of Phoenix Stadium, we're just about an hour and a half away from the game. College football championship right here in the Valley. Clemson taking on Alabama. Alabama's got that swag to them, you know what I mean? They've been there, done that kind of attitude. While Clemson, undefeated this season, will they make it a perfect season? And then, folks, just days from now, this Saturday, Cardinals hosting the Green Bay Packers at this very stadium. What a week of football this stadium will be seeing. You are watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Welcome. You can see a lot of activity there in Westgate as, wow, fans are piling into the area 90 minutes away from game time. Folks, when you see a lot of parking, that means a lot of money coming into our economy here. That's a beautiful sight, beautiful for the greater Phoenix metropolitan area. Millions coming into this because of this game. Beautiful. All right, everybody. So what we'll do is we'll keep checking in with Sky Fox as they continue to show University of Phoenix Stadium and all the fans that are going to be packing that stadium tonight. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you at fox10phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. I'm glad you guys can be part of the stream here today. It's Monday evening. A lot going on in the world of news from sporting events. Boy, was this a weekend for sports. For the NFL, if you were in an away team, you loved life. You went 4-0. If you were a home team, you didn't see any home field advantage. First time ever in the wild card, 4 of the away teams take it all. Unreal there, and especially that Minnesota game, losing 10-9 on a 27-yard field goal kick that you were thinking, boy, this guy's going to just nail this chip shot and win it for Minnesota, and then he just totally whiffs on it, and it goes wide left. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not even a fan of Minnesota or Seattle, so I was just watching it because it was the only football game on, and I mean, here was my reaction. I mean, I'm thinking, okay, this is Minnesota's game. They got it. Here you go. Final seconds left. He's gonna hit the field goal, and then when it missed wide left, I was like, and I think I had my mouth open for a little bit there, and I was just like, wide left, 27. When the guy was knocking it from 45, 46 yards the whole game. It was, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, really? That was something. Then we saw last night the resurgence of Green Bay putting up some big numbers against Washington. They come now on Saturday night back to Arizona, where they weren't here. They were here not too long ago, and we really whipped them up. But let's see what it's going to be like for the playoffs. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers maybe found his groove back. Let's see if he got that confidence level back. If that's so, I think it'll be a much closer game on Saturday. Who knows, though, but I think it's going to be a much closer game. I still think Cardinals will pull this one out. Should be interesting to see what happens with the Seattle-Carolina game, because you know what? At this point, I don't know. I think Carolina is heavily, heavily overrated. I know they were 14-1 on the season. I know. But I think they are heavily overrated. And here's what I see coming. I see Seattle beating Carolina at Carolina this coming week. That is my pick for everybody out there. I see Seattle taking care of business on the road, and I see us hosting Seattle the following week. That is my assessment. I just think now Seattle's just going to have this kind of groove to them that, hey, we dodged one bullet, we could do anything now. You know, they might have that kind of mentality. Who knows? But I think they're going to be a little bit more fired up. Because they came that close to losing the game there on Sunday. So we will see. Ron says, Mike, he's paid off by the Mafia. Lion says, not happening, Mike. Go Panthers. All right. Chris says, Mike, yes, the Cardinals should win on their defense alone. There we go. So, yeah, a lot to think about there, but I don't know. I think Carolina's a little overrated, though, and I think it should be interesting to see how that goes. So, yeah, it's going to be something, guys. I think it's going to be no matter what, it's going to be a fun game to watch. Cardinals Saturday night, prime time. It should be good. It should be really good. I just want to throw up while we're talking about just all this stuff going on in the valley. Look what the temps are right now. 59 degrees, beautiful wind coming out of the northwest, 6 miles per hour. Really great for January, and this must be so nice for our visitors from Alabama and South Carolina. Really taking in some of this nice sunshine that the valley does offer, especially this time of year. Awesome. Yeah, I thought so too, guys. I thought so too a little bit with, not only was my jaw open on that missed field goal, but then I was like, didn't it seem kind of fixed or rigged? I don't know. I don't want to go there, but boy, I mean, the guy's nailing it from 45 yards, 47 yards during that game, and it was very cold. I mean, the conditions were, -1, 0 degrees the whole game. Hard to kick in that climbing, and he was nailing it from that far, and then he can't get the chip shot. So, boy, it just seemed a little sketch there. Seemed a little sketch. Maybe a lot of people, I don't know, just doesn't seem to add up sometimes there. Coming up a little bit later in the show, we are going to, probably about 6 o'clock, we're going to have a Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders event. They're going to be both at this forum talking in Iowa. So we will showcase that to you live right here on Fox 10 News Now. That's coming up at 6. I do want to show you guys our very own John Hook just recently interviewed Charlie Min. I want to show you that interview right now.
Min has done a lot of extensive research on El Chapo Guzman. He did the film Is It Chapo just a few years ago. Thanks for joining us, Charlie. Your take on Sean Penn getting involved in this. As a filmmaker yourself, did he cross the line ethically, morally, every other way to do this interview?
He did, because, in my opinion, he's abetting a criminal by not helping turn him in. And I realize Sean Penn's not in law enforcement, but how in the world does an actor get access to the most wanted criminal in the world months before Mexican authorities? It's a very bizarre story. I'm not exactly sure what Sean Penn's motivations were to meet Chapo. That's still nebulous at this point.
And what's so weird is people who are cursing Sean Penn right now may want to thank him in the end, because it appears that all of this intrigue of doing this interview may have led authorities to El Chapo.
Well, then let's give Sean Penn $5 million then, because there's a $5 million reward to get Chapo Guzman, and apparently they did get him last Friday in Sinaloa. So let's give Sean Penn, who's already a millionaire, even more money, John.
What are you worried about now with El Chapo? You're concerned he'll escape while in Mexico if this extradition takes a long time to get him back to the U.S.
It's supposed to take about a year, John. I think if he stays in that same prison, Altiplano, which he knows the layout very well, he will escape again. We have to keep in mind that the prison system in Mexico is one of the most corrupt in the world. You give him a year, that's enough time for Chapo to escape again.
Let me flip it around, Charlie. As a filmmaker, if you were in Sean Penn's situation and you had a chance to interview El Chapo, what would you do ethically? I mean, you're acting in a sense as a journalist, and I guess you could get some protection that way, but law enforcement, this is one of the most wanted men in the world.
Well, the Mexico violence is dear to my heart. We're talking about a tragedy that's killed 135,000 people since 2008. I myself could not have the heart to interview Mexico's biggest monster. This is a very unethical move by Sean Penn. Again, I'm not exactly sure what he had to gain by this. I'm hearing that Chapo Guzman wanted a biopic done on him. Whether Sean Penn was there to investigate Chapo, to be part of that biopic, I'm not quite sure.
And what do you know about this other woman, Kate Castillo? She's a big film actress in Mexico, telenovelas originally, and then films. She's done some work in the United States. She may have facilitated some of this.
She did. She brokered the rendezvous between Sean Penn and Chapo Guzman. Apparently in 2012, Kate del Castillo spoke very highly of Chapo Guzman. A lot of the Mexican people really like Chapo Guzman because he provides for the poor, even though his cartels killed 80,000 people, a lot of them innocent. So apparently Chapo was intrigued by the fact that Kate del Castillo was speaking so highly of him, so they developed some kind of a friendship. And then finally, Kate del Castillo, through her connections, was able to get this meeting between Sean Penn and Chapo Guzman. Very bizarre.
Do you believe that these two should be criminally charged for aiding and abetting in some way?
Well, that would go against the First Amendment, but then again, it's all how you look at it. Were they abetting a criminal by being with them and not turning him in? Is the glass half empty, half full? That's a tough one, John.
Let me ask you another one. Do you think that those two, Sean Penn and Del Castillo, are in danger? Because it appears that this brokering of a film may have led to El Chapo's capture.
I believe they are, now that Chapo is in custody, and now the word that we're getting is that because of their meetings, that led to Chapo getting caught. Yes, I believe their life is in danger now.
Any final thoughts, Charlie, on this whole situation that you want to throw in?
Well, this whole thing's a three-ring circus. I mean, last summer we had Donald Trump and Chapo Guzman. Now we have Chapo Guzman and Sean Penn. I mean, I don't know who's next. This whole thing is a three-ring circus. Chapo Guzman has to be extradited to the United States. Then it's game over for him. If he stays in Mexico, where he's so protected and so revered by so many people, he could easily escape again.
What a great interview there that was. It just happened, the interview there happened about just a couple of hours ago. So great interview by our very own John Fox. Yeah, fascinating story there, and like Charlie did say, if he doesn't come here, you know it's going to happen again. You know El Chapo will try to escape and probably be successful once again. All right, moving ahead here, I do want to talk about another thing that was happening yesterday. Did anybody watch the Golden Globes? They were happening. I was really, really happy for Leonardo DiCaprio. I have not seen The Revenant yet, but that is on my list to go see it. Let me know if you guys have seen it yet in the chat. I was really happy though for him because he plays always these great roles and always comes up this short. I know he's won a Golden Globe before, but he has never won that Academy Award yet. That could be now in the stars for him. Hopefully, this guy deserves it. I mean, are you kidding me? He didn't get it for Titanic. He did not get it for all these other great films that he was a part of. It's going to have to happen for the guy. So that was great to see that maybe it is in his stars to happen like this. So hopefully Leo can get that awesome Academy Award for just knocking out movie after movie, role after role. This guy really, really has it all together. So that's awesome. Some other things that I noticed. I love the host, Ricky Gervais. Man, he knocked it out once again. Sometimes he always he teeters on that line, and then sometimes he goes just beyond that line where it gets really uncomfortable for the audience, but the jokes are just so well on point. Ricky Gervais, I think, and he kept the flow of the show moving along. That's what a host is supposed to do ultimately, and he really, really did it, I thought. I liked it one time he came out, I think it was like middle of the show, and he's like, is this show still going on? He really spoke to the audience and the people at home by thinking, these award shows, they go on far too long. I mean, it's nice to have Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, and all that stuff. But then when you get to the best sound mixing in a movie, it gets a little much. It gets a little too bit technical. The average viewer just wants to see Best Picture, Best Actor, Actress, and Best Supporting. So, yeah, I know. Leo didn't even get nominated for Titanic. I think, he was so young then. They were just like, maybe it's a fluke. This guy just killed it on screen. And no, he kept on killing it and killing it. I can't believe he didn't get it for Wolf of Wall Street. This guy knocks it out at Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, he totally dominates the screen. He's like the center of attention, which is exactly the character, the way he was supposed to play that character, and he doesn't get, he gets nominated, but he doesn't take home the Academy Award for it, which he should have there. But boy, this guy's always great. Yeah, Rachel says he's a great host. Mikey talking about Ricky Gervais. He keeps it moving and doesn't get dry. Yeah, that's a great thing. What I loved Sylvester Stallone's moment, getting that standing ovation at the Golden Globes for finally winning one for his supporting role in Creed. And then, so I thought that was great. It was great to see everybody stand up for him. But what was going on in the beginning of the show with Jonah Hill? He must have been drunk or on something, because this guy, comes out with Channing Tatum. And by the way, what's going on with Channing Tatum's hair? And a lot of people were talking about that this morning and into the afternoon. Channing Tatum's hair, he's probably doing it for a movie. Doesn't look good on him. I mean, the guy's a great-looking guy, but come on, Channing. Hopefully it's for a movie and you were forced to do that, because wasn't a good look for you, buddy. But yeah, Jonah Hill, bizarre. Really bizarre in the beginning of the show. I thought there was just, from the show in general, I thought the celebrities were just F-bombing. They're left and right. I don't think, we didn't need to. This is a show on national TV. This isn't on cable. Come clean it up a little, because then the censors have to censor everything, where they're not censoring a word, they're censoring like 5 words after that, so you miss a whole sentence. You don't even know what's going on. So that was a little shame there. I thought they could really get a little better for that. I'm just reading along what you guys are saying here. Yeah, a lot of them seem drunk. Yeah, but well, this is the one award show where there is that open bar right there. So on commercial breaks, they can go and get their drink of choice while they want to. And I think some went a little too crazy on that open bar situation there at the Beverly Hilton in L.A. Another moment that I thought was just so bad. John Hamm wins for Best Actor for TV, for Mad Men, Don Draper. And his speech was like, it was flat. He didn't know what to say. I'm like, come on, you got to know. Even if you don't think you're going to win, you still got to have in your mind the list of people that you're going to thank, and say a little something about, why you're happy that you won this award. This guy looks like, if it's not scripted for him, this guy doesn't know what to do. Another one, but he wasn't as bad. The worst person I thought to give a speech was Denzel Washington. And he was the only man in the room that knew he was getting an award that night. Think about that. He was the only guy walking in knowing, I'm going to have to be on stage tonight because they're going to give me a Lifetime Achievement Award. And he gets up on stage. I thought it was nice in the beginning. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a great speech because he's bringing his whole family on. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be so good. I thought he was going to, because right before they bring him on, Tom Hanks tosses to a great montage that these editors put together of just his whole creative work in film. They show pretty much every film that he's been in, just showing little highlights and little sound bits, so little sound bites. But I'm like, oh man, this is going to be an epic speech. I think this guy's going to kill it. He gets up on stage with his family. I'm thinking, oh my God, this is going to be so good. Look at this family everywhere. He has his wife, he has his kids. I'm like, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. And then he proceeds to mumble and stumble. And then he says he wrote down a speech, but then he didn't have his glasses to read it. And then his wife wanted to help, but she didn't have her glasses. It was just a bizarre moment. Let me know what you guys think about that if you saw it. I mean, it was just a little weird. I'm like, buddy, you're the only guy or woman that knew that they were going to get this award tonight. So you got to come up there and you got to talk about, because Jodie Foster a couple years ago, remember when she got it, she was up there for 12 minutes. Even George Clooney last year, they got it. He was up there for about 10 minutes. I think Denzel was only up there for about 4 minutes, and it was a hard 4 minutes to watch because he's mumbling and stumbling, only thanking his agents and a couple friends in the business. But I mean, wow, little weird there. I thought that was just a little bizarre. Oh well, missed moment, a clear missed moment for Denzel. I think he's going to regret that. Probably today already, waking up thinking, wow, is that what I really said, or the lack of saying? I mean, he could have talked about anything about his career. This guy had an amazing career and still does. He has probably stories for days on like behind the scenes stuff or like epic moments that happened between him and some, other actors that forever changed his way of thinking about the business. I mean, it could have been anything, but he didn't go that way. That was, I thought, a missed moment for Denzel. Poor guy, though. Wow. Elite says the entire ceremony was a train wreck. Wow. That's pretty big. That's pretty big there, folks. I did not like... And wait, when did J-Law, Jennifer Lawrence, has she always just been so... I feel like she's very mean to people. Just the way she presents herself, and when she was up on stage telling someone in the audience, stop taking pictures of us. Come on. Very weird on Jennifer Lawrence's part. I thought she was never liked her as an actress, but interesting. Very interesting. All right, guys, we're moving along here. Almost 5:30, about 30 minutes away from Bernie Sanders' Hillary Clinton event in Iowa. We will bring that to you live right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We always appreciate you guys being part of the stream here. I do want to show you some of the top stories that we were talking about earlier today.
Thousands of bus riders in Phoenix are affected. Both sides are continuing to negotiate. Now we've had a news conference within the last hour with the latest information. Courtney Griffin's on that story live. Courtney.
Yeah, good morning. ATU union bus drivers have been on strike since Friday, and several people here, a couple hundred probably, have been on strike since last night because they are still in negotiations with Transdev, which is a privately owned company hired by the city of Phoenix who runs the bus drivers, and so they cannot figure out an agreement. So bus drivers are on strike, and there's several things that they are working on right now. Now, I'm going to bring in former mayor of Tempe, thanks so much, Hugh Hallman. So where do you stand on this?
Well, I was brought in by some political leaders to help try to resolve the issues. We have important events coming up, and I was asked could I help bring the parties back to the table. What I discovered was that the negotiators for the company had literally left the valley. We did get everybody back to the table late last night, so we lost 2.5 days. This strike was continued for 2.5 days more than it needed to be because we couldn't get the company back to the table. With that said, we've got a handful of issues yet to resolve. The major issue is this company entered a contract with the city of Phoenix on July 1st, 2015. They had to get that contract done. They left all these people out in the cold. These folks have been working without a contract since July 1st, 2015, and the company is still dragging its feet. They just did a contract with Phoenix, and they're now trying to claim that when they did that contract with Phoenix, they were going to take money out of these people's pockets to give back to the city of Phoenix and make more money. That's nonsense. We're not looking for a lot. It's not that hard a problem to solve, and I hope today we'll get this done.
Okay, now real quick, we have 9 issues that you guys are talking about. Give me a couple.
An example of the most ridiculous that we argued about until last night. These union employees don't have restrooms on their buses, so they have to stop at public restrooms along their route. They've asked that the company help them in working with the city of Phoenix to find safe, clean restrooms. We're not saying that they have to guarantee anything. We're just saying we need the company's help with the city of Phoenix to locate and make sure our restrooms are clean and safe. They said no. I think that's an example of the most absurd kind of negotiating you can have. They've also cut off the health insurance for all these employees. That is just chicken, to cut off the health care for somebody who's got a sick daughter who now can't get the medication she needs, who's got cancer and can't get the medication they need. Those kinds of things. That's the sort of chicken stuff that's been going on.
And you said that happened on Friday. The strikers only, their health care and 401k was cut.
That's correct.
All right. So what are you hoping to discuss and finalize today with Transdev at 10 a.m.?
I believe that the officials from the city of Phoenix, Mayor Greg Stanton, Councilmember Bill Gates, Councilmember Sal DeCiccio, those 3 have already reached out and are working hard to try to get this settled. It's going to take their strength to get to the company to understand they're making more than $350 million from the taxpayers of the city of Phoenix. They should stop trying to take more money out of these people's pockets.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that information. So again, Transdev and ATU Union, they are going to be meeting this morning at 10 a.m. and hopefully be able to resolve some of these issues so the workers can get back to working. We'll keep you updated, though, guys.
All right, Courtney, thanks for the info there. Very interesting just to hear kind of a little more in depth as to what's going on with those negotiations. New this morning, a man stabbed after a fight inside this Glendale home at 35th Ave in Glendale. Now, it's unique because we're told that several different families all live inside this one house. So police say the people inside were drinking and a fight broke out and a 20-year-old man was stabbed. He actually left and walked down to the QT in the neighborhood to get some help. Then they took him to the hospital. His injuries are non-life-threatening. Police questioning everybody who was there. Also new this morning, some families out of their home after fire breaks out at an apartment complex near 11th Street and Roosevelt. Firefighters say the families woke up to smoke filling their apartments. They were able to get out safely, but with a couple of different units impacted. You can see the firefighters were up there as it spread up into the attic. 14 people now have to find a new place to live. Tributes are pouring in for legendary singer David Bowie, who died of cancer yesterday at the age of 69. Now, his representative says that the legendary singer died peacefully, surrounded by his family. He'd been fighting cancer for about the last year and a half. He kept a low profile in recent years after reportedly having a heart attack. Now, he had just released a new album on Friday, which was also his birthday. He leaves behind a wife, supermodel Imam, and two children as well, who obviously are grown. So we all woke to this news this morning, and not knowing that he had this cancer fight going on, it really was just shocking. Talk about a guy who still had legions of followers. I mean, the British Prime Minister tweeted out this morning what a great loss he felt, having grown up with the music of David Bowie. So
yeah, absolutely a great loss there in the world of music, and not only music but entertainment as a whole. Switching gears here, like I said, welcome everybody to Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. I'm your host up until 7 o'clock Arizona time, where then Kinsey will come back on for you right here and shut the show down for you, as we do go 9 to 9, Monday through Friday, stream for you 12 hours a day, just to bring you guys the news, the sports, the entertainment, all the updates that you need throughout the day. We've got you covered right here. So that's why you guys tune in, and that's why you guys are always up to date on a lot of the topics, because we just hit the topics over and over again for you. You know, we also bring those live events to you. Those great live events that just seem to be popping more and more now as political season, and we're getting so close to the primaries. We're going to be seeing so many town hall rallies, so many forums and different kind of speaking engagements for these politicians. And what I like about it the best is we show it to you in its entirety. You know, if you watch the news or you watch anything else, they're gonna give you these little 30-second sound bites. I get to really know a candidate like that with 30-second sound bites. With here, we give you an hour, unfiltered, unedited, just raw. So you get to really see how the candidate talks to the audience, as well as answers the questions from the audience sometimes when they do those town hall events. So yeah, that's an awesome feature that we do right here, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. right here, Fox10Phoenix.com. Tell all your friends about us. We'd love to have more people join the stream and interact with us on a daily basis. That would be great. Also, boy, it's getting very close for me. I am running the Rock and Roll Half Marathon on Sunday. I'll be running it with our very own Danielle Miller. We've been training every Saturday. We've been getting to the point, you know, just this past Saturday we ran 10 miles. Now we are getting ready. We're already there. We're going to do that 13.1 on Sunday in Tempe, and then, goes Tempe, Scottsdale, and then right back to Tempe there. It ends at Tempe Beach Park. So I think that'll be a great way to really, a race is a great opportunity for you to, you train, and then it's time to really just showcase what you got. You know, race days should be the most non-stressful day, but it's always the most stressful day, because you're like, oh, I hope you never feel like you trained enough. It doesn't matter if you trained for weeks on end, or you never feel confident until you finish that finish line. And that's what I kind of like about running. It's like the one sport really where you got to put it in. You got to put in the work. You can't like hot dog it. You can't mail it in. You know, with some sports, when you're on basketball or baseball and you're part of a team, you could kind of like drift off and not be a part of, you could do bad, but your team can still win that one. So I like about running, if you don't put in the work, if you don't put in the training, you don't put in the hard work and dedication, it's going to show. It's going to show on race day, and you're not going to do as well as you thought you were going to be. So we're hoping for a time of 1:45, 1:50 in that area. We would love that time, hour 45 minutes. I think it's doable. We've been training for it. So yeah, it's gonna be something. Thank you, Rachel, for your support. That is awesome. We love having your support, Rachel. Yeah, I like myself. I still don't feel like I've done enough training for it. So should be interesting. I've been drinking since January 1st though, water. That's all. I just shut it down. I've been drinking, sometimes sodas or go out on the weekend and have a couple drinks with my friends. I shut all that down. And it's only been 11 days, but still, I've seen a noticeable difference. I have more energy, even though when I was drinking caffeine and soda to give me energy, really the energy is always within you. Sometimes when you have these sugary drinks, you get that great buzz, and then it comes right down, and then you feel like crap. Since I've been drinking water, I don't have that crash. I just have that constant energy. So that's cool. That's a cool thing about it. So yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. So yeah, we're pumped for this run happening on Sunday. We got one more. We're going to do one more run tomorrow morning, just a little 3 or 4 miler, just to keep the legs moving. And then what I like to do on Fridays and Saturdays, right before race day, if the race is on a Sunday, Fridays and Saturday, I just like to like go for a walk. Just get the legs, keep going. Just get it used to, I'm in great shape though. I'm ready for it. It's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, moving on. Just for me. No, I've never had coconut water. I've never had it. I'll give it a shot maybe one day. I just don't want to try anything new this week. This is when it's race week, you don't want to try anything different. So I've been on this bland diet this week and last week that I've just been doing like chicken and vegetables all day, every day, just because I want my body to have something really used to it, so there's no wild card situation. Especially the day before the race, keep it really plain and simple, and so there's no surprises on the run there. If you don't want to get like heartburn or anything like that, indigestion, anything. So cool. All right, guys, we're going to keep on moving along here. I do want to show you. A lot of you were part of the stream probably when the Fort Worth judge announced the lower bond for the affluenza teen's mom. But I have a shorter version of that, just about 11 minutes. I know we stayed on it for about an hour because that's how long the court lasted there. But let me show it to you just in case you guys missed it. And just a little refresher here. We're talking about the affluenza case. This is the case of that, at the time, the 16-year-old. He was drinking and driving, killed 4 people, and then only got 10 years probation because the defense on his team said, well, he had such a high privileged lifestyle that he really doesn't know wrong from right. So it was the term affluenza. It was the first time we heard that term ever in a court case. And then what happened this past year, he was seen on Twitter drinking, violation of his parole. He got scared, went with his mom to Mexico. The mom they were eventually caught. He's still in Mexico. She's back in the States. And here is her bond hearing.
The amount of bail to be required in any case is to be regulated by the court in the exercise of the discretion by the Constitution and these following rules. The bail shall be sufficiently high to give reasonable assurance that the undertaking will be complied with. Basically, that she's going to show up in court when she's supposed to show up. The power to require bail is not to be so used as to make it an instrument of oppression. Right? That concerns me with these high bails. The nature of the offense and the circumstances under which it was committed are to be considered. That's what I'm doing. This is a case that we're dealing with a hindering of this child. The next thing is the ability to make bail is to be regarded, and proof may be taken upon this point, which I think I've gotten. The future safety of a victim of the alleged offense in the community shall be considered. Right, and that's why I asked some of the questions I did about her contacts with the community, etc. But one of the things I am concerned about is that, you can't set a bail just to keep somebody in jail. I mean, that's not what this Constitution or laws of this country is about.
I apologize, Ryan. I'm not trying to. When I say debt or retention...
But I mean, $1 million, when you see that the woman doesn't have that would be to keep her in jail, don't you think?
If she really doesn't have it, perhaps.
And we're talking about a third-degree felony here. We're not talking about a capital murder. We're not talking about a murder. We're not talking about aggravated sexual assault. We are talking about a case that the punishment range is 2 to 10 years, not 2 to 20, not 5 to 99, not life. So let's look at it for what it is. I mean, I understand everybody's concerned. I understand that there possibly is outrage in the community and things of this nature, but as a judge, I got to look at the law. And I got to make my decisions based upon the law and that alone. So that was the whole purpose of this hearing. And I'll be very frank with you, I just don't believe everything that I've heard today, that it should be $1 million.
I understand that, Your Honor, and obviously, we expect you to abide by the law. We know you're going to do that, but the law gives you quite a bit of leeway. And you are entitled to consider not only the level of the offense, but also any extenuating factors. And I think the fact that you are allowed to consider any aggravating factors, in fact, there's case law to back that up. And I've outlined what those aggravating factors are. This is not a standard third-degree felony. If it was, then $15,000 might make sense. But this is not a standard third-degree felony. This is a person that it took great efforts just to get back into the jurisdiction, to find in the first place and to get back into the jurisdiction. And we're merely asking for a bond that will ensure her attendance in court to answer for these charges.
Very well. Thank you, Mr.
And Your Honor, one more thing. In the event that the court, I'm assuming that the court will, I know the court will set a bond, whether it's changed or not, but we would ask as conditions of bond that the cost of extradition of $3,177.97 be ordered to be paid as a condition of bond, that she also be ordered to surrender not only her passport, I realize there's some confusion about where that is, but we would also ask that she be ordered to surrender her driver's license, because you can, under some circumstances, use just a driver's license to get into Mexico. Maybe not to get back into the United States, but to get into Mexico. And she's already shown a willingness to go there.
And I understand she doesn't even have that. She doesn't have anything. Okay. Real good. Thank you, Mr. Rousseau.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the court has heard testimony concerning this bond reduction hearing. And after hearing testimony, the court's decision is this. I am going to order a bond for Ms. Couch to $75,000. I think that's an amount that is appropriate for this type of case, and the fact that I don't think it is oppressive. I think Ms. Couch can make that. If, in fact, she does make this bond, I'm going to have several conditions that I want, and I talked to Ms. Couch about this at the arraignment. I want her to report to the Community Supervision and Corrections Department of Tarrant County, Texas, immediately after she makes bond, and to continue to report as scheduled weekly. I want her weekly reporting. I want her to stay with her son at his Tarrant County address, and I want to have a good address and phone number for that home. I didn't ask for the address because I wanted to remain secretive for you, for everybody. I want her to abstain from the illegal use of controlled substances. There's been no allegation that she takes drugs, but I want to make sure that she doesn't, and she will be tested on that. So I want you to explain that to Ms. Couch. I don't want her to purchase, possess, or transport any firearms or weapons at all. My understanding that there was a weapon found in Mexico. I don't know whose weapon it was. There was no discussion or no testimony on it, but I don't want her with any weapons. She has to pay a $60 a month supervision fee while she's on bond to the Community Supervision and Corrections Department. She must fully participate in and comply with the rules and requirements of our probation department. electronic monitoring program. I do want an electronic monitor, and I told you folks that I wanted that. If and she isn't to change her dress without prior knowledge to my probation department. So I want her at her son's home, and that's where I want her to stay. If there's anything that changes, I want to be made known of that. I don't want you to consume any alcoholic beverages, Ms. Couch. You're not to refuse a breath, blood, urine, or field sobriety test if requested by the court or my probation department. You are to submit and pay for non-dilute urine samples for testing for controlled substances, cannabinoids, as directed by my probation department. You are to avoid persons and places of harmful or disruptible character, meaning I don't want you around clubs and things of this nature. You're going to be kept really, really strict on the lock and key. And you are going to be released to my probation department once a bond is set on that. You are also to allow the probation department to visit you at home or elsewhere at any time. And we want to make sure that you follow all these rules and regulations that I'm going to sign into effect.
Your Honor, may I inquire? You said you want her to stay in that home. Are you ordering 24-hour home confinement?
At this time I am. And that's subject to be reviewed after I look at it for a while.
Thank you.
All right? Now,
Your Honor, and
yes.
she gets time off to monitor, visit lawyers and doctors. Is that correct?
Yes, she can do that. I also am going to order that she pays this Sheriff Department restitution of $31,7793 for going out there to pick her up and getting her back here. All right? That takes care of the bond reduction hearing. There's one other matter I want to put on the record.
All right, guys, it looks like
And
the
that
bond hearing
is-
is over. So we're going to cut out of this and go to Governor Ducey.
You can hear Samia there from a prior playback.
Order to the lawyers involved in this case, both the state as well as the defense. And this is an order regarding discovery and media dissemination. I have previously instructed counsel for the state and the defense that the Michael Morton Act shall apply to these proceedings for all matters involving discovery pursuant to Article 3914 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and the parties are to make no extrajudicial statements or otherwise engage in conduct calculated to, in effect, try these proceedings in the media in violation of Rule 3.07 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. The court believes it is best to memorize the same in writing, which I am doing. The parties, both sides, have agreed to the entry of this order, and accordingly is therefore ordered that the Michael Morton Act shall apply to these proceedings, and order that counsel for either party in this cause shall not make any extrajudicial statements that they expect to be disseminated by means of public communication. And I'm talking about, faxes, emails, Facebook, Twitter, and whatever else that we have. And I'm a little at a loss because I don't join any of that stuff. I don't know any of that. But I know that it's out here today. So I want you to stay away from that. And I find it amazing that people use that. I have defendants that come in here and that's how they're caught, because they're on those things, all right? Okay, anything else? Right? Public communications, the lawyer knows or reasonably should know that it will have a substantial likelihood of materiality prejudice in these proceedings, except as provided by Rule 3.07C of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. It is hereby further ordered that the lawyer shall not counsel or assist another person to make these statements. This order also applies equally to dissemination of any discovery exchanged by the parties which has not been formally admitted into evidence in these proceedings. That's going to be signed by me when
All right, folks, so you could see that was the ruling. So 70 dropped from $1 million to $75,000 bond. Looking at our tower cam with a live shot now, you can see it's starting to get dark here in the valley. 59 degrees, though still northwest winds coming out of the 6 miles per hour. Hope everyone is having a great Monday evening. Just starting the week off. Hope everyone's starting the week off right. Coming up in about less than 10 minutes, we're supposed to be getting the feed in from Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton together at a forum in Iowa. That event is called the Brown and Black Forum for Democratic Presidential Candidates, happening in Iowa, 6 p.m. Arizona time, 7 o'clock local there in Iowa. Coming up in just a short while. While we have some time to kill, folks, I do want to show you a little bit of the White House briefing that took place today. And some of the questions asked were about tomorrow's big State of the Union, Mr. Obama's final State of the Union.
His life and his work. And I haven't spoken to the president about whether or not he was a David Bowie fan, but there's no denying the impact of his contribution to art and music and film, not just here in the United States, but around the world. All right. John.
First, a quick follow-up, something on Friday. The attempted assassination of the police officer in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Does the White House consider that a terrorist attack? Mm-hmm.
John, this is something that is still being investigated by the Philadelphia Police Department, and they have not concluded that it actually is an act of terrorism, but given some of the circumstances of the event, obviously that is something that we're all wondering right now. And I'm confident that as the Philadelphia Police Department investigates the shooting of one of their own, this is something that they will consider. That specifically is the motivation of the individual who carried out this heinous act of violence. We obviously are pleased to hear reports that the condition of the police officer is improving. And again, it is a timely reminder of the way that that hundreds of thousands of police officers across the country put on their uniform and leave home every day, prepared to put their lives on the line to protect the communities they're sworn to serve and protect. And the overwhelming majority of those individuals carry out that important work with courage and with professionalism. And we obviously owe them a debt of gratitude.
Okay, and then a question on the State of the Union, literally. The president has said he's never been more optimistic going into a new year. Mm-hmm. How do you square that with where the American public is on that question? I mean, the most recent poll from NBC had just a fifth of the country saying that the country was on the right track. 70% saying that the country is going on the wrong track. Why, if the president is so optimistic about the State of the Union, why does the overwhelming majority of the American public believe that things are seriously off the rails?
Well, I think part of that, John, is obviously attributable to the avalanche of negativity that we've seen from Republican candidates for president. You know, the kind of, the willingness of those candidates to exploit people's fears and insecurities and anxieties has infected the political debate. That's surely part of it. I think it's also perfectly reasonable, as the president discussed in his interview with Steve Inskeep before the end of the year, that there are a lot of Americans who are feeling insecure about the economy. Obviously, given the terrorist attack that we saw in San Bernardino at the end of last year, people are understandably concerned about national security, and it sort of reawakened people's concerns about that. So there's certainly reason for people to be concerned. The president's reaction to that, though, is that he has never been more confident about our ability to confront successfully those challenges, but also never been more confident about our capacity to capitalize on the opportunities that exist for this country.
But I guess what I'm asking, so you have the president said he's never been more optimistic, and Dennis McDonough yesterday in his interviews struck a similarly optimistic tone about where things stand right now. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump says the State of the Union is a mess. It seems that the vast majority of the American people think that Trump is right on that question and not the president. Why? I mean, why is that? It's really just because of what Republican candidates have been saying in a primary? You think the American people have been fooled by that? Or, I mean, what?
No, I think that's certainly had an impact on the nature of the political debate in this country. But again, I also think that there are justified concerns about the impact of the global economy on middle-class families here in the United States. And I think there's a justified concern about the ability of ISIL to use social media to carry out acts of violence against Americans. The bottom line, though, when it comes to the president's thinking about all of this, is he's got a lot of confidence that betting on America is going to be a good bet, both in terms of confronting those challenges, but also in terms of capitalizing on those opportunities. And the president is hopeful that he'll have an opportunity in this speech to not just talk about the kind of political rhetoric that is on display from Republicans leading up to the next election, but to actually talk about how these issues are going to affect the next generation of Americans. And that's what leadership's about. That certainly is consistent with the kind of leadership that the president campaigned on in 2007 and 2008. And I think it's consistent with the kind of leadership that the president has shown since he took office for the first time in January of 2009. Okay? April.
Josh, following up on Olivier on Powerball and going no, but I mean, it's a serious question.
Yeah.
And going back on the state of the Okay, let me hit Powerball first. No, seriously. Granted, it's gambling, but it's over $1 billion. The jackpot is over $1 billion. And lotteries were typically sanctioned by governments, well, approved by governments, for infrastructure projects, facilities, and state projects. I mean, does that say something that, granted, a lot of people are gambling, looking to get this big jackpot so they don't have to go to work anymore or work anymore, but there could be a benefit? I mean, does the White House look at it as a possible boom for states and localities that do have Powerball in that location?
Well, it's not clear to me what sort of impact this particular game will have on state budgets across the country. I think a lot of Americans are talking about this because it's fun. I don't think they do it because they expect that they're going to win and they're not going to have to show up to work the next day. I think they do it because they think it's fun. And a lot of state governments see this as an opportunity to try to make a little money. Yes, to augment funding for infrastructure projects or education or other priorities that they've identified. And I haven't heard the president express a particular objection to that. I guess that's all I've got to say. Well, I guess you'd have to ask state governments about that, and I think what they would tell you is that this is helpful in helping them fund the kinds of priorities that they've identified, particularly in this era of fiscal belt tightening.
Okay, and now on to the State of the Union. Could you give us a little TikTok as to how many drafts, how long will it be?
I don't have a metric to share with you in terms of the number of drafts that the president has gone through. I know that the president, in addition to a round of golf, devoted a significant portion of his weekend to working on the speech. I can tell you that the president's schedule has been left pretty flexible today so that he can spend ample time working on it again. And I would anticipate that there'll be even more work that's done tonight and tomorrow. The president typically is working on this on the State of the Union pretty close to up to the last minute, and I would anticipate that that'll be true this year as well.
Now, when the president delivers the State of the Union, talking about the State of the Union is either strong or he's optimistic, what have you, typically every year when the president does this, it's a statement of optimism, resilience, and strength. And then you have people like Donald Trump saying it's a mess. But when any president delivers a State of the Union, isn't there positives in the country and negatives? What would you say to this State of the Union as you have Republicans saying it's a mess and looking at the negatives when this administration is touting positives as well as the negatives?
Yeah. Well, look, I think the president has ample reason to be quite optimistic about the capacity of the American people to confront the significant challenges that we're facing. The president's optimism about the country is not because he isn't concerned about the future. his optimism about the country is characterized by his confidence in the American people and our country to overcome those challenges. And, just as importantly, to capitalize on the opportunities that exist. There is no country in the world that is better positioned to capitalize on the kind of opportunities we see, whether it relates to our national security or it relates to our economy, than the United States of America. And you'll get the opportunity tomorrow to hear directly from the president about why exactly that is.
And last question. Since this is a more of a visionary statement, we're at a time where we're seeing some very divisive words about race. We're seeing it from Justice Scalia, in many of people's opinion. We're seeing it from the governor of New Hampshire, just in the last couple of weeks. Will the president address these?
You mean the governor of Maine, right?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Forgive me, I've been on vacation. Yeah, but we're seeing it from we're seeing these words from officials who lead or judge in some shape or form in this United States system. Will the president speak to that?
Well, stay tuned.
Can you give me more than that?
Not today. Byron.
Thanks, Josh. Congress is considering a package of changes to the Freedom of Information law, which would basically codify the presumption of openness and strengthen the office responsible for oversight of FOIA issues. It has bipartisan support. Does it have the White House's support?
Well, Byron, we'll obviously take a close look at the legislation. There's one thing that I'm confident they could do that would strengthen this proposal. You think you know what I'm going to say?
Include themselves in it?
Exactly. And I would expect that the press corps that spends so much time covering Congress and covering government and demanding transparency would have those same kinds of questions for Congress. Congress is the one writing the rules, and right now they're writing the rules in such a way that they don't have to play by them. I don't think that's a particularly, frankly, American way to pursue this. Part of our government is about making sure that we're all playing by the same set of rules. And the basis of this legislation is that the American people have a right to know more about what's happening inside their government. I don't understand why Congress doesn't think the American people don't have a right to understand exactly what's happening in the Congress. So we certainly would encourage them to consider adding that to their proposal. When it comes to the administration's views on this, we feel like we've got a pretty strong record. I'll just walk through a couple of highlights. In fiscal year 2014, the administration processed 647,142 FOIA requests. That number of letters doesn't get responded to unless you're serious about trying to fulfill your responsibility to run the most transparent government in history. More than 91% of the FOIA requests that were processed by the administration resulted in the person making the requests receiving some or all of the requested information. But part of our commitment to transparency is actually reflected in our efforts to put out information before we're even asked about it. And if you visit data.gov, which I'm sure all of you have done, there are more than 180,000 data sets and collections that have been made available on data.gov. And consistent with our commitment to transparency, the administration has said that information should be presented in a machine-readable format so that when you're considering those data sets, you can slice and dice the numbers and actually help the American people learn a little bit more about what's happening in their government and in their world. And so this is, these are some of the reasons that we obviously are quite proud of the work that we have done to make government more transparent and more accessible. And we wish that Congress, while they're writing these rules, would follow suit.
A House panel concluded, a Republican-led House panel, concluded in a recent report that the entire FOIA process is, quote, broken. And I think we've seen some really high-profile incidents of this at the State Department, for example, over Secretary Clinton's record and the fact that, there are, I think, a couple dozen lawsuits against the agency over that. But there have also been questions raised about transparency to other agencies and parts of the federal government. I mean, you rattle off some statistics, but as a philosophical question, has access to information gotten better during the Obama administration? And have these agencies lived up to their responsibilities in the standard you set as the most transparent administration in history?
There's no denying that we have made improvements in a way that have led people to have a better understanding of exactly what's happening in their government and making their government more transparent. And that includes releasing a whole lot of information even before we're asked. And that is, let me give you another example of that. On a regular basis, the White House puts out a list of just about everybody who visits the White House. I'll remind you that the previous administration went to the Supreme Court to try to prevent the release of that information. And this is something that we release on a voluntary basis on a regular schedule. Yes, our record on this is good, and transparency has improved. Let me also state that the commitment to transparency means constantly working to improve that process even more. I'm confident that those of you who are advocates for transparency believe that there's a lot more that we can and should be doing to provide more information. And we certainly do strive to live up to the goal that the ambitious goal that the president set at the beginning to ensure that he's presiding over the most transparent White House in history, and that those kinds of, that commitment to transparency also extends to a variety of government agencies. And as it comes to when it comes to the State Department, yes, there have been some disputes about this, but again, I would encourage you to take a look at the results, which is that you have the former Secretary of State releasing all of her work-related emails consistent with the FOIA process. So again, I think the outcome here is evidence of the kind of commitment to transparency that the president has championed. Okay, Jim.
You mentioned visits to the White House. Yesterday, Dennis McDonough said that Senator Sanders had a visit with President Obama. What can you tell us about that?
It was a private meeting, so not very much. But I don't have details about when the meeting took place, but the president has had an opportunity, has had multiple opportunities, both in private one-on-one interactions, as well as in interactions with the broader Senate Democratic caucus to visit with Senator Sanders. And I certainly wouldn't rule out future sit-downs in the future.
And why did Dennis, and I think you did this a little bit on Friday, why are you guys taking credit for Senator Sanders' movement on gun control? And do you also believe that Secretary Clinton has maybe moved in your direction a little bit because of the president's actions on guns over the years?
Well, I guess the reason is that when the president published an op-ed suggesting that he would only support candidates who share his commitment to common sense gun safety laws, that we saw Senator Sanders' office indicate that Senator Sanders has said that he was more open to those kinds of laws than he had been in the past. It's not a direct quote, but I think that's consistent with the spirit of what they have said.
And you think they did that because of the op-ed, because of the concern that maybe President Obama would not campaign for Senator Sanders in the future? Or?
You'd have to ask him about that. I think the point...
he would need President Obama's assistance up in Vermont? Were he running for re-election for a Senate seat, for example?
Well, again, I don't have to tell you this. He's not running for re-election as senator. He's actually running for president of the United States. And I'm confident that whoever the Democratic nominee is, they're going to be pretty eager to have President Obama's support. So I can certainly understand, why this is something that Senator Sanders is talking about quite a bit. And look,
it was necessary movement on his part. Is the president is pleased that Senator Sanders moved in his direction since the publication of that op-ed?
Well, we saw some pretty direct comments from Senator Sanders over the weekend. I understand he did a town hall meeting or some sort of public event in Iowa where he noted that he supports changing laws that currently allow gun manufacturers who have acted irresponsibly to avoid accountability. And the president believes that the opposite should be true, that gun manufacturers should be held accountable for their products and for their business practices. And we obviously were pleased to see Senator Sanders' comments, and that's consistent with the kinds of values and priorities that you'll see from candidates that the president is prepared to campaign for next year, or later this year. And
Trying to help Hillary Clinton a little bit.
no, I'm.
A lot of discussion about it on the Sunday talk show.
It sounds like I've spent
today.
the last 90 seconds talking, saying good things about Senator Sanders' commitment to common sense gun laws. So I have a feeling I'm more likely to hear from my friends in the Clinton campaign than my friends in the Sanders campaign right now.
I don't know. I bet the folks in the Clinton campaign would probably like it if you were saying that we're glad we got Senator Sanders to move in our direction a little bit.
Well, I'll just say that we were pleased to see his comments over the weekend, and they are certainly consistent with the kinds of priorities that we would expect candidates who are seeking the president's support to prioritize on the campaign trail. And the president's quite serious about this. If there are Democratic candidates who aren't willing to walk the walk and live up to a commitment to advancing common sense gun laws, then they should look elsewhere for support for their campaigns.
Let me ask you about this last State of the Union. Are you concerned that after the State of the Union, the public's focus will shift away from the White House and to the campaign trail, and folks aren't going to pay attention to what you're doing anymore, and that sort of thing? And how are you planning to deal with that?
Well,
you're still working for the President of the United States, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, well, that's certainly true.
Is that a concern? Is that a concern?
Well, look, I got a lot of this. A lot of people asking me this question.
All right, folks, we are going to make a move now to switch on over. We just got the feed in for this Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton event happening live right now in Iowa. So let's take you out.
She goes out later and shoots somebody. Should you be sued?
I don't know. You tell
I don't think so. On the other hand, if you are a gun manufacturer who is selling guns into an area and you're selling a whole lot of guns, and you have reason to believe that a lot of those guns are not meant for the people in that area, but are being distributed to criminal elements, should you be prosecuted? Damn right. So I think what we have to do is take a new look at that legislation and get rid of the provisions.
So you don't make a mistake in that.
It's not a mistake. Like many pieces of legislation, it is complicated. But on the issue of guns, let me be very clear. I support the president. I think we have got to expand and extend and improve the instant background check. We've got to do everything.
As you can see, we just lost that feed. Let's see if they try to repopulate it.
Try to communicate with the American public about what's happening here at the White House. And apropos of Byron's question, I'm confident that we will ensure that even though the Snapchat messages disappear, that they are properly recorded for posterity's sake.
They will be archived.
They will be.
Okay. And Snapchat is aware of that, I guess.
We've been able to work this out with them. I'm not sure exactly how, but we have.
I don't know how it works either.
Okay. Good.
Thanks.
Margaret.
Josh, I want to go back to what you said earlier about GOP candidates sort of shaping the mindset of some Americans with an avalanche of negativity. Does the president see the State of the Union tomorrow as his chance to sort of burnish his legacy and set the stage for a Democrat to follow him?
Well, I think the president sees this as an opportunity to talk to the country bluntly about the challenges that we face and the opportunities that are there for the taking. And if we're going to successfully confront these challenges, it's important that we understand exactly what they are. So you will hear the president talk about that. You'll also hear the president talk about why he is so confident about our ability to meet those challenges. And when it comes to the opportunities that are available for the taking for the United States, no country in the world is better positioned to capitalize on those opportunities than the United States. And that ultimately is the the essence of the message that the president wants to deliver, precisely because the next president needs to understand that.
All right, folks, we're going to California where there's breaking news where a small plane has crashed or crash-landed onto a highway. This is happening right now. There you go. Live happening in California.
Copy. Rick, you don't sound happy. Google says there's an accident on this 23 right here. Yeah, I guess. Ten seconds, copy all. Well, I'm sure we've all heard that adage, any landing you can walk away from. This is definitely one of them right here. Now, you can see that small plane out there. That's a little two-seater registered out of Van Nuys Airport, and it landed out here on the 23 freeway southbound right at Tierra Yajada. Now, we know that Ventura Fire did arrive out here when the calls started coming into California Highway Patrol about this plane. There were no injuries, so that's a really great thing. And also, you know, backup, not so much of that either. Guess this is something that these people out in Moore Park see quite a bit. That's me trying to be light about the situation. There is a little bit of slowing in both directions as people pass the plane, but it's not very, very much. The California Highway Patrol down there on station right now with two people that look like they came out of that aircraft. Unclear if there's maybe some kind of license and registration problem. Hopefully they'll get this plane out of here shortly. Live in Sky 2 over Moore Park, I'm Stu Mandel. Pat and Paul, back to you. Copy all. Fatal traffic. Fatal traffic. Pardon me? Yeah, sure, what's up? Fatal traffic. All my stuff is fatal traffic. Everybody's tweeting about the fatal traffic. Just tired. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Copy that. Hashtag Chopper. Where is it going to be? What do you mean? I think it was just people getting off the train. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Six, big rig, copy all. I think there might have been an accident in the backup, being serious. Yeah, he probably was looking for that plane crash and he got into an accident himself. It just happened. All right, big rig it is. We're on our way. Woohoo!
All right, there you can see that the chopper is now leaving the scene there as we head back to a beautiful shot of Times Square. Beautiful. Going to show you, couldn't get you that feed anymore on Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. It did go away on us, so we don't have that option there for you. But I do want to show you Ben Carson there in Fort Dodge earlier today.
The government tries, maybe. You know, it started really back in the 20s with the Wilson administration, insinuating itself and deciding that they had control of what was going on, and kept growing. By the time we got to the 60s, LBJ, you know, war on poverty. We're going to eliminate poor people in our country. There won't be any. Well, how'd that work out? Not all that well. $19 trillion later, we have 10 times more people on food stamps, more welfare, more poverty, more broken home, out of wedlock births, crime, incarceration. Everything that was supposed to be better is not only worse, it's much worse. That's what happens when the government starts doing things that it's not supposed to do. I wish they would just read the Constitution. Wouldn't that be helpful if they could do that? I suspect maybe they did read it. And maybe they misinterpreted the preamble to the Constitution, which talks about the duties of the government. And one of the things it says is to promote the general welfare. Well, they probably thought that meant to put everybody on welfare. But obviously that's not what it meant. And, you know, we need to start thinking in a very, very different way. You know, one of the other things that I've talked about recently, and you've seen our tax policy come out, is real fairness when it comes to taxation. And that's why I have proposed proportional taxation, 14.9% on everybody with no deductions and no loopholes for anybody. And I base that on proportionality, which is what God said in the Bible. He didn't say, if you have a bumper crop, you owe me triple time. He didn't say, if your crops fail, you owe me nothing. So if God thinks it's fair, I don't think we can improve on that. You know, you give everybody exactly the same. And, you know, the minute you introduce, you know, deductions and loopholes and tax credits, earned income credits, whatever, everybody starts manipulating everything so that they can fit into that. And the more manipulating ability they have, the more they can take advantage of it. And there are some people who can take advantage of it better than others. So that's unfair inherently. And really, isn't that one of the reasons that people no longer trust the government? Because they allow so many favors, and they pick and choose the winners and losers. And if you're in the special group, you get special handling. You remember when the so-called Affordable Care Act first came out, and all the president's friends were in there. Can we get an exception? Give us an exemption. Let it not start with us. I mean, is that total crap? I mean, that is totally not what America is supposed to be about. And I actually think it is possible to bring some integrity back once again. But it's not going to be easy, believe me. And, I've faced a lot of fury because I don't play by the game. I don't accept donations from billionaires who want to influence me or from special interest groups. Absolutely refuse. And I would do that as president too. Wouldn't deal with it. But because what I've discovered is that anything coming out of Washington that doesn't make any sense has a special interest group attached to it. Absolutely guaranteed. We can get away from it, but it's going to be tough. And it's going to be a difficult fight. It's a fight that I'm willing to take on, a fight that I hope many of you are willing to take on, because we can't really be free unless we're brave, unless we're willing to fight. You look at the people who came before us and how they were willing to fight. There is no question you will be attacked. They will do everything they can to try to get rid of you. They write my obituary, my political obituary, once a week. But, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because as long as the people are there, we still have hope. And that's the way that our system was designed. Now, the other thing that I think really threatens our future and that frightens me is our failure to take a leadership position on the world stage. And when we don't do that, there are others who are eager to fill in that gap. But they aren't necessarily upstanding people. And they certainly don't necessarily agree with the policies that we have. And I think specifically of ISIS and of the radical Islamic jihadists. They are serious. They want to destroy us. And, we seem not to be nearly as serious about stopping them. For instance, you look at our southern border and the fact that it is very porous. I was down there past summer talking to some of the sheriffs. They were talking about the OTMs, other than Mexicans, who were flooding through that area. A lot of them from Syria and Iraq and Somalia, Nigeria, all kinds of places. People who are coming here not to do good things, by the way. And there are terrorist cells that are embedded all over this country just waiting for instructions right now. It is really quite a serious issue. And the problem is our government is not really doing anything to stop it. We could stop all of that illegal traffic if we really wanted to. An example is Yuma County, Arizona, where they put up a double fence with an asphalt road in between for quick access. They put border guards on the border. Imagine that, border guards on the border. And they prosecuted first-time offenders. Rather than the catch and release program, it stopped 97% of the traffic. And that was in one sector. There are 9 sectors. We could easily duplicate that all the way across and add to that motion detectors and drones for early warning. And I think we could make it pretty close to 100%. We also have to do our northern borders and, our Atlantic and Pacific borders. There are rules of engagement that we're not supposed to intercept, certain ships now, and that we used to be able to do. And those people are just, coming here. I don't really understand some of the policies of our administration, to be honest with you. I don't know what it is that they're trying to do. But I know that all this stuff is controllable by people who really are interested in protecting the citizens of this country. So we do have the ability to do it. Now, when it comes to ISIS, I have said all along, we have to treat them very seriously, because if we don't, we're going to be fighting them over here. No question about it. And in order for them to carry out their jihad, they have to have a caliphate. You know, they were missing that from the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1924 until recently, when they gained territory in Iraq and Syria. They have footholds in Egypt and Libya and Somalia and Tunisia and various places. That gives them the legitimacy that they need. And, you know, if you have some time, go back and read about Muhammad and Mecca, and then how he moved to Medina and established his armies and established his initial caliphate and wiped out all the Jews in the Arabian Peninsula. And, you know, it's really a very fascinating history, but it gives you the kind of background to be able to understand what we need to do. We need to take their caliphate, and we need to deny them any territory whatsoever. And I believe the best way to do that is to give the mission to our expert military officials and ask them, what do you need in order to accomplish this? And then be willing to give them whatever they need to accomplish it, and don't tie their hands behind their back. You know, I think that's the way to do it. And then we need to deprive them of the money. ISIS is the richest terrorist organization ever, and they've got oil. We have to stop them from deriving revenue from that. Either take it or destroy it. And some of these silly rules of engagement that the administration has, you know, don't bomb, you know, an oil tanker because there may be people in it. Give me a break. I mean, all you have to do is say, we're bombing anything coming out of there, so if you don't want to die, don't get on it. You know, I think that's I think that's pretty compassionate, you know? That's what I call compassion. Compassion is not allowing them to multiply so that they can kill our people. I think that's the opposite of compassion, to be honest with you. And then we need to shut down all of their monetary channels so that they can't disseminate money around the world, because they look for disaffected individuals and they can recruit them, but they can recruit them because they can pay them. Shut down their mechanisms for paying. And when they come up with alternate mechanisms, we follow those, and we see where they lead, and we destroy the people on both ends. That's the way we have to do it. And then, you know, attack their command and control center in Raqqa. Why should they be able to sit there and smoke their cigars in their comfortable chairs? Why don't we shut off all the routes into the city? There are only 4. And soften the cities. Why don't we have our special ops people attack them at 2 in the morning, and let's put them on the run, and wherever they go, let's chase them, and not let's give them a chance to sit down ever and to relax. Those are the kinds of things that make a difference. And then in this country, we need to teach all of our citizens what to do if they fall under an attack. You know, it's just like, you know, when I was a kid, we used to have air raid drills, you know, during the Cold War. And when that alarm went off, you knew where you were supposed to go and what you were supposed to do. We need to start teaching our citizens that, because I guarantee you, San Bernardino is not the end of this. This is going to continue, and we need to be ready for it. What we don't need to do is deprive our citizens of guns. That's the last thing we need to do in a situation like this. Instead, you know, we should be offering free courses in safety and gun safety for all of our citizens, making sure they understand how to do it. Have you ever noticed, you know, with these mass school shootings, that they don't occur in Israel? Have you ever thought about that? They're sitting right in the midst of all these terrorists, and those mass school shootings don't occur there. I'll tell you why. Because all the terrorists know that in every one of those schools, there are teachers who are specially trained in how to thwart their attacks. And they have weapons in hidden places, and they will use them. And have you noticed in this country, when we have these mass shootings, Where do they go? Gun-free zones. They're not stupid. There should be no gun-free zones as far as I'm concerned. We ought to have people, because, we have to deal with reality. Now, it's very nice for the president to say, oh, wouldn't it be nice if there were no gun violence and everybody was wonderful? That would be nice, I agree. But that's utopia. That's not where we live, and that's not who we're dealing with. And the criminals and the crazies, they don't care what kind of rules and regulations you come up with. They're not going to pay attention to them. So I'm for anything that, if you apply it to these situations, would stop them. But if it doesn't stop them, then all it does is put the people at more risk. So we don't want to be doing that kind of thing. I think also in this country, we need to be following their internet communications extremely carefully. And we need to be putting out alternative messages, decent messages, to attract the same kinds of people. But we also ought to engage in cyber warfare. We ought to shut down their servers. We ought to destroy any communications they have. Some people say, yeah, but that's dirty pool. Well, they're dirty people, so we use dirty pool. That's not a problem. And we need to be talking to the imams and to the clerics about their duty. Their duty is to help us identify the radicalized elements. And if they're unwilling or unable to do that, then how are we supposed to identify them? And if we can't identify them, then obviously it's going to change our attitude and the way that we react. Now, I believe in the fact that we are a land of immigrants. As Teddy Roosevelt said in the early 1900s, we welcome anybody from any place in the world, regardless of the nation or the race or the religion. As long as they want to be Americans, they accept our values and our laws. If they don't, they can stay where they are. I think that is vitally important for the integrity of our nation and the identity of our nation. We do have an American identity. Isn't it cool that you can go any place? You can go to Maine, you can go to Alabama, you can go to Florida. We all speak the same language. You can go to New Jersey, maybe not New Jersey, but just kidding. We have this common culture every place, all the way across the nation. And it is something that we should be proud of. Some people say, they're no different than anybody else. Is that really true, though? You think about this world. 100 years before America, 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, people did things the same way. Within 200 years of the advent of our nation, men were walking on the moon. It changed the trajectory of mankind. It is the most exceptional nation the world has ever known. And our values and our principles are because of our Judeo-Christian foundation, and we should be in no hurry to give that up for the sake of political correctness. That is who we are. Everybody here has a role to play in saving our nation. We all have spheres of influence. You need to talk to your friends. You need to talk to your neighbors, your co-workers, particularly the ones who don't vote. In the last election, 93 million Americans who could have voted didn't vote. 25 to 30 million evangelicals who could have voted did not vote. That would have completely changed the outcome. We have the ability, without question, to return this nation to what it was originally intended to be. And it was Thomas Jefferson who perhaps put it best. He said that the people of America would stop being vigilant. They would stop paying attention. And as a result, the government would do what all governments naturally do: grow and infiltrate and dominate. But he said just before we turn to something else, the people of America would awaken, they would have recognized what was going on, and they would rise up and they would retake control of their nation. And I say, now is the time. Please join me in this effort to do that. Thank you. Now,
Hi. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Candy Carson. I'm proud to be back in Iowa, and I have pretty good message.
Now we have time for a few questions and answers. Yes. Realistically, how fast can we get rid of Common Core? Here's the key. The key is recognizing that education is the great divide in this country. You get a good education, you write your own ticket. It really doesn't matter where you come from. And we know that, very good education exists in lots of venues. And we know that very poor education exists in lots of venues, particularly in public schools. It means we need to provide school choice for our students all across this nation. And I'm very much in favor of a state-mediated school voucher program, which will allow students to be able to go to any school and to have that taken care of financially. That will force the failing schools to either get better or disappear. In either case, it's okay. Because we have to educate our people. We only have 330 million people. We have to compete with China with 1.4 billion, India with 1.1 billion, and so we can't afford to lose any of them. And for everyone that we keep from going down that path of self-destruction, one less person that we have to be afraid of or protect our families from or pay for in the penal system or the welfare system, one more tax-paying, productive member of society who may discover a new energy source or the cure for cancer. We need all of our people. And when we have that kind of a program in place, then I think we can easily get rid of Common Core. And I think that's something that can be done in less than a year. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. My name is Jensen Cooper. I'm 11 years old, and I'm interested in politics. And I'd like to know specifically how you are going to make our nation's healthcare better.
Okay, that's a great question from an 11-year-old. First of all, the question comes up frequently, is health care a right? I don't see that in the Constitution. So I don't think it is a right, but I do think it is a responsibility for a responsible and compassionate society. And we are a responsible and compassionate society, and we do have the ability to provide it. We pay twice as much per capita on health care as many other nations, and yet we have very poor access. And, I have railed against Obamacare, and the reason I railed against it, not so much because it doesn't work, and not so much because it's not affordable, and not so much that it ruins the economy and is a wealth redistribution program, but the real reason is because this country is supposed to be of, for, and by the people. And the government is supposed to be there to facilitate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With this act, along comes the government and says, we don't care what you, the people, think. This is what we're doing. We're shoving it down your throat. And if you don't like it, too bad. Well, that completely changes the paradigm of the people at the pinnacle with the government subservient to it. It places the government at the pinnacle with the people subservient to that. And if we stand for that, that's the beginning of the end of our nation as we know it. We cannot stand for that kind of foolishness. Now, what I have proposed instead is a system of health empowerment accounts. It's like a health savings account, but without the bureaucrats, so that you have control over it for health care spending. Everybody gets one. We pay for it with the same dollars that we pay for traditional health care with, although you wouldn't have to spend as many of them. And you give people these things from the time they're born to the time they die. They can pass them on to their family when they die. They can shift money around in a family, so dad's $500 short, mom can give it to him out of hers, or aunt, or uncle, or cousin, anybody. Makes every family essentially your own insurance company with no middleman. Imagine the flexibility that provides. It also makes you care about each other. You know, if Uncle Joe is smoking like a chimney, everybody's going to hide his cigarettes, you know. That's a good thing. But also now the cost of your catastrophic insurance drops dramatically because the only thing coming out of that is catastrophic health care. How often do you need catastrophic health care? Not very often at all. So it's like a homeowner's policy with a big deductible versus a homeowner's policy where you want every scratch covered. Two very different animals. One costs $10,000 a year, one costs $1,500 a year. The same kind of thing, and you allow it to be bought across state lines also. That takes care of 75% of our people, but doesn't take care of the indigent. How do we take care of them now? Medicaid. What's the annual budget? Almost $500 billion. How many people participate? Close to 80 million, which is way, way too many. And that's something that can be addressed as we fix the economy by fixing the taxes and the regulations and getting a lot of the impediments out of the way. And that number will automatically go down significantly. Because a lot of people, for instance, who are on medical disability, you know, all their unemployment benefits ran out, so now they get the doctor to sign something, they go on unemployment. But when we have a system that is working and they can get a good job, you'll see how that number begins to shrink very significantly. A lot of the problems will shrink when we fix the economy. But at any rate, if you do the math, more than $5,000 for each man, woman, and child on Medicaid. What could you buy with that? A concierge practice, $2,000 to $3,000 a year. That's what rich people buy. You still have thousands left over for their catastrophic health care. And you make possible for them to purchase a number of different kinds of insurances, very much like we do with Medicare and Part C with MediChoice, where the government gives you a certain stipend and you can choose from the things. We've modified that and made it much, much better, both for Medicare and for Medicaid. And people will not be second-class citizens. Everybody will be treated the same. They'll be all of the same value to the healthcare system. And also, it brings the whole healthcare system into the free market economic model. And that's what brings transparency, and that's what brings efficiency and quality. And you don't have to play the games that we play with the insurance company, you know, where you have to jack the price up 10 or 20 times because you know what they're going to pay. All that kind of stuff disappears. And I think it's going to make it so much better, so much easier, so much cheaper, and effective. It is. Right. Right. Yes. No question about it. The student loans are about $1.4 trillion out of the $18.5 trillion, a significant portion. And that is going up on a regular basis because colleges have discovered that all they have to do is accept somebody. And then, you know, they get this guaranteed loan. The problem is that loan is at 5, 6, 7, 8%, and it compounds. And, you know, people come out with unbelievable debt. We do have to find a way to solve that. One of the things I've been thinking about is making the student responsible only for the principal and the college is responsible for the interest. That way they have skin in the game. And they're going to be very concerned about the escalation in prices. They're going to be looking for alternative methods of financing that education. But, you know, those are the kinds of things that we have to begin to think about. Streamlining the process also. And, you know, if we're going to have student loans, you know, when I was a student coming along, they were subsidized at 2 and 3%, so that it became possible for people to actually pay them off. So, you know, we need to begin to understand that. We also need to, you know, open up alternative employment for people. When I was in high school, they had vocational training. You could learn how to be an electrician or a plumber or a welder. I was talking to a CEO of a company recently. He said, I can't find any welders. If you can find me an apprentice welder, I'll pay him $80,000 a year. A lot of people coming out of college don't make $80,000 a year. And the plumber and the welder doesn't have that expense. So, you know, we need to open up all these various different channels. But, you know, I think working with the banking system and again, making the colleges have some skin in the game is going to be the solution. Well, you tell them, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go back and rescind what was done. It would be much too complicated. Work their way through it. They will get to the end of it. I can tell you, you know, I had some loans that were very, very strange, to be honest with you. There was something called a tuition postponement option, and you paid according to your income, not according to what you borrowed. So I was paying vast amounts more than anything that I borrowed. To make up for the people who became poets and stuff like that. But and when I became a member of the Yale Corporation, that was my first duty to abolish that program, and we did get it abolished and made it something fair. But you know, and together that's a problem that we can solve. Yes.
What's your plan for dealing with Washington corruption? All these plans you have are great, but you're going to run into a lot of...
I've already run into them. Absolutely. The level of corruption in Washington is mind-boggling. It is absolutely mind-boggling. And, you know, a lot of the people that I've met who I actually thought were decent people are not. It's really quite disappointing, to be honest with you. They're politicians, and they're looking to do what's politically expedient and what's advantageous for them. And it seems the people who actually care about America and care about the people are vanishingly rare. So I fully understand what's going on. But here's the answer. The answer is not in Washington and the Washington machine. The answer is in the people. And what I would do is I would make negotiations with Congress public so that everybody could see what everybody was doing and what they were saying, and you could see who were the sticks in the mud, and after one election cycle, we can get rid of all the bad people. I think that's the way you have to do it. But also, when a lot of people know that they're under scrutiny, I think they actually will change. And you know, we've been disappointed because we've sent a lot of people to Congress over the last few election cycles expecting things to change, and then nothing changes because of the culture there. As soon as you get there, there are people in your office saying, hey, we can get you a really plum position with a lot of influence, and you can do a lot for your constituents. But you got to sort of like go along with the program. And so then they get that position, and then there's somebody else saying, now we can really get you a good position. And it just goes on and on and on, and nothing ever changes. You know, I have spoken with Speaker Ryan recently about this issue. And he's struggling with this, you know, because he's been there for a while. He's been part of it. But I think he understands the frustration and is going to be very willing to work with a tough-minded president. I think it is possible. I think it is going to be extraordinarily difficult. And you couple that with the other things that a president's going to have to face in January of 2017 because ISIS is going to be bigger. You know, the jihad's going to be bigger. The debt's going to be big. All these things are going to be worse. All the divisions between the people are going to be exacerbated. And, you know, you have to almost be crazy to want to do it. But the fact of the matter is, it has to be done. And through the grace of God, I believe it can be done with the people. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Kinsey coming up next, but I just wanted to show you guys the 10-day Foxcast as we switch out here. Hope everyone is having a great Monday evening. I will see you guys all tomorrow.
Three-car accident, one of them being a big rig, and somebody lost their life. So that's still shut down. Let's get right to that. Back up, take a look at that. That's the 210 westbound. Now you're slow and go.
We do have the chopper back up. It looks like it's back in L.A. here, probably to do with the
maybe more of these drivers are probably going to be going tonight. So they're basically pushing you off
airplane.
onto the southbound
Let's
5,
see if it's the same
which you got to
thing.
get off and get back on, creating huge backups on the 5 freeway and the 210 this evening. Live at Sky 2, I'm Stu Mandel. Pat and Paul, back to you. Simon Tesk. Hey there, we've done the top of the 6. Yes, and we will. Do we have an address? Roland Barranca. Capial, Roland and Bianca. Barranca. We're on the way. All right, so it's going to be north of the 10 freeway at Barranca. Barranca in the 10. Is it?
What? That's not the screen I wanted to give you. Show me my face. Oh, that's not it either. Well, why don't I just press every wrong button? Hey guys, Kinsey here. My computer's acting up. Can you tell? My computer. Oh, and I should try to get myself together so that I look like, you know, I did my hair this morning, I promise. Oh, and here's my David Bowie makeup, but you can barely tell because it's too bright here. My Bowie. My Bowie. Okay. And you were probably wondering what that picture of Bill and Bill was. Oh, it's because it's Bill versus Bill on my top 5. What a haunting image now that we know what we know. Now that we know what we know. All right, I'm going to jump into my top 5 stories because I don't have anything live. We already lost those visuals from California of that traffic, but you know what? Traffic's not very exciting anyway. Sorry. R.I.P. David Bowie, and you saw I was upset and wore my David Bowie makeup. Talk about bad timing, though. Today, the New York Times declared, "It's good to be David Bowie." The death of rock legend David Bowie and the revelation that he had quietly suffered from cancer came as a shock to many Monday morning, but perhaps no one was more shocked than the New York Times. "It's a good time to be David Bowie," one article in today's print edition reads. He just celebrated his 69th birthday, released an album, Black Star, and has a show Lazarus running off-Broadway. Now he is to be honored at Carnegie Hall. The first sentence has been removed from the online print version, or the online version of the brief blurb, but the March event at Carnegie Hall will still go on as planned. The New York Times isn't the only paper to run with an unfortunate take on Bowie's music. A Chicago Tribune headline over the weekend declared that Bowie finds his future in the newest album. Bowie died only a day later. So R.I.P. David Bowie. Yeah, everybody, I get it. Everybody's making fun of my varicose veins. No, it's my Bowie. It's my Bowie star. And it really sucks because all of the white stuff is glitter, but you really can't see because of the lights. Oh, it looks so cool in real life. Why can't you be my friends in real life? The people at Starbucks loved it. Oh, the people at Starbucks got a thrill. All the older ladies at work today were like, "Oh my gosh, look at your face." And I said, "No, it's makeup." Negative Nancy's, you're not cool enough to know who David Bowie is, but you're old enough. All right, Clinton's sex scandal, fair game. Bill Clinton allegations weren't disproven, they were confirmed and acknowledged. Bloomberg host Mark Halperin said Monday morning that bringing up the allegations of sexual misconduct and assault against former President Bill Clinton were fair game since Clinton confirmed many of the stories himself. Hillary Clinton said that people have a right to be heard until their allegations are disproven. And I think in some of the most prominent cases, not only were the accusations not disproven, they were confirmed and acknowledged by President Clinton, he said on MSNBC's Morning Joe. He acknowledged he had a relationship with Jennifer Flowers. He continued, when pressed for examples, he paid Paula Jones off in a settlement and has acknowledged much of what Monica Lewinsky said happened. So those are 3 pretty prominent examples. Halper noted that even in more serious cases like Jones and Broadwick's, where Clinton denied all wrongdoing, Secretary Clinton, what she said about people get to be heard until they're disproven. I don't know that anybody has disproven the allegations of those 2 women. Host Joe Scarborough was earlier in the program compared Clinton to Bill Cosby, agreed nobody ever had disproven the allegations against those 2 women. And that is my next story. I should have flopped him earlier, but I do what I want. Bill Clinton versus Bill Cosby, and that is the picture you see here, this unfortunate photo that exists. The rhetoric on Monday's Morning Joe turned heated between co-host Joe Scarborough and Harold Ford during a discussion on the newly renewed conversation of President Bill Clinton's past transgressions in office and its impact on the 2016 campaign trail. Scarborough offered the connection between Clinton and disgraced comic legend Bill Cosby, whose ongoing allegations of sexual abuse continue to dampen his legacy. Scarborough began, "I wonder how the public looks at Bill Cosby and says this beloved man, who changed American culture as much as any entertainment figure in our lifetime, is going to have to be accountable for the way he treated women behind closed doors. How does a public that has come to that conclusion say that Bill Clinton stuff's okay? Raising your voice at me doesn't make this right," countered Ford. Comparing Bill Clinton to Bill Cosby is wrong. Scarborough pressed Ford directly by responding, "I am fascinated to hear why comparing Bill Cosby to Bill Clinton is wrong." Bill Cosby and Bill Clinton's cases are completely different, said Ford. He continued to argue that the number of women who alleged misconduct against Cosby, numbering upwards of 50, separates the two cases. The facts are very, very different, Ford noted. "I just think if Bill Clinton's political career was not undone by these things, why should Hillary Clinton's career be undone by these things? Ultimately, voters will make the decision." Scarborough dug in against Ford on the seeming disconnect between Hillary Clinton's rhetoric as a champion on women's rights and the long-standing allegations against her husband. "This is all about Hillary Clinton's treatment of women who may have been sexually abused. Can she move forward in this campaign talking about a war on women, talking about, as she did in northern Iowa, that women who claim to be sexually abused have the right to be heard and the right to be believed, when she says that in the New York Times, right? Do we have to examine what she did to protect herself and her position of power when women came forward and claimed sexual abuse on her husband's part?" Ford took aim at the members of the Republican Party for their own transgressions regarding abuse, but fell short of defending the actions of President Clinton in the past. Here's a very scary story. This is, they're saying that they're concerned that, oh, there's my lower third, hello. They're saying that they're concerned about a young woman that was murdered named Ashley Olsen. They're concerned that this could be Amanda Knox 2.0 in the, I guess, in the sense of it becoming a soap opera. Police vowed maximum attention Sunday to find the killer of an American found dead in her Florence apartment, as Italy's community expressed hope that the case won't turn into another Amanda Knox-style drawn-out, headline-grabbing legal saga. Police opened a murder investigation on Sunday after 35-year-old Ashley Olsen, no relation to the famous twins, of Summer Haven, Florida, was found dead, her neck bruised and scratched. Authorities questioned Olsen's boyfriend, a local artist, Saturday, but said they have no suspects so far. "What happened in Florence is getting the maximum attention to find out what it's all about," Italy's police chief said during an unrelated visit Sunday to Florence. Meanwhile, friends and fellow neighbors expressed horror at the slaying of a woman known around Florence for her beloved Beagle Scout and said they hoped her killer would be found quickly. She's actually pretty. Let me find this. Instagram.com. Here she is. Let me show Ashley. Super cute. This is Scout, her beagle.
I'm looking for body cam, preferably not the blurry kind. Yeah. Is that one that they sent out when they first got him, when the guys that were on the ground? I'm talking about? I can't remember what. New York City on the side of the road? Yeah, they like pull up to the guy and like draw on him and they get him, like that's the one we always.
All right, and I heard a request for No More Carson, and you know what? I know that Mike cheated me by playing my top 5 Carson, so I won't do that to you again. Let me see what I got next for ya. Let's see here. We didn't have a lot of content to go on today, guys, so I'm gonna be real honest with you. It was, I wonder If I have.
Is this the guy? Is it the same guy that I always get? There's one guy that like somehow finds all these free. I've never seen this guy before.
Sorry to decapitate myself as I check out what I've got here. I do have the White House briefing. I have half an hour of the White House briefing. All right, okay. We're glad your hands work. Congratulations. I'm going to play a few minutes of Josh Earnest, and I'm going to try to cut Governor Doug Ducey earlier today doing his State of the Union. It was pretty cool. So let me cut Doug Ducey. I thought it was cut, but it doesn't appear to be here. And I'm going to play for you the White House briefing. And then I have some local stories for you as well. Is it really Monday? Oh, life is so hard. Life is so hard.
Life and his work. And I haven't spoken to the president about whether or not he was a David Bowie fan, but there's no denying the impact of his contribution to art and music and film, not just here in the United States, but around the world. All right. John.
First, a quick follow-up, something on Friday. The attempted assassination of the police officer in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Does the White House consider that a terrorist attack?
Mm-hmm. John, this is something that is still being investigated by the Philadelphia Police Department. And they have not concluded that it actually is an act of terrorism, but given some of the circumstances of the event, obviously that is something that we're all wondering right now. And I'm confident that as the Philadelphia Police Department investigates the shooting of one of their own, this is something that they will consider. That specifically is the motivation of the individual who carried out this heinous act of violence. We obviously are pleased to hear reports that the condition of the police officer is improving. And again, it is a timely reminder of the way that that hundreds of thousands of police officers across the country put on their uniform and leave home every day, prepared to put their lives on the line to protect the communities they're sworn to serve and protect. And the overwhelming majority of those individuals carry out that important work with courage and with professionalism, and we obviously owe them a debt of gratitude.
Okay, and then a question on the State of the Union, literally. The president has said he's never been more optimistic going into a new year. Mm-hmm. How do you square that with where the American public is on that question? I mean, the most recent poll from NBC had just a fifth of the country saying that the country was on the right track. 70% saying that the country is going on the wrong track. Why, if the president is so optimistic about the State of the Union, why did the overwhelming majority of the American public believe that things are seriously off the rails?
Well, I think part of that, John, is obviously attributable to the avalanche of negativity that we've seen from Republican candidates for president. You know, the kind of, the willingness of those candidates to exploit people's fears and insecurities and anxieties has infected the political debate. That's surely part of it. I think it's also perfectly reasonable, as the president discussed in his interview with Steve Inskeep before the end of the year, that there are a lot of Americans who are feeling insecure about the economy. Obviously, given the terrorist attack that we saw in San Bernardino at the end of last year, people are understandably concerned about national security, and it sort of reawakened people's concerns about that. So there's certainly reason for people to be concerned. The president's reaction to that, though, is that he has never been more confident about our ability to confront success.
Oh, wait, I'm bored. Are you as bored as I was? I watched Donald Trump earlier today. No, my YouTube's being weird. Thank you. No, it says this video is unavailable. What are you doing? That's me falling to the ground in distress. This video is unavailable. You're a liar. Oh, you know what? I'll just sit here and refresh all day if I have to. Truthfully, I wish I could hit you two in the face. I don't need you anyway. Why are none of these videos working? What is going on with YouTube? This is what you call a Black Hawk down. For reals? Can I open it in another browser? Oh, internal error. What are you doing to me? How can you be so cruel? How do you do this? I do not like it. You know what? Maybe this will work. I don't know. I'll show it to you like this. This is my life. I'm just gonna share that this is my life. Here. Sorry, something went wrong.
At this stage, well, NBC just announced this morning on Expo, and Trump is shooting a lot of things to talk about, so many things. Some good, some bad. The country doesn't have a lot of good news, you know that. Oh, you made your shirt for me. That's actually not bad. Thank you, darling. Thank you. So on a Monday morning, and it's cold and windy and unbelievable, and you're packed, and it's like that all over. Packed houses all over, no matter where we go, because there's a movement going on. It's an amazing movement, and it's something that's special. I watched some of the programs that came out with new polls this morning. I love polls when I'm winning. Believe me, if I wasn't, I would not be. If I was in second place even, let alone some of these guys are in ninth place, I wouldn't even know. I don't know if I'd even come. If you're in ninth place, don't you sort of say, let's cut down on the trips? It's not going to happen at this stage, right? But NBC just announced this morning a brand new poll, and Trump is leading. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. Trump is leading in Iowa. 26, Cruz 24, Rubio 13, and the rest of them are bingo. But let's get to New Hampshire. Actually, in Iowa too, CNN has a 33-20 Trump is leading. Then I had one that was less good, not terrible, but I don't believe it because it was the Des Moines Register. I believe nothing they say. Almost as bad as your local newspaper here. We'll discuss it. That paper is the worst. Run by people that don't know what they're doing. We'll talk about it. But here's New Hampshire. So, just out, Trump 30. Rubio, oh, that's interesting. 14. Then the rest of them are very bad. They're not making it. But here's one that I love. New Hampshire won, right? And I'll bet that's very accurate. 32-11. That's big. 32-11. I love New Hampshire one. And CNN, I told you about South Carolina. That's a great one. That's been fantastic. Like this, it's been so strong from the beginning. CBS, 38-23. Second. And then let's go nationals for a second because they just came out. Reuters, 42. You gotta say it's like 15 people, right? 15 people. Of course, it's going down fast. I would imagine there's a run for the door right after New Hampshire, maybe after Iowa. Going to be a big run for the door. Some of those zeros are going to be, what are they doing? I mean, Bush, what is Bush doing? The guy has spent, think of it, the guy spent $69 million. He just took $25 million in donor money. You know, it's all donor money. It's these people that have total control over the candidates, and they all take it. I'm the only one that's self-funding, just remember that. I'm the only one. And we just took some buys and some pretty big buys, and they said, why do you do it? You're winning by so much. Why do you want to spend your money? I said, because I don't want to take a chance. Number one, I don't want to take a chance. I don't want to be cute. And number two, I sort of feel guilty. All these guys are spending all this money, and I haven't spent any. And I mean, literally, I haven't spent anything practically. And I felt very guilty. So I'm spending money out of guilt, okay? Believe me, I did too, I did. I see all this. You see Bush, 69 million. Trump, like nothing. Trump, 42. Bush, like nothing. I don't know. It's time, sometimes it's time for a guy like that to just go home, relax, take it easy, be with your family. He's got a nice family. Be with your family and relax. So Trump, 41. Cruz, 16. It's actually now 42. 42. Cruz, 16. Carson, 12. Oh boy, Bush. A lot of people ahead of him. Okay. I do it with Bush because he spends so much time advertising. He advertises. This guy's spending millions and millions of dollars with negative ads. If he turned off his ads, I wouldn't hit him. I mean, the guy, he spent so much money advertising Trump, Trump, Trump. At least he uses good pictures of me. I look good. He has some, I'm so young. I said, man, I was really handsome. Look at those pictures. They're from so long ago. I was young. Fox News, Trump 35, 20, 13. I mean, oh, here's a good one. Just came out. Against Clinton, Hillary Clinton. I don't know. She could have some big problems. Because Hillary for president. Trump, 47, Clinton 44. We're winning by. That was that. Now you read about this little dust up with the famous paper, right? You know, your little paper, the union leader. No, it's really a dishonest paper, though. It's terrible. So this guy's a rag. Yes. I mean, they had like 75,000 readers not so long ago when you had Mr. Loeb running it. He was amazing. And now they're down to, what, around 10,000 and heading south. I don't think they'll be, personally, I don't think they're going to be in business much longer. The useless leader. That's right. So I'll read this up, because, look, here's the thing. I don't mind not getting an endorsement. They endorse somebody that doesn't have a chance. Okay, it's not going to win. He's a friend of mine, but it's not going to win. But I don't mind not getting it. But you don't do that and then ask Trump all these things. I mean, this guy drove me wild. Joe McQuaid. He said, we're having, writes me letters, we're having a forum, meaning a debate of some kind, the day before the Fox debate. Now, who wants to do that? Everybody in the world is talking about the Fox debate. I'm supposed to show up at his forum, and I said I'm not going to do it, because I'm not going to do it. So I was the only one that didn't show up. He was very upset about that. It bombed. Very few people in the room, empty seats all over the place. The ratings were terrible. All right. Then he calls me up and he wants ads. So I gave him some ads. But what do I want to waste my money for? You're rich for a reason. Even if you're rich, you don't want to waste money. So we look at the stats on his paper. The paper, not too good to put him on. So we gave him a couple, but we didn't give him, he wouldn't like that much more. He calls me, says, would you have lunch with me at my club? He has a club, nice club. I stood taking pictures for so long with all the people in there. Look at them. I had a hamburger. It was excellent. But I'm standing there shaking hands with club members. Nice people, great people, probably some here today. Anybody here? Is anybody here from that club who was very nice? Anybody here? Because I took so many pictures that day. So I did that. I did it as a favor. and other things. He asked me would I come up and make a speech on behalf of James Bowie. I'll do that anytime. I think that was good. And I made a big contribution, a very big contribution to James Bowie. And I think that's fine. And I think that's fine. But I came up, I made a speech. I did a lot of things. Then he said, oh, it was strange, at real Donald Trump. So I have millions and millions of followers, especially when you add Facebook. It's like 5.6 million for Twitter, over 5 million for Facebook, Instagram, I mean, it's like 11, 12 million people. And I said, what is it? He said, would you do me a favor? This is a few weeks ago. Chris Christie did not make the main stage. I would like you to do me a favor and tweet that Chris Christie should be on the main stage. I said, but Joe, I mean, he didn't make it because he didn't make it, right? You know, you have to go through, you have to get a certain number of points on the polls. Well, he didn't make it, but he should be there, and it's not fair. Would you tweet? I said, I'll tweet. So I put out a tweet. Why don't we get Chris? What am I going to say? What do I do? I figured I'll be nice. But I knew immediately he was going to endorse Chris. But can you imagine a guy calling me up, knowing he's going to endorse a guy, asking me to use my Twitter to put him in? And other than that, I mean, the guy's bad news, okay? He's not a talented guy. Then I get a letter. You're not going to believe this. I had to take the glasses out because this one's worthwhile to read. I get a letter from one of his top people. Just got it recently. It's Amanda, that's my person in charge. From Robin Wilson, the union leader. Hope all is well, and that you had a wonderful holiday season. Happy New Year, Amanda. I'm emailing today because I wanted to let you know about the special edition we'll be doing just before the New Hampshire primary. It's called Voters First. I have attached a letter that explains what will be included in the edition along with the rate card. Rate card! They want advertising. This guy wants advertising. We just got the letter. And it's a personal letter. It's not a letter out from a computer. There's a perfect edition for you. I really hope that you'll consider running an ad. Please let me know as soon as possible. Robin Wilson, advertising manager. Okay. I'm saying, I don't believe it. The girl walked up, she said, Mr. Trump, what's going on here? My girl was even surprised. She didn't even know about it. Then it's next page this. Then it's the next page after that. Now, think of this. This guy is running the newspaper into the ground. I mean, you had a guy, Mr. Loeb was like this legendary guy. Look. 2-page spread, $7,500. Back cover for only $3,500. Does anybody want the back cover of a newspaper that lost all credibility? I'll take it. I'll give you $500. Inside back, the union leader. Okay. It's not the way you do business, and you have a guy who's out of control, thinks he's hot stuff. He's not hot stuff. So, anyway, so I just had to bring this up. It shows the dishonesty with the media. It really does. The media is very dishonest. Although I have to tell you, Time Magazine did a cover story of me this week. It's one of the best stories I've ever read about myself. And it's really not about myself. But it's really not about myself. It's really about you. It's about a movement that's going on. And I'll tell you what, I've been on the cover now of Time a number of times in the last 3 months. And obviously I should have been picked as the person of the year, right? I think the reason, yeah, maybe next year would be even better, because then we'll prove that we can do things. But they didn't, and they picked Angela Merkel, who was, I mean, do you see what's going on? And we talk about immigration, we talk about borders. You see what she's done to Germany? Just coming over, just before this morning, I'm watching television. The rapes, the riots, what's happening is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, unthinkable. And they've been there for 2 weeks. And the place is going to hell. And she got person of the year. I didn't. I came in. I guess I came in second. So they felt guilty. So they gave me another cover. But I have to tell you, you have to go out and get Time Magazine. Because it's talking about a movement of great people. And it's a movement like they haven't seen. Many people are saying there's never been anything like this in this country. What's taking place with us, not me. I'm a messenger. It's with us. I mean, like an amazing I'm very proud of that story because, you know, that was a story. Usually I'll get a story and it'll be good, but they'll always put a shot in. You know, like they'll have 3 good paragraphs and then 1 total killer. And then they'll have 5 good paragraphs and just a total killer. So you tell people, don't read it. You don't want to read it because the killers make up for it. They have to do it because, you know, they have to do it. And they're dishonest. But the Time magazine piece, and especially, you know, Time is known as a pretty liberal deal going on there. This Time magazine cover story is amazing, and it talks about what we've done and what we've become. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing in terms of the competition, and then we'll talk about the problems of the country and how to fix the problems. I mean, basically, how to fix the problems, elect Trump as president. We can cut it short. You know what we can do? That's right. President Obama, you're fired. That's an easy one. So, thank you. Got a very enthusiastic person. So, Ted Cruz is a problem. I mean, he's got a problem. If you know, Congressman Alan Grayson said he's going to bring a major suit. And the suit is going to say that he wasn't born in this country. So, whether you like it or not, Ted has to figure it out because you can't be having a nominee if he got the nominee. I think I'm going to win very solidly if you want to do. But if you get the nomination, you can't have the person that gets the nomination be sued like Hillary might be sued. She might have a different government. She'll be sued with emails. But the emails, I mean, she should not be running. Oh, would I love to run against Bernie? I tell you, I would. I mean, can you imagine when they took, remember they took the microphone away? Get off the stage. They told him, this is our president. He goes like this. Oh, excuse me. And everyone's out there saying, get off the mic, we want to hear him. He walks back like a little puppy. This is going to be our president. I would love, please, FBI, please, go after Hillary. I want to run against Bernie. Oh, that's a dream come true. This guy, he would make some president. 90% tax, everybody. Does anybody mind paying 90% tax? If you go with Bernie, you can have yourself a nice 90% tax. He wants to take it all away from you. You know, he's sort of dampening it a little bit. He wants to keep it a little bit low-key. He wants a big, fat, beautiful tax, okay? And I don't think the people here are going to go for that very easily, but I want to run against Bernie. That's my dream. That's my dream. That's the one. That's the one I really want. Okay. But Hillary will be fine. And, you know, the poll just said we beat Hillary. Fox poll just now we beat Hillary. You know, honestly, we'll take anybody. I think we're going to be, with the people we have, with the movement we have, and we have by far the largest audiences. And in all fairness, Bernie is second, but way down by comparison to the audiences we get. We're going to Pensacola next week. They don't even know if they can have it in the whole area. I mean, the number of people showing up at Pensacola, it's unbelievable. But we had 20,000 people recently, 21,000, 35,000 in Mobile, Alabama, 20,000 in Dallas, Texas. The Maverick Arena filled up. I mean, it's unbelievable the crowds we get. And it's only determined by the size of the space. And I want to thank the fire marshal because he allowed a lot of people in here today. There are people standing at doors. Nothing's going to happen, but people standing at doors. But the fire marshals are the most important people to me because they let us get more people into the rooms. And every one of them, they've been great, so I appreciate that. But Ted Cruz has a problem because the question is he a natural-born citizen? And the question was asked to me in Meet the Press, it was asked to me by Chris Wallace this weekend. And I said, I don't know. I mean, nobody knows. And Lawrence Tribe of Harvard, who's a constitutional expert, one of the best in the country, said, and I wrote it down, this is not a settled matter. It's wrong to say it is a settled matter because it's absolutely not. It's not a settled matter. That means that, a lot of people think you have to be born here. You have to be born on this land. Now, John McCain, a Lawrence Tribe represented John McCain. He was born outside of the United States, but he was born on a military base to 2 people that were in the military. That's different. I would never question that. But in the case of Ted, he has to figure it out. Now, I think he can go in for some kind of a judiciary proceeding, and yes, look, doesn't matter what he does. You can't have a nominee who's going to be subject to be thrown out as a nominee. You just can't do it. So you're going to make that decision, folks. I mean, it's one of those little decisions. I'm sure Ted is thrilled that I'm helping him out, but I am. I am. I mean, he's got to go and he's got to fix it. Now, one thing I do say, just to finish in Ted, so I have a very strong immigration policy. When I brought up immigration, I mean, it was brought up strongly in my speech, in my opening remarks. And I said wall, and I said all sorts of things, right? That's good. Well, no, low-key, because I haven't really hit you. No, low-key. Okay, ready? We will build a wall. Who's going to pay for the wall? Who? Okay. So you people know what I'm saying. So I've been saying this for a long time. So yesterday, or 2 days ago, they showed me Ted's plan. And it said, he never said this, it said, it begins by building a wall. It's amazing how far people have come. Then triple the number of the Border Patrol officers, that's me too. Implement E-Verify, that's me too. It's amazing, you know, all these people. And by the way, Ted happens to be a very good guy. They're all good people. But they all like, you know, when I was taking, Rush Limbaugh said, nobody has ever received more income, okay? And it's true. When I announced, I said, boy, for 2 weeks, I said, is it going to be like this always? I mean, it was brutal. And then all of a sudden, a lot of things started happening. Crime statistics started being looked at. Kate was killed in San Francisco, beautiful Kate, by an illegal immigrant shot in the back. You had Jamil in California, who I think his father is one of the greatest people. I got to know his father over this. Jamil Shaw, who's a young man getting ready to go to college, good football player, good student. He was killed, shot in the face 3 or 4 times by an illegal immigrant, just walking down the sidewalk, going back home to his father. You have the woman in Los Angeles who was a veteran, 65 years old, raped, sodomized, and killed by a person that should have not been in this country, illegal immigrant. And all of a sudden, everybody's coming my way. They're all saying, well, wow. You know, he's right. I don't have any. I mean, you remember how crazy it was? Macy's was totally destroyed. Oh, we cannot have. We're a member of inclusion. We consider ourselves very inclusive. They got fined $650,000 for all sorts of discrimination, and they were always like being looked at. But as soon as I had, it's not a big deal. Shirts and ties. Who cares? I didn't like the ties that much anyway. They were made in China. No, but how disloyal is Macy's? I tell people don't shop there anymore. And their stock is too. You see what happened to their stock? Can I take credit the fact that they don't sell my shirts and ties there? The company went to hell. It's unbelievable. They talked about inclusion, but they have a fine for $650,000 because they weren't inclusive. Okay, so you figure that one out. I love those stories. I love it when something happens where, like an enemy, right? They become enemies to me. It's sort of, you know, very clear. But Macy's did a number on me, and then the company crashed. They went from, what was it, 75 down to like in the low 30s. Their stock crashed. And it happened that way with a lot of the people that were fighting. Remember? Governor of Texas, Perry. He was doing fine, right? Yeah. And it happened with Bush. Look at the way he crashed. But they were fine. And then they attacked me, and they all went down. Lindsey Graham was doing fine. Then he said, I need more points, so he attacked me and went down. Remember the phone number, right? All of them. I mean, Governor Walker, really nice guy, Governor Walker, but he attacked me. I was his friend. I mean, he was up in my office giving me a plaque before the election, of course, not recently. And I attacked him, he went down. Wouldn't it be nice if we had that with our country, where somebody does something bad to us and they go down? That's what happens. So Macy's went down, and these people that attacked me, they go down, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing, because you want to have wins. We don't have wins anymore in this country. We don't win. We don't win in anything. I mean, there's a guy named John H. Sununu who wrote an article in this phony paper, and it was so bad. I don't even know the guy, and yet he's a Bushy. But John H. Sununu has been known. He was fired by Bush. I mean, he was fired, right? Yeah. And he was fired like a dog. He was fired viciously. And he's such a dumb guy that he doesn't even know he was fired. He'd go on shows. It was interesting. He'd go on shows and he'd say the worst things. And I'd watch him say these things. I said, that's terrible. But eventually they had to fire him. Then he writes an editorial about me that's nasty. You know, the Kool-Aid editorial, right? Pink in the Kool-Aid. My life has been about success. It's been about building a great company. I did the filing. Everybody was shocked because the company's far bigger, far better. I have some of the greatest assets in the world. Tremendous cash flow. Just very little debt. And I say that not to brag about the company. And I had to file this. You know, I'm a private company, so everyone would say, oh, well, maybe he'll never file because he'll never do that. First they said he wouldn't run. Then they said, oh, man, he ran. The pundits, guys like Karl Rove, totals. I mean, these guys are stiff. They mentioned the name Trump, he started shaking. I don't know why, I don't even know. Karl Rove, George Will, take away his little glasses, you know, take away his glasses, he's got these little tiny spectacles. Take away those glasses, and he looks like a non-intelligent person. But he's not intelligent. You know, he was big into the war, let's go in, let's go in. And I was against the war. 2004, I came out strongly, headlines in Reuters, I came out strongly that we shouldn't have been in the war. 2003. I wrote about Osama bin Laden in 2000, the year 2000, in my book. That Osama bin Laden, that guy, I saw him on television, I saw him in the papers. He was very threatening. I said, they better take this guy out. And he knocked down the World Trade Center 2 years later. And one of the moderators, Joe Scarborough, said, well, wait a minute, you made Trump to talk about Osama bin Laden before he knocked down? Yeah, he did. That's not even my main business. I mean, I'm a builder, I'm a developer, I'm a business person. It's not my main business, but I talked about it. Why didn't the politicians know about it? If I knew about it, why didn't they? But it has to be sorry. I said, don't attack Iraq. Because if you attack Iraq, and I'm the most militaristic person in this room, except for maybe Al, I think Al has been beat. He has everybody beat, right? Huh? Am I good with the veterans, Al? Thank you. Thank you. I am. I love the veterans. Other than that, I'm the most militaristic person in this room. But you gotta know, I mean, I'm going to build our military so big and so strong and so powerful. It's the cheapest thing we can do, by the way, just so you know. The cheapest thing. General Oriano, when he left, he said that the Army is the least prepared that it's been. And I think he meant from its inception. That's a long time. But essentially, he's saying the Army is a mess. So our military's in trouble. All the time in the real estate business, I get listings, a military base for sale, another military. I get all these listings for these military bases. How are we closing up? What are we doing? Closing bases. And we should have the most updated, the greatest military. We protect all these other nations. We don't get paid anything in many cases. We get paid very little in comparison to what it costs. For instance, we protect, I love South Korea. I do a lot of business. I buy televisions, thousands of televisions from South Korea for projects. Thousands. They're all from South Korea. They make a fortune. They build the big ships. They build the big tankers. We protect them for peanuts. We have 28,000 soldiers right on the line. It's 28,000, right? And we have all these soldiers up and down the line. Why aren't they giving us a lot of money for this? I mean, and the madman is over there talking about nuclear. We're protecting all these people. Well, we get nothing. Don't we wonder why the country's in debt? We wonder why we have $19 trillion, which now with that horrible budget that was just passed, that horrible budget, where everything happens. Obamacare is funded. All of these things. The Syrians coming in. The Syrian migration. No, think of this. The Syrian migration is funded. All of these things, we can't do it. We can't afford it. And we're not going to afford it anymore. We're protecting Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was, before the oil problem, now they're making half, they're still making a fortune, but they're making $1 billion a day. $1 billion a day. We protect them. They pay us peanuts. They wouldn't be there except for us. And I say it's fine. We got to get paid. We got to get our money back. Why are we doing this? Why do we protect? And you don't hear this from anybody else. You don't hear from these politicians. They don't even know about it. They have no clue. And you know what? If they paid and reimbursed us for the kind of billions and billions and billions that we're spending to protect other people that are in different parts of the world, if they paid us, we'd have a whole different balance sheet. You'd be able to have your Social Security without all these cuts that these guys want to make. You'd be able to have your Medicare. We're spending so much money on such foolish things. And if we had the right messenger, you'd be able to get the money and be friends. And be friends. as an example, the Iran deal. We're giving them $150 billion. $150 billion. We don't even get the prisoners back. We get nothing. We lost every single point. We'd say, we'd like to have the following, and they say no. And they say, oh, okay. This is what happened. It took years to negotiate that deal. One of the worst deals ever. And think of it, we don't get the prisoners. Now, I would have done something different, it's called the art of the deal, but it's not. I mean, 90% of this audience, 90%, not 100%, maybe 80%, that's okay, it's not insulting, could have done a better deal than Kerry on that deal. I would say actually it could be 100%, right? Who in the audience wouldn't have done a better deal? We give them everything, we get nothing. We give them everything, and we get nothing. Now, when you think of it, we've made Iran a power, but what else have we done for them? For years they've been fighting and fighting and fighting with Iraq. Iraq has the second largest oil reserves in the world. We gave them Iraq. That's even better than the $150 billion. The $150 billion deal with peanuts. We gave Iraq. For years they had the same power, right now. They had the same basic. Huh? Well, now says we got to trade it. We gave them, okay? We took Virgo, a dirty, rotten traitor. 5 people killed looking for him. They went out and looked for him. They got killed. 5 young, incredible people. I watched the parents. So sad. So we got a dirty, rotten traitor. They get the 5 people that they most wanted that they wanted for 9 years. Okay? And those guys are backfighting. They're all backfighting. All right? Don't believe the newspapers when they say, well, they're not fighting, they're resting, they're fighting. That's what they want to do. They want to fight. They want to fight. So it's just very sad. That's why I said I have to do it. I couldn't stand watching what's happening to our country. So many bad decisions. So much stupidity. And that's why I said I'm going to run. Think of this. If on the Iran deal, just on one deal, you go in and you say to the other side, great negotiators, the Persians, always have been known as great negotiators. You say on the other side, before we start, we have to have our prisoners back. Got to be the right message to say. Got to have our prisoners back. Got to do it, otherwise no way. They're going to say no. And we're going to say, got to have them back. They're going to say no. We're going to say, bye-bye, go. Double up the sanctions. Within 48 hours, they will call you. As soon as you're standing there, 100%, not 99%. They're desperate. They need money. They have no money. We just made them powerful and rich. And they're going to have nuclear weapons now, by the way. You're going to have nuclear proliferation because of that deal all over the place. These people that do this stuff are incompetent. So now, they'll call us and they'll say, you can have the prisoners. Now we have the prisoners. Now you go back and say, second statement. First statement is you don't want to bring them up at the same time. Second statement, we're not going to give you your money because we're not giving you any money. We don't have it. We're a debtor nation. We owe $19 trillion. We don't have any money. We want to be nice. It's always nice. It's called, my father used to say, take the lumps out. So you take the lumps out. You know what the lumps are? We want to be nice. We don't have to put it, just say we don't have it. We don't have the money. Sorry. We want to give it to you. I'd like to give you even more. We don't have it. They'll go crazy, everything else. Don't worry. They wouldn't get the money, I guarantee. If I were president, they would get 10 cents of that money, not 10 cents. They wouldn't get that. And then you start the negotiation and make a deal, and you wouldn't agree to the 24-hour. How about the 24-day inspection? Okay, the 24 days, and that doesn't start because I see a man shaking his head, good-looking guy down there, shaking his head. He's shaking his head because it's impossible to believe, right? 24 days, and the clock doesn't start ticking it could be for months. So that thing can go on forever. But the best is they have certain sections where they self-inspect. So Iran is going to self-inspect. And you're going to say, well, we hear there's some activity going on. Well, we will check and we will come. Next thing. No, we didn't notice any nuclear weapons anywhere. We are being led by the world's dumbest people. Now, a lot of people think there's something worse than that. There's something serious going on. I don't happen to believe that, okay? A lot of people think they can't be that stupid. I think they're just incompetent people. I think they don't know what they're doing. And you look at what we've done for Israel. Israel is that deal for Israel is the worst. Okay, the worst. So we're giving our country away step by step. Now you have
the migration. And you look at the migration. And one of the reasons that CNN, I say, because all those cameras are going back there, so I have to be extremely careful with what I say, but CNN does these polls. You know, I don't have pollsters. I say what I say. Whatever it is, I say it. I'm a smart guy. I mean, we're smart people. I say what I say. I don't want pollsters. These people would never have ever said that we have radical Islamic terrorism. We have to find out. We have to do something. These politicians that I'm with, they don't talk about it. Obama refuses to even say what the problem is. You can't solve the problem. You can't solve the problem unless you're willing to talk about it and open up a dialogue. So now, what happens, coming up here, I'm looking at Germany. Hundreds and hundreds of rapes on New Year's Eve. Germany, they have a problem. She went off the reservation. I don't know what happened to her. She was doing well. Maybe she got power hungry. Maybe she thought she was invincible. They're taking people. The crime is astronomical. It's not working. They're having riots now in the street. And the German people are saying, we've had it. We've had it. We can't let that happen to us. Obama wants to take thousands, and I think that the 10,000, don't forget, they said 10,000, that's just the beginning. Because if you remember, in the debate, the Democrat debate, recently, the last one, they were talking about 65 or 55,000. Now all of a sudden Obama's talking about 10,000. Believe me, even the 55, 65, I had heard they want to take 200,000. That's what I had heard. But whatever the number is, I don't care if it's 10,000 or 2,000, and I have a bigger heart than everybody and anybody. And you can do a beautiful area in Syria. You call it a free zone. In other words, you call it an area where we'll protect, where we'll make it possible for people to live until they can hopefully someday go back to their homes.
Boring! Boring! Tell some jokes.
So, very important. It's very important. Well, get him out of this. Get out of here, go. Nothing funny about this. Anyone wants jokes. There's nothing funny about this. This is so serious. Out. Get out of here. He's got a lot of... Yeah. He says he loves me. Out. I can see he's got a very serious one. I saw that when I came in. I love you, you're the greatest, I love you. We got to get together. There's time for you. We've got so many problems, and we've got to get them solved. And if we don't get them solved, we're going to be in very serious trouble. So you build a zone, you take care of it. But if I get elected, I will tell you, everybody has to leave. They have to leave. They go out. They have to do it. Because we can't have the problems that they're having elsewhere. And you look at the world, you look at what's happening. It's incredible. So when the journey started, I came down on the escalator. I talked about illegal immigration. We talked about it. We talked about it very, very strongly. And it's all part of the whole plan. When they do the polls, they come out, and they come out strongly, and they say, for immigration, for terrorism, for military, for ISIS, Trump is way ahead of everybody else. Because it's sort of all in that same ballpark. We've got to protect our borders. We do have to build a wall. We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a great wall. People aren't going to come in unless they come in legally. People can come in legally. You have a tremendous heroin problem here. It's an amazing thing. Every time I come up to New Hampshire, which is a lot, I talk to people, and one of the first things they mention, and people on the outside don't think of this, but you have a tremendous heroin problem here. Like, it's incredible. And I don't understand it. And a lot of people don't understand it. But you know where it's coming from. And it's spreading far beyond this area. And it's such a serious problem. And young people, and older people too, are becoming totally addicted. We're going to stop it. And then we're going to work on helping then we're going to work on helping the people that are here that are addicted. We have people that are fully addicted, and we have to work because they're not doing enough work to help these people. We have to work on it. So I'm going to take a few questions before we stop, but I just want to mention just a few more things. So, Obamacare, got to repeal it and replace it. Going to have to have it. Got to have it. We're going to repeal it, we're going to replace it. We're going to replace it with something that's far less costly for you and far less costly for the country. Your premiums are going up 25, 35, 45%. Your deductibles are through the roof. You won't even be able to use it. Obamacare is a failure, and it's going to fail in 17 anyway. We know that. It's going to fail in 17. So Obamacare is out. Common Core. Jeb Bush wants Common Core. How the hell do you want Common Core? Remember with Jeb, two things that I remember most about Jeb from the early, because people thought he might win. Then we found out he didn't know too much. Common Core, he's in favor of Common Core. In other words, he wants your children educated from Washington instead of the local groups that do such an incredible job, and I've seen them all over the country, 10 times better. And on top of that, if you look, we're number 28 in the world in education, and yet we're number 1 per pupil in costs, okay? So how's Common Core working? So Common Core is out. And the other thing he said is, they come across the border as an act of love. I said, what? They come as an act of love. Tell the people that have had tremendous problems and crime to their family, tell them they come as an act of love. So they don't come as an act of love, believe me. So we're going to solve those problems. I want to take, and maybe I'm going to start with Al, because Al has been so great, but we're going to take a few questions, and you can just shout them out. I don't know if they have the mic, it's too hard to get them back. But you can, Al, do you have a question? Right. 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 Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of people have said that Marco Rubio filed a bill, but he doesn't even go to Washington to get it passed, and he's using the veterans at this point. But I think a lot of them are. One thing I'll say, and I think Al will tell you, I've been on the veteran side for years. I have seen what's gone on with the VA. You take a look at Phoenix, and you take a look at some of these places, and you see the corruption and the dishonesty. But I think you have good confidence that I will take care of things. The politicians are not going to be able to take care of things. Yeah, we're going to get it done. We're going to get the right thing done. We put in a good bill. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. You have one? Go ahead. How are you?
Great, thank you. I was wondering what you plan to do if elected as far as regarding Obama's executive order on gun control.
Look, I'm a big Second Amendment guy. If you look at Paris, if you look at California recently where the 14 people killed, and look at Paris where 330 people and more to follow because there's so many that are so badly wounded. If there were guns on the other side with the bullets firing in the opposite direction, you'll have people killed, you'll have people, but you're not going to have 130 people. They said to these people, Paris has the toughest gun laws in the world. France has the toughest gun laws just about in the world. You can't have a gun unless you're a bad guy, then you just carry a gun. These people were told, get over here, boom, 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 boom. Went on for so long. They were so defenseless. The military, how about the military base a year ago, right? Where you had 5 soldiers. A couple of them were world-class soldiers, great marksmen, great people with the guns and the rifles, like the top of the line. It was a gun-free zone. This whack job walked in, looked at these 5 soldiers, and just boom, boom, boom. They couldn't do it. These are the top people. On the military base, I would end that immediately. And remember this. Gun-free zones, that's like candy. When these sickos see a gun-free zone, their eyes light up. So that's the way I am. All they're doing is taking little chunks out of the Second Amendment. The truth is, they've got plenty of ammunition already, but the federal government does a very, very poor job of watching what they already have. They want to keep taking away, and all of a sudden they'll go with the bullets. I heard a rumor the other day they want to now, they can't do the guns, so they want to start taking away the bullets. They want to make the magazines where it holds less than one bullet, okay? You know, I mean, they want to make everything impossible. But the end result is you take a look, and I debate this a lot with people. I'll talk about Paris, I'll talk about California. And they can't win the debate, they always lose. And then I'll call them the next day. So do you agree with me? Well, no, not really. You know, we need protection. We need protection. The Second Amendment, you need Trump, the Second Amendment will be the way it is. We are absolutely going to protect the Second Amendment. Okay, go ahead.
I want to, Carol already voted for you today by absentee ballot.
Oh, you voted for me already?
I love you, the military, right?
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope the military can go out. Al, maybe you can lead a group, and maybe you can get that gentleman. What's your name?
Dennis Susi.
Thank you, Dennis. You already voted. I love that.
No, I didn't vote.
Oh.
Carol did.
Oh, Carol. Hello, Carol.
Carol, I like you more than Dennis.
That's very nice.
Just had an entire conversation with you guys with the mic muted, so I apologize. And give me 2 seconds, and I'll rehab that conversation with you.
You know, for the military, you really do have some extra added assets. If you get in right now, and if you vote, you can see our people, you can see Al, but if you could get in and vote, it would be really helpful. Yes, sir, go ahead. Go ahead. Well, Bill joined.
All right, sorry, I was talking to a coworker. I want to give you an update on this weird incident we currently have. This is local. This is Loop 101 eastbound 19th Avenue. We have an incident where a man jumped out of an ambulance, and I've heard two conflicting reports. One report, there was quote unquote the word body used, which leads me to believe that perhaps the person is now deceased. And then another report came back saying that the unknown injuries leads you to believe okay, but they were in the JD. Hi. Okay. Can you repeat what you said? It was he was in the what section of the freeway? The gore point of the freeway. Yes. And do we know if alive or dead? And this is the incident where the man jumped out of the ambulance. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Goodbye. All right, now the gore point, it was just explained to me that this gore point is the two lines when you're exiting, unconfirmed that this individual jumped out of the ambulance. I have to say that. I have to say unconfirmed. But what a weird story. This is what we're looking at. We're trying to see if this person is alive or dead. Allegedly, this individual jumped out of an ambulance. Their body is in the quote-unquote gore point of this freeway. Just to reiterate, we currently are at Loop 101 eastbound 19th Avenue, and we're waiting to see if this individual, you can see the multiple rescue between the police and fire. They've got multiple units there on scene, and we're waiting to see if this individual is alive or deceased. Injuries are unknown, but originally we heard a report of a body, which definitely leads you in the direction of deceased. And allegedly this individual jumped out of an ambulance. And how does that even happen, by the way? So a pretty frightening scene out of Phoenix, Arizona. This again is a local story, and we're going to cover this. We're going to continue to cover this. These ADOT cameras are absolutely fascinating. Did you know they don't save ADOT footage? Isn't that strange? When the I-10 shooting chaos was going on, you know, you thought to yourself, how do they not have some footage of this individual, the shooter? And reality is ADOT does not save this footage. You know, there are multiple agencies that can stream it and save it for themselves if they'd like to, but ADOT themselves do not save their footage. Perhaps it's because they don't want to get overwhelmed with attorneys calling if there's an accident somewhere, and they just don't want to have to deal with being a source for lawsuits. But what we're looking at now is a pretty frightening sight. Loop 101 eastbound around 19th Avenue, where allegedly an individual jumped out of an ambulance and is in the gore zone of the freeway, that little area when you're trying to exit. And we don't know if they're deceased or what they're currently saying is injuries are unknown. So a pretty unusual evening here on Fox 10 News Now, to say the least. I'm here with you on the mic. I took my camera down because I don't want you to miss anything, but I am here with you still, waiting to get additional updates on this bizarre story off Loop 101 eastbound 19th Avenue, where an individual allegedly jumped out of an ambulance. Pretty scary case. Can you imagine being on the freeway and stumbling upon a site like this? I personally haven't witnessed the body or the individual. The last report I received was that unknown injuries, but the initial report we received was the word body. So conflicting reports coming out, and I'm waiting on confirmation from DPS. A strange story to say the least, though. See, what are we watching the officer do? Okay, so the officer on the right side is clearly laying out cones. But if there was somebody there that was capable of being, if there was somebody there that needed medical support, wouldn't they just pick that person up, throw them in the ambulance, and take off again? So this is a very, very, very strange incident that we're watching. Is the body still on the freeway? I didn't see it initially, so I don't know what point to look at. But you can see we've got multiple rescue units out there between officers, a fire truck, and I don't even see an ambulance here. But the initial reports is that an individual leapt out of an ambulance onto the freeway. Is that a suicide attempt? There's a lot of questions we currently have as we watch this situation unfolding via ADOT cameras. This is at Loop 101 eastbound 19th Avenue. And I'm here with you via microphone, but I did temporarily take Kinsey Cam down because I thought I didn't want you to miss a beat.
Well-known concert promoter Danny Salisco spoke with us from California about the shocking news of Bowie's death. Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking about. Let me call you.
Welcome, Ale. Hey. Unfuzz. Come on, A-Dot.
Hi, Stephen. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now. In case you are just joining us, we are currently looking at Loop 101 eastbound around 19th Avenue, a very strange incident. We are getting mixed, conflicting reports, but what I've heard is an individual allegedly jumped out of an ambulance, and we are unaware if they are what the status of their injuries are. Somebody was just hovering. His name is Sean. He likes to interrupt me and disrupt my life. Sean. He's my work husband, though, so it's fine. We are concerned with this situation that we've been watching for approximately 10 or 15 minutes. An individual allegedly jumped out of an ambulance. But we've seen a lot of the police vehicles have disappeared. The body of the individual was the initial way that they reported it. It's now being reported that the injuries are unknown, but the person is allegedly in the Gore area zone of the freeway, which is the two lanes, or those lanes when you're approaching an exit. And we are waiting to see how this turns out, and if this person in fact did jump out of an ambulance. Why were they in that ambulance? We don't know. But a very unique night on News Now. We don't typically see, look at them all, this is like traffic slowing down in that one lane. We don't typically see issues like this. And another interesting fact about these ADOT cameras that I had mentioned earlier, they don't save this footage, which I think is so strange. They don't save and store this footage. So it's not like we can rewind from before we started this to see the actual incident take place. No one, this is, people can publicly access these videos, but there's not a giant server that saves all of this content. So it's not like we can go back and back and back to see what actually took place on camera, because no one saves this stuff. That was an issue. That was an issue initially with the I-10 shooter, that these incidents were happening and there were cameras everywhere, but since they didn't store them, they couldn't go see a suspect after a shooting occurred because no one saved those videos. I am getting word of a foot pursuit at 30th Avenue and Cactus. Our Skyfox is heading there now, so we might, is that where the person is? No, surely not, where all the officers are hovered. Okay, so we do have a foot pursuit that we are following right now near 30th Avenue and Cactus. I'm going to take you there once Skyfox gets there. I see Skyfox in the air right now.